Bye.
Yeah, we're going to be showing you some videos through the day and doing a bit of live stuff. We'll hand over to Caroline to do a bit of an explanation of what's going on and why we're doing it this way.
Right, so the reason I'm hanging out of window and doing this in a socially distant manner is because what we'd normally do at this time of year is both the TCV Leeds offices at Skelton Grange and Hollybush, we normally have these massive public open days. Now, as always, it's always sunny on our open days. It's sunny today, but we're going to be bringing you a mixture of live and recorded stuff so that you can join the open day at home.
Because there's a plague.
Yeah, we weren't going to mention the plague. We weren't going to mention the plague, but yeah, there's a very good reason that we're doing this in a safe and socially distant way. So, thanks very much to the City Council's Inner South Area Committee who've helped fund this. Thank you massively to the Friends of Skelton Grange and all the staff at TCV Hollybush and TCV Skelton Grange and all our lovely volunteers as well who've contributed to the activities today. So we're going to have a really good time. We've got pond dipping, we've got music, we've got stories, we've got arts and crafts for you to join in with. So loads and loads of stuff that you might have normally been able to do on our open day, but you can do it from the comfort of your sofa or your garden or wherever it is you're watching this from. So a couple of things you might like to do though is during the day there's going to be some craft activities, and to join in with that you might want to collect some natural materials and things during the day. So later on there's going to be some Hapa Zome, which sometimes just called plant bash, which is much nicer than it sounds. So you might want to collect some things like a few leaves or petals for that. You might need a chopping board, something sturdy to rest on, so it could be the paving outside as well. Something like a hammer or a stone or brick to bash with. You would need something like, ideally you can use something like a bit of white cotton cloth, but I also find things like kitchen roll work really well too. So if you can collect that kind of stuff together, then you can join in with that activity later. But we will remind you about all that stuff. And we're also going to be making some natural bracelets. Again, a few bits and bobs of leaves, string and things like that. But we'll remind you through the morning kind of activity materials that you'll need. So without further ado, I'll pass you back over to Freya and Alex, who might just tell you a little bit about the site and what's been going on over the last few weeks before we crack on with the open day. Thank you. Retiring back to my
arm. my arm is starting to hurt a little bit.
I mean, over the last couple of weeks, I've been on holiday. Yes, in Leeds, but you know. So I don't know, Alex. What's happened in the last couple of weeks? Apart from the sunflowers come out.
So if you've been to Skelton before, you can see we've had a full transformation of the front area. Lots of beautiful plants that were put in by Avio and some of the volunteers as well. And it's a shame that we can't have everyone on site today, but we will. Freya and I, we're going to be live on site here today all day, doing little bits and bobs around. So if there's anything that you particularly really want to see of Skelton, put it in the chat and we'll be able to see it, and we might be able to go have a look.
And around lunchtime, I may well scuttle over to Hollybush as well. So yeah, if there's things you want to see at Hollybush in the afternoon, let us know.
So in the morning, we're going to have some fun sort of family activities that you can all do. And to start everyone up, get everyone psyched for the day, get the blood pumping, Chris and I are going to do a bit of a woodland workout that we...
I don't know if psyched is the word.
That we definitely were prepared for.
Just be like having Joe Wicks.
The Joe Wicks twins. Yeah. So got a few seconds before the video starts. Do some stretching, get limbered up, warm your body up, and we'll be able to shoot over to the wild workout anytime now. Enjoy. I think. Oh, Tom's on today.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Probably mentioned that Tom has been one of the
Yeah, Tom's the mastermind.
Yeah. So he will be in the background of all of this. Okay, I think he might occasionally say things, but he's making all of this work generally being brilliant.
Yeah. I tell you what, let me flip the camera around and not turn the camera off, flip it around. Let's go on a walk down to where the wild workout is going to be. Yeah. So if we go down here, avoiding people's number plates. So yeah, originally this sort of time of the year, this car park is chock-a-block. So is the National Grid car park.
Yeah, we know we shut this one off. We have people filling up the National Grid car park. We have people parked all down the road. Children, families everywhere, laughter. You're just gonna have to put up with us chatting.
I know, it's never been this quiet on a big weekend like this.
Yeah, quite people. Well, except for there is the sound of industrial estate in the background. So if there is sort of a humming noise or anything, we can't necessarily hear it that well, but sort of the sound that the camera picks up, the mic picks up on the phone, it makes something seem louder than they actually are. So if there is sort of a buzzing noise or something, it's probably not your computer. It's probably the industrial estate over there.
It's something that hold on, let me flip it back around again. It's something that Freya and I have realised whilst we've been doing the live streams that we do on Wednesdays. So,
close to nature live streams that we're doing every Wednesday.
They're now on hiatus, but they have been. Oh no, sorry, no, they are. Yeah, we're gonna do a few more
up until the end of September at least, and then we'll figure out what they become after that.
So if you haven't had chance to check those out, they're all archived on our Facebook page.
And we've been doing like one a week for all of lockdown, so you've got about 20 hours of me and Alex chatting nonsense about nature around Skelton Grange. Great.
Right, so now we're getting into the woods. So usually we'd have Chris down here. Whoop, let me flip the camera around again. Apologies for this, guys. There we go. So usually we'd have Chris down here with a fire, maybe some music, making some food. But unfortunately, sure it's
some craft activities. Lead office workers quite often come and do green woodwork.
Yeah.
I think people have made charcoal. People are making dye.
I think there was t-shirt making over there last year. Yeah.
So many great activities. We're just building up the apprehension for next year's open days.
So this is where you'll see Chris and I in a bit in our lumberjack uniforms doing the woodland workout.
Yes, I'm not doing the video yet. Am I going to be able to watch it? No.
I think so. Yeah. I mean, we filmed it a couple of days ago, and my legs are still sore.
Really?
There's lots of jumping, so if you can, please warm up. If it's you by yourself, or if it's you and a few young people, make sure everyone's nice and limber, because even the quote unquote professionals that film the video are still feeling it. Yeah, I think we do say quite a few times that you take it as easy as you want.
Heels into our...
But yeah, hopefully. So without further ado, get nice and warm, and I hope today is going to be really good. See you after the video, guys.
Hi there, I'm Chris.
And I'm Alex.
And we're going to do a woodland workout for you to try and get you warmed up, get your blood moving. So first things first, we're just going to try and get warmed up, kicking our heels into our bums. Just try and get moving a bit. And we're going to do a set of exercises for you, inspired by the kind of things we like to do in the woods. So let's just try a few star jumps. Not something we normally do in the woods, but nevertheless, just get you warmed up for a few minutes.
Good to get nice and limber.
Yeah. Just take it easy. If you're feeling a bit tired, just do little ones. Okay, and then should we just open up our hips a bit? We'll just take your knee out like this. Just try and make your hips feel like they're opening up a bit. And then just going to do a few big circles with my arms. And the other way. Oh, are we going to do anything else? Warming up. Pretty warm there. Very good. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to do some chopping with an axe. So if you're chopping a big, imagine you've got a big splitting axe in your hand, and you're going to take it up above your head and then bend your knees and chop down. So we're going to do 30 seconds of exercise followed by 30 seconds of rest. But you can do more of the exercise if you want. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to do chopping some logs. So just put the timer on. Let's go. Chop. Just imagine you're splitting some nice clean pieces of ash. Split. Split. How are you doing, Alex?
Not too bad.
It's almost time for splitting wood, isn't it? When we do felling season. Okay, so next thing we're going to do is now we've split up some wood, we're going to move it. And so if you go back a bit, Alex, we're going to pick up a log and then we're going to carry it along like this and put it down. And so it's not got to be a log, just use whatever you can find. Okay, let's go. There we go, I think we've moved that enough. Okay, so next up we're going to do a little bit of tree climbing. So, you need to get your legs nice and high, get your arms nice and high, get ready to do some climbing. Whew, getting a bit out of breath already. Okay, so fast as you can, tree climbing. What are you climbing, Alex?
A big oak.
All right. I think I'm doing a giant redwood.
Oh, always got to go one step.
I'm just saying. Oh. What's your favourite tree, Alex?
I like a hawthorn, but they're not too good for climbing.
No.
They're spiky.
Yeah, painful. So keep going, nice and fast.
Sprint finish.
Oh, great. Okay, so next thing, you need to be able to lie on the floor a little bit. We're going to do some fruit picking. So, if you lie yourself down, put your knees up, we're going to have a go at reaching up to pick some fruit. Reaching up to pick some fruit like this. So, reach, reach. Try and really reach up as high as you can each time. And try and keep your tummy kind of squeezed down as you do it.
It's hard to swallow.
Yeah. It's hard to do it, to be fair. Oh. Right. Okay.
You can do all this on a mat as well, not on the ground.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to do a bit of sawing now. So pick up your imaginary saw, and we're going to be going forward with our saw, lunging down, then pulling it back. And then with the other hand, forwards, pulling it back. That's it. So saw and back, saw, and back, saw, and back, saw, and back. See if you can get your knee right down to the ground. Brilliant. Okay. How are you feeling, Alex?
Not too bad.
Yeah, that was a bit easy, wasn't it? Oh, we're going to do some bridge building now. Something we sometimes have to do. It's Alex's favourite exercise. So you need back on the floor.
Lots of balance in this one.
And you're going to lift up your bum like this. And then lift up and touch your right foot to your left hand, and then the opposite. Right to left, left to right, right to left. It's quite hard to balance if you've not done this one before. You do get the hang of it after a bit. It's good for the back of your shoulder. And a bit of flexibility in your legs as well. Right. Okay, what next? Picking mushrooms.
Oh, that's picking mushrooms.
Alex, this is yours.
Right. Okay, so back down on the floor again. And trying to get, without your back touching the floor, trying to get as low as you can. And side to side, just picking some mushrooms here, picking some mushrooms here. That's it. If you find it really difficult, you can go up like this. The lower you go, there is fun.
I'm finding it difficult.
You've got to get really low.
Ow! Alex, what happened? Oh,
There we go.
Thank goodness for that. Oh. Okay, so now it's time to discover your inner animal. We're going to have a go at doing a bear crawl.
Give it your best shot.
So you're going to crawl on all fours. So try not to use your knees if you can help it. You're going to get down on all fours. And again, move your right leg and your left hand. And then vice versa. And have a go at crawling and see how low you can crawl. Slow, Alex.
Can't turn corners easily.
No. Yeah. Oh, make it stop. Oh.
Almost.
Oh.
Good luck. I mean, good job if you managed to
Do that.
do
Yeah.
that.
Okay, so it's apple season. You always get those apples which look amazing. They're just a little bit too high up the tree. We're going to see if we can try and get some now. So crouch down and then jump to get an apple. Jump to get an apple. Oh, there's a really big one just above you.
Oh, I can't
Go
reach
for it, Alex. Go, go, go.
Oh.
Oh. That's it. Just try and get a few more apples. Just one more.
Oh, that was the hardest one yet.
Oh, there we go. Oh, there we are. We're all good.
Right, so we've chopped some wood, we've sawn some wood, we've collected some mushrooms and apples.
Oh. Okay, let's have a little shake out then. Hopefully that's warmed you up, got you ready for the rest of the day. So maybe just have a little bit of a jiggle, shoulders jiggle around a bit floppy. Maybe do a few more, moving your arm around. My arms feel much looser now than they did before. Oh, actually, I was tired before we did this. I actually feel pretty good now. How are you, Alex?
Very warm.
Very warm, yeah.
I think the plaid shirts were
Definitely warm. Good idea. That's it. Maybe have a bit of a stretch. Just leaning forward. Bit of a stretch if you like. And then maybe stretch your leg. Like that. Just pull. Put your foot into your body and just push your hip forward. You should feel a stretch down here. Swap sides.
important to focus on your breathing as well. Let your body calm down.
Good. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Hope you have a great rest of your day.
Yeah.
And I hope you've enjoyed our woodland workout. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much.
I think, oh, it's my turn. Hello! Welcome back. That was truly awful. Alex, how are your legs feeling a few days after filming that?
I'm not gonna lie, as soon as I got home, I lied down and then I didn't get up for a couple.
So if you're feeling a little bit tired after that, or if you didn't make it all the way to the video, that's because it was exhausting.
Yeah.
When you were like, when I did one of the Joe Wakes videos, and then I came into work on Monday and I couldn't walk downstairs, so I've got Dave laughing at me going,
Yeah.
oh God! That's a pretty fair representation of how it was. So well done if you made it all the way through that workout.
Mhm.
If you have achy legs tomorrow, it's because you got all the way through that workout.
It's good for you.
It's good for you.
Yeah.
Don't worry too much. After a few days, your legs will be fine again and you'll be able to frolic as you did before.
So, what are we doing over here?
We are gonna just have a look at a few of the things that you can use for Hapa Zome. So Caroline's doing a little demo, but we're gonna do a proper explanation of what it is later. But we're just gonna show you a few things. So petals of our beautiful sunflower, we're just gonna pick a few from around the outside. You don't want to pick loads and you don't want to rip the head off the whole flower, but just try and take a few selectively so that bees can still maybe go to a couple of different flowers, just collect a few of them.
Mhm.
Leaves that are an interesting shape can be quite good, so that can get you some cool patterns, and you'll, for as many as you want in the pattern, just take as many as you need, but once you've hit a leaf you won't be able to use it again because you hit a leaf to get all the pigment out of the leaf. So once you've got all the pigment out, you've got all the pigment. So let's get a few of these purple ones and make a nice pattern with that. So because you're getting the pigment or the colour out of the thing you're hitting, if you get things that are different colours, the picture you get will be different colours. And it's a little bit of trial and error with Hapa Zome because some things work a lot better. And it's worth just having a play. Don't just take my word on it. But some things, like with a waxier leaf, tend not to be that good because they don't let the liquid out as much. But then some things, like the sedum, which is there behind Alex, the flowers might be good, but the leaves are very thick and they've got too much liquid in. And the same's true with berries, where you're like, oh, this is red, this will make a good splodge. You end up with a splat rather than a pattern.
A brown splat.
Whereas if you get something that's got like a good shape, gets a normal leaf shape, something that's sort of normal leaf. That's terrible way to describe. Then
Oh, hold on. I've seen a couple of people did do the workout along, and there's a few comments. Oh my God, that was awfully difficult. So someone said this is excellent.
Was it Chris? Did Chris say this is excellent?
Chris did not. I don't know.
So we've got, oh, what plant's that? You can also practice your plant ID while you do this. I don't know what that is.
I don't, but the app that we've been using on our live streams is called Seek. There's loads of apps out there that do it, but usually if you put it up against the camera, it'll tell you what it is. But it's beautiful.
It's beautiful, and you look, you can see all the different shapes of leaves that you can get. So you've got that one, but this one it's in yarrow.
That is, yeah.
So you can get something like that, and you get these different shapes, and then you can get these, and you can make patterns that will come out of these leaves. So we'll just get a bit of variety.
And if you want your Hapa Zome to smell beautiful, if you've got any mint or anything around, yeah, I think there's apple mint around here as well. So yeah.
One thing that's always disappointing is the leaves are a really good shape, and I'm always like, I want a pattern that shape, but I'm not going to pick a stinging nettle leaf because I have some, very little, but some sense of self-preservation. It's also, so different times of year are good for Hapa Zome as well. At the moment, we're kind of coming into autumn. In spring and early summer, things like tree leaves, like oak leaves, are really good, but that's when the leaves are younger and they're softer. But at the moment, you can see they're kind of turning over to autumn, but they're losing a lot of their liquid. They're building up quite thick, waxy, tough leaves, and they don't tend to be quite as good. But in spring, you could totally use the fresh young leaves of trees. But I won't bother collecting them because it's autumn. Same goes in winter. Hapa Zome isn't quite as good in winter because everything's a bit sleepy.
And what happens to all of the leaves on this tree in winter, Freya?
All on the ground.
Yeah, they're not there.
But it's the same with sort of grass and things, like all the leaves. Yeah, so particular trees will lose their leaves over winter, but a lot of things will stay green. But the greenness of the leaves is just sort of chlorophyll, but they're not particularly vigorous. They stop growing.
These over here on this sort of ready bush are beautiful when you do them in the Hapa Zome. They go sort of scarlety, purpley colour.
One thing that is true about it, though, I've got a lot of big old spikes.
Yeah.
So if you're going up to a hedge being like, oh, pretty colours, remember that it has spikes. Just remember to pay attention to not. I've made this mistake with this bush before. This is from personal getting excited by colourful things and then cutting my hand. That does sound a lot like something I would do. Distracted by things. So we'll get a few of them. Here we go to Caroline and just have a quick look at why we're doing this. So yeah, if you've got a hedgerow nearby and you get a chance in one of the breaks that you go to the floor at some point during the day, just go and try and pick some leaves like ones I have in there. Caroline, have you got a demo of what we're trying to do?
We will have a demo very shortly. Can you hear me now?
Oh, Tom is here. Tom's here.
Hello.
Hi, Tom.
This is Tom. This is the mastermind behind everything today. He's
round of applause.
yeah, we're dual screen at the moment.
Oh, wait.
I did used to be at Skelton Grange this morning, and then we had some technical difficulties, and I was kindly driven very quickly home by Alex there.
Within the speed limit.
Yeah.
Definitely within the speed limit. So thank you for bearing with us when we had some minor difficulties before. We'll catch up eventually. And hopefully people have been going out to get some stuff for Hapa Zome. So I think I'll go out. I'll go to my garden and see if I can get some leaves for later because I'm going to join in too here. But yeah, we do have a video from the one and only Chris Enter, telling us what we'll need to collect from around our house if we'd like to make some bracelets with a friend.
Brilliant.
So let's see that. If I can do this because we're still slightly having technical difficulties. It's very exciting right now.
It's live.
I'm so excited.
It's possibly too live. Let's see what happens.
Right, well, we'll see you soon, guys. Enjoy the video.
Bye-bye.
Hi, I'm Chris. This is Tula. We're going to show you how to make a bracelet together with a partner. To do it, you're going to need to see if you can find some wool somewhere around the house and somehow make some kind of a bobbin. Maybe wrap it around a fork or a spoon or something. And then try and have it so you've got two of the same colour, and then two can be a different colour. And they could be different colours.
Can just you hear me?
And we'll show you what to do in a few minutes.
So
Okay.
we're back, Alex.
Back. That was a very short video.
Oh, we thought we had slightly more time. Thanks for showing us that.
So we're about to have a story in just a moment.
Do you know which story it is, whereabouts it is on site?
It is the story of the Shoemaker, and it is actually in the Hobbit house.
Oh, we'll walk over there now while you're getting the video prepared.
I'm getting ready. That would be brilliant. Thanks, guys.
Let's go over. Speak to you in a sec, Tom. So, we're now going up into the beautiful garden area near the building. Got all of these beautiful ceramic flowers here. They're not real, ceramic, made by volunteers over the years. Going under a plum tree, apple trees, pear trees. These pears at the moment. Hold on. Beautiful. So here we have our Hobbit house. Now I don't think we've got any hobbits living in there at the moment.
No, they've gone out for the day. They're quite productive.
Very
Up
soon,
in the mountains.
we're going to have a story about some pixies that we've been known to have pixies found on site. Actually, a few of the education days we've done with children, they've gone out and they've searched for some pixies.
Yeah, and they tend to come out at winter, around sort of the winter trail sort of times when they're most visible at Skelton Grange, sort of fairies of Skelton Grange woods. Which I don't know if we know if we're going to be well, hopefully, come December,
Yeah.
there will be a winter's trail where you can come and look at all of the.
Or the winter's trail might be live streamed this year when we figured a bit more out about live streams. So I think when all's good, we're going to be going in this room here. And here we go. So we'll hand it over to the wonderful storyteller. Tom, if you can hear me, I can't hear it. If you want to, here we go. I think we're having a couple of technical issues with the video at the moment.
Just slightly.
These things happen. It's the beauty of doing things live. Let's have a look and see if anyone said anything. Oh, Toby's just said traditional open day. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we're blinded right now. It's absolutely gorgeous. If anyone's at home, I encourage you to take your device, your phone or your laptop, and sit outside, either in a garden or a green space outside your house. Stay social distance, but yeah, it's beautiful weather. Any plums, Lou's asked? I think all the plums have been.
But I've been asked to tell some stories about here at Skelton Grange. And when I was doing my research, it came to my attention that this place is inhabited. And not inhabited by animals and birds and insects, although there are plenty of those, but inhabited by tiny people. Elves, pixies, hobbits. In fact, when we came into this little hobbit house to record this afternoon, I found some evidence that they've been here already today. So I'd like to think that's a little gift from the elves, and that's going to give me some good luck in telling some stories to you this afternoon. So while I was researching, one of the oldest stories that I found about elves was written down in 1812 by two brothers, Jacob and Wilhelm Grimm. They were German academics, and they went all over Europe trying to gather up stories and myths and legends from the people who lived there. But the story itself is probably much, much older. You might know a version of this story, which is known as the Elves and the Shoemaker. Once upon a time, a long time ago, in a little town in Germany, there lived a cobbler. He made shoes. But he was very poor, for his shop was not in the fashionable part of town. And one day when he went into his workshop, he realized that he had only one piece of leather left. This was all he had to make a fine pair of shoes with. But nevertheless, he settled down and cut out the pattern. And then he left it on his desk overnight, thinking that he would come back in the morning and finish the shoes and put them in his shop window in the hopes that a customer would come along and buy them. And when he went to bed that night, he kissed his wife and said, "Don't worry, my dear. I'm sure that someone will buy the shoes I make, and then we'll have some money to buy more leather and also buy some food to eat." The truth be told, the shoemaker and his wife were so poor, they were beginning to starve. Well, the next morning, the shoemaker woke up and went down to his workshop. When he went in, his eyes grew wide, for sitting on the table in front of him were the most beautiful pair of shoes that he had ever seen. And when he looked closely at them, he saw that they were the ones that he had cut out the day before. But the stitching on the shoes was extraordinary. Each stitch was so tiny and so fine, you could hardly tell where one started and the next began. "Did you do this?" he asked his wife. But when she saw the shoes, her eyes grew wide as well, and she shook her head. "It was not I," she said. Well, the shoemaker put the shoes in his window, and it was not long before someone came into the shop to inquire after them. Well, they were delighted by the workmanship, so delighted that they paid far more to the shoemaker than he usually charged for the shoes he made. And with the money, he was able to buy some more leather, and he cut out the patterns for 2 more pairs of shoes. And that night, he left them on the bench in his workshop. But when he went in the next morning, he saw that once again the same thing had happened. The shoes had been stitched together by invisible hands. And once again, the workmanship was exquisite. Well, he put these shoes in his shop window, and they were sold very quickly. And with the money, he bought more leather, as well as food for his wife and family. And each day, when he woke up in the morning, the shoes he had cut out the night before would all be stitched together and made ready for him. And in this way, the shoemaker grew rich and prosperous. In fact, they made so much money that he and his wife knew they would never need to be poor or hungry again. But still, there was something troubling the shoemaker and his wife. And one night, she turned to him and said, "I would like to know, my dear, who it is who has done us this great favor, who has stitched those shoes together for you each night." "So would I," said the shoemaker. "Perhaps if we hide behind the curtain in the workshop, we might see whoever it is at work." And so that night, they crept down and hid behind the curtain. When the hour of midnight came around, they heard the tinkling of the shop bell, but they did not see anyone come in. In fact, they saw no one at all until they looked closely at the bench, and there, when they screwed up their eyes very tight, they saw in the shadows 2 little men. Each of them had a tiny needle in his hand, and they set to work giggling and laughing at the patterns and the pieces of leather that the shoemaker had cut out earlier that day. And as they watched, they stitched them together to make beautiful shoes. But the strange thing about those 2 little men is that they were both stark naked. Well, the shoemaker's wife was quite shocked by this, and the next morning she said to him, "It really is a wonder that we have those 2 little elves helping us out in the workshop. I feel so grateful for them, but also sorry as well, for they have no clothes to wear. Perhaps we ought to make them a gift." "That is a good idea, my dear," said the shoemaker. And so for the next 3 days, the shoemaker's wife set to work. She took out her needle and thread. She bought some fine silken material from the local market, and she made 2 beautiful tiny suits for the little men to wear. And when they were done, they sat up at night and they placed them on the bench in the shoemaker's workshop. And they smiled to each other, and then they went to bed. And when they heard the bell ring on the shop at midnight, they went to sleep, knowing that their gift would soon be discovered. And the next morning they went downstairs. Once again, the shoes had been made, and there was a little note on the bench with one word upon it: thank you. Now, sad to say, the elves never came back to the little shop, but it did not matter. The shoemaker and his wife knew the debt had been paid, and from that day on, although the shoemaker had to make his own shoes, they were never poor or hungry again, and the shop prospered for as long as the shoemaker lived. And that's the end of the story.
Oh, who are we on? Are we on? Mike.
You are on.
Yes! Am I? Okay, I am. Well, that was absolutely lovely, wasn't it? I hope you all enjoyed that. We're now going to move on to a bit more. Oh, we've got an Alex. Where is he? There he is. Who's doing some prep for the pond dip we've got coming up in a little bit. But now we're just going to have a little video about the bracelet making that we've talked about earlier. So I guess we don't need to do too much filler, do we? Should we just hand over to that one?
Make some wonderful bracelets.
Just, you don't need a minute.
Maybe we do need to do it.
We do need another minute. Wow. It is a particularly lovely day.
Yeah.
Do you want to?
Yeah.
I'm going to pass that over to you.
Mm-hmm. So I guess we'll show you. We're not going to be in this pond when we do the pond dip, but you can see this is one of our nature ponds. Hold on, I'm going to switch the camera around because the sun is on the screen. Hold on.
Pond skaters. The pond skaters are the ones that sort of go over the top.
Yeah, common misconception is that they're water boatmen. They're not water boatmen.
I was looking at a pond last weekend. People were adamant they were water boatmen. They're not. They're not water boatmen. They're the ones that swim around upside down. They've got the two. They look like they are a boat. They've got two little oars. And sort of swim around like that.
Just like that.
They are
just like that. When I turned around, then I thought it was a human-sized water boatman. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Let's look at the actual pond creatures rather than me doing poor impersonations of them.
So this is quite a shallow pond at the moment. It's not had that much rainfall over the past couple of weeks. Yeah.
Looking very green.
It is. It's looking very green. Yeah. So this time of the year is when the ponds get absolutely chock-a-block. I think in a couple of weeks or so, some of the volunteers might put the waders on and get in this one.
Because you do that in sort of autumn, winter sort of time, because you don't want to clear a pond in the summer, because during the summer, that's when all the critters are breeding, they're all alive, you've got all your tadpoles and your toadpoles and your efts, maybe. So if you're going to clear a pond, just don't do it until the vegetation sort of starts to die back. So when it's very green, like Tom says, that's when you leave it be, because you want to damage the wildlife in your wildlife pond as little as possible. But yeah, when it all dies back, you do want to sort of hoik it all out. Or not all of it, but you want to hoik a lot of the vegetation
I think we do like 70-80% of it, don't we?
Yeah, otherwise it sort of stagnates. It just puts loads of nitrogen into the water, and it just sort of, then you end up with sort of algal blooms, which is where it goes all murky with green stuff.
If you did GCSE biology, you'll know all about nitrates.
Nitrification.
Yeah.
That's where like loads of nitrates and things flow off farmers' fields and go into the water.
That's a word I haven't heard in about 10, 11 years. That eutrophication. Wow.
Oh, this is great. We're getting some good learning in as well this morning.
Oh yeah.
All about the education.
Yeah, me and Alex through lockdown basically.
Should we have a look at the first bit, the bracelet, and then we can come back to having a look at pond for a bit? Is that right?
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So we will see you in a couple of minutes.
Okay, so hopefully you've got some bobbins set up, and the next thing you'll need to do is make it so that you've got about a meter of wool coming down from your bobbins, and you need to make it so that at this end the bobbin doesn't come undone, and at the other end you just tie a knot over in all of your bits of wool so that they hang at the same length. Once you've got that sorted out, you just need to attach it onto something. I'm just going to use our washing line, I think. And now comes the fun bit. So what you have to do is, Chula, if you take those two, if I take these two, I've set it up at the moment so that Chula's got purple in her left hand, I've got purple in my left hand. What we're going to do is, just by letting go, Chula, we're going to swap our one. So just come a bit closer, love, so that's it. And just let go and we'll swing and swap. Yeah. And then we swap the other side as well. And then just repeat. So we're swapping purples, then we're swapping the other colour. Let's just keep doing that for a bit. Okay. If we stop there, oh, sorry, Julia, if you just stop there for a sec, do you want to just come in and just have a look and see what's happening up at the top? You should be able to see we're starting to get this this kind of thread starting to get made. So we'll carry on with that and we'll see what that looks like in a few minutes.
You're on mute, guys.
So that was very cool.
We were on mute.
Oh, crikey.
Ouch, what are you doing to our ears? Right, so if anybody still has eardrums left, hopefully we're now back in the classroom. Yes!
Yes.
I'm so sorry, everyone who is now deafened. So yeah, that was really, really cool. I enjoyed that a lot. If you have now just seen that and you're thinking, how am I meant to do that? I think these, Tom, am I right in thinking these videos are going to be on YouTube in their sort of short segments? So you will be able to go back and watch that video and show people that video and go, this is how you can do this really cool bracelet making thing. You don't have to have memorized it from having seen that clip once.
Oh, definitely not. I think we can put those up. I think that'll be okay. And there'll be another one shortly once you've given people time to digest that one, and we'll see what happens.
Reflect, ruminate, and enthuse about your future. Oh no. Am I still on? No, it's just on.
There we go. Right.
we cut out for a minute there, I think. But yeah, so
I always used to think when I was watching the news, how do they mess up the live stream so much? But now I'm kind of grown a bit of empathy today.
Well, so the rest of the world knows a lot of this is coming from between me going from Skelton Grange and my house. The lovely drive I had with all of the videos on was sadly destroyed. So there's now some minor, slightly less bad technical difficulties than there might have been otherwise, but nonetheless, slight technical difficulties happening.
Yeah.
So bear with us. We'll catch up.
Yeah, Tom has done an exceptionally large amount of work prepping for this and collecting all of the videos from all the different TCV stuff and editing them all. So he's done an amazing job, and it is going. I think it's going really well, and I hope people who are watching are enjoying it. So please do send some love to Tom in the comments.
Words of encouragement.
I just wish I was there with you guys at Skelton, looking at ponds and things. So
with our terrible
well, right now we're actually deep in a pond. You can see we're underwater.
Oh, wow,
yeah. There's a water beetle just here swimming around.
Yeah,
I think it is that. Yeah. And then all of I think you can just about see all of these little specks here. You might have seen a couple of months ago, you might have seen some of these in your ponds or your local ponds. They're tadpoles.
Yeah. Oh, we've got a dragonfly. Can we see the dragonfly?
I don't know. Oh, yeah, it just looks like a bit of a curve at the moment. I don't know how well the camera is picking things up.
It feels like we're in the pond,
yeah,
doesn't it?
Apart from I'm breathing, and I'm not. I'm not.
We don't actually have gills.
We don't.
On behalf of the people watching, I can see from here.
Oh, brilliant. Okay.
Cool.
Okay.
So if you're watching on a tiny phone screen, it might not be that. You've got a picture. Cool. Is the next video ready, Tom?
Yeah, we can revisit Chris and Chula carrying on. They've got a little bit further by the looks of it.
Yeah.
We've made a little length here now. What we're going to do is just change the pattern a bit. So I'm going to swap over my purple one, which hand it goes in, and then we'll carry on as we were before, but this time we're not swapping the same foot. So shall we do these ones first? And when we do this, we'll get a slightly different looking pattern. And the further down you get, oops, there you go. It's on this one, I think. The quicker, the further down you are, the quicker they swing. Chula, it's all going horribly wrong. Yeah, that's it. Untangling, string this up. Right, where are we at? I think we should maybe do, yeah, those ones.
You're muted again, guys.
We'll talk entirely in mine from inside our fish tank.
I keep muted because I'm paranoid that you're going to be able to hear all our discussions.
Yeah, which were mainly around those bracelets are very cool. And yeah, I think we should just take a moment to appreciate the efforts of Chula, who's helped out in those videos. That is one of Chris's children. And then also we need to appreciate Django, who is coming up in the next video, which is this bit live as well, Tom? I think this bit's live.
It's live, yeah.
He has put a huge amount of work into creating Minecraft Skelton Grange online.
I am very jealous of everyone that gets to go and play this right now. I wish I was at home in my pajamas, on my laptop, playing some Minecraft in Skelton Grange.
Except, instead, we have to be outdoors in nature all day.
I'm going to have to go look at some cool creatures in a pond instead. What am I going to do?
So yeah, thank you very, very much to Chula and to Django for the work they put in to helping with this open day. So yeah, is Django ready to go now, Tom?
There's actually one more bracelet.
Is that one? Oh, okay.
Is it finishing up the bracelets now?
It is. They're just about to finish, I believe. I think they were just adding to their their bracelet. Should we have a look?
Yeah, let's get in. Let's go have a look.
Excellent.
Okay, so that bit of the thread, that's made a different pattern on it now. It's a kind of spiral pattern on it.
One's got like a line.
Yeah, the first one had a line going down it, and then the second one, it's got a nice spiral. Do you want to cut it just down here?
This bit might be.
Great. And then I'll tie a little knot. That'll just stop it from coming unthreaded. And obviously you could keep doing this for as long as you want, really. And I'll take that off the top. And just tie a knot at the top to stop it coming unthreaded there as well. And do you want to put your wrist out, Chula? And I could put that on there. You get on there? Oh yes, maybe just long enough to go around there like that. And if I just do that, there's the bracelet. So I hope you fancy having a go at that. It's really fun. Right, cheers. Good luck if you make one. It would be great if you showed us a photo of it and send it in. Cheers. Bye.
I am muted.
Are we muted?
We are not muted.
We should be muted, according to Simon in the comments.
Yeah, Simon. Thanks for that, Simon.
It's nice to feel appreciated by your volunteers, isn't it?
People at home might have noticed that you weren't muted whilst the video was playing. I saw your faces when you realised that. Sadly, the public didn't.
Yeah, I saw the little
funny.
mute symbol turn up, and then I died a little bit inside, honestly.
I know. Luckily,
we were just wondering if the video was live or not, but turns out we still were.
Sorry. So we're now a bit rosy-faced and embarrassed by our technical pitch. Cool. So yeah, what you didn't hear after we did go mute was us going, "Wow, that bracelet looks really amazing."
It looked really, really nice bracelet. Yeah.
Genuine sounds of being impressed. But all you got to hear was us going, "This live, this work."
Not that we didn't think it was going to look nice, but yeah.
Cool. Okay. So should we remember to mute ourselves this time? And should we go over to the Minecraft world? And then we'll go and sort of headbutt a wall in embarrassment.
You know, if Alex, if you want to like talk Minecraft, that's what we'll be doing. So I think Django is waiting. So Django looks ready. Let's invite him to. He says yes.
Yeah, because I can't talk Minecraft, so I think we should hand that over to people that.
Hey, we've got a Django.
Hello, Django.
Hi, Django.
How are you doing? Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm good.
It's good to see you. Thank you so much for doing this. Yeah, brilliant. We're really impressed.
I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm excited. I've never actually played Minecraft, so I'm excited to see.
It's a good
I'm
game.
aware of it as a cultural reference, but I've never actually played it, so I'm excited to have a look at how it works. How much time have you spent building this?
Like maybe I spent probably like maybe an hour for a week just working on it. So like 7 hours maybe. Just like I spent a lot of time making this. Yeah.
Thank you so much. That's brilliant. Your dad didn't like put too much pressure on you to do that, did he? Do we need to have
not too much.
I think this was all your idea, though. I remember when we were brainstorming the live stream, it came up that you were really interested in doing this, and it's really impressive, really impressive.
Yeah. So thanks to you as well, Chula. Thanks to the whole Ensa clan, and thanks Django, because it's definitely an element that's a bit more exciting than what we thought of.
It is looking brilliant. So you should be able to recognise a lot of the things that are the real Skelton Grange right now in Minecraft Skelton. So it is quite an extensive recreation. And if people at home or Alex later on, the server will still be there, so you could come and join in and help us make it even better. So
maybe try and later on we can go and try and find some of the bits that have come up in the video.
Do you think I'll be able to get away with saying it's for work and getting it on my work computer?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
it's really important.
We also
I like it when Django's in charge.
Django approved. There we go.
Right. Shall we dive into Minecraft world? Django, are you ready in Minecraft? Then?
Yeah, I'm ready in Minecraft.
Here we go.
Hello. Can you see me yet, or is it loading?
I can see you, so hopefully the public can also see you.
Okay, so
and Alex is here as well. So
okay.
Hi, Alex.
Hi. Let's go on the tour. So put your hats on. It's Minecraft Skelton. So this is the entrance to the site around here. There should be a bridge here, but it's very big. And then you can walk down here, which is the main road that you get to the site. And then if you turn left, there's the road that this is the road that divides the top and bottom sites. It's been made. It's quite long, and then this is the drive up to the Skelton car park. I'm first going to do the top site and the building before moving on to the bottom. So this is the car park with a nice bar here and the bike shed over here. Then if we move around this way, this is the Hobbit house that you saw earlier, all nicely decorated. And Over here is the veg patch with some nice carrots that you can eat. Then if you just walk over here, down the path, we get to the little circle of stones in here, with the wooded area around. So this is the mini beast area. It's one of the areas that I didn't manage to finish, but if anyone wants to go on the server, you can help finish it with some hedges and some places to put mini beasts. Up here is the outdoor classroom, where which it's cool. It's got the little ramp here, and over here the stairs on the other side. Then just down here we have the mosaic, which connects different paths around the site. And then this is the wobbly bridge, one of my most proud achievements around
It's
here.
a lot of people's favourite place at Skelton Grange, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, definitely. So over here is the little place, the little mound with the door, and over here is the reading book area for the storytelling. And if we go down to here, we've got the entrance to the site where lots of people will come in, and the National Grid car park. And then if we
Which looks huge on this server.
Oh yeah, it absolutely looks massive. I'm sure it can't be that big in real life. Then if you go up to the meadow, we've got a nice climbing tree, and Howard the tree. Yep, Howard the big tree. It's ginormous.
Oh, Alex is actually just visiting the real Howard. He's in about the same place in real Skelton as you are in Minecraft Skelton.
So this is Howard. You show Howard again, Jagged. Yep, there we go. It looks pretty much identical. I'm not going to lie. You've done a spot on job.
We're so impressed, Jaggo.
Would you like to look in the building? Let's look in the building.
Oh, was that another person? Has somebody else joined?
Yeah, one of my friends
fantastic.
joined, because you can join the server. You just need to go on your Java world. You need to go in direct connection and type in. It is FOSG dot minehut.gg, and then you'll enter a little area where you can, which isn't the Skelton site. And then you want to do /join in the chat, and just keep typing /join until you'll eventually join the server. So back to the tour, we have
and that's just underneath us here on the screen for everyone at
yeah.
home.
So we've got the cob oven here, which with its little roof, and then I'll show you around the building. We'll go into the main hall here, and then I'll show you all the rooms. This one here is the office. You may have seen Caroline earlier sticking her head out of the window just there. Then if we move on, we've got another one of the offices here, with nice chairs. You can sit and do your work. Then on the other side of the corridor, we have the entrance to the cloakroom with all the hangers and little benches on the side. Then if we continue down the hallway, we have the kitchen in here, the fridge and the bins, and yeah, then along here.
It's almost as big as the real kitchen.
Yeah.
Actually, it looks bigger than the real kitchen. It's more spacious.
Well, it's 3 meters wide. It's not. It's not
the real
small.
One's not wide, is it? Yeah.
Then further down we have some of the toilets, the rooms, another office, and then at the end we have the workshop in here with all the various tools you may need, around the site, and an anvil and the like. Now I'm going to go to the main classroom, which the main classroom in here. It's where you may have come if you visited Skelton before.
You've done an
And it's where
awesome
you have
job.
the cafe in the normal one, then the normal open day, and then the balcony is up here with the storage room next to it. Pond room is over here with the mosaic, and I believe the drawings you're looking at. And then this is the little side area where there's a sink.
One second, Django. I think we've lost the main. Oh no, we're back. We're back. Keep going, pal.
You going? Okay, good. Okay. So this is the area outside of the pond room. Now what I'm going to quit. Now these are the little ponds over here that Freya was looking at just then. Hi. I don't think he actually knows that I'm on a live. I'm not sure whether he knows that I'm doing this on a live stream. Oops. So this is the other pond that you may have come pond dipping. This is the accessible pond. Then the little bridge. Now I'm going to fly to the other side of the road where you may be if you.
That's cheating, Django. I can't get over there that quick.
We're not film that. We'll visit that later in one of the other.
Just put on your wings.
Yeah, we might.
Put on your wings.
Let
Fly
me
around.
just get them out of my bag.
Oh yeah, good,
Ask
good.
Brett, I bet she has some wings in her bag.
So at the other side we have the spider bed. Now, will you stop it? Stop it. Okay, so we have the spider bed just here, and I'm being attacked. This isn't fair. This isn't fair. Yeah, that this is my friend. So over here we have
This is brilliant.
the notes blocks in the music area.
I thought these were just for show the other day, and then I realised that they really did make noise when you hit them.
I need to just fix that. It was broken.
Very much like the music garden.
So then we have the barrels that you can play here. Unfortunately, sound's not quite as good.
Mm-hmm.
So over here,
that's all you'll be able to hear today. Just people banging on those plastic barrels all day.
So over here we have the bench and the benches, and then the big area where you play wide games with the pond over here. Over towards the woods area, we have the sundial. Don't know what's happening here. What's happening? There we go. So over here, I have the sundial area. Then if we go up here, this is the mini beast hunting area with all the little logs in the circle. Then the mini beast hotels and all of the dry hedges, which unfortunately have to be living hedges because Minecraft isn't a completely realistic game in some ways. Now, if we just go down here past this bench into the shelter building area, we have the wildlife area over here and the shelter building area over here. Then if we go along here, towards the end, we come to the fire area with its big tarp above it. And then this person here is Chris, but with more hair.
Younger Chris.
Just Chris with more hair. Just Chris with more hair. And we've got a little fire here and the logs you can sit on around the edge. Now, if you continue walking this way, you will reach Hedgehog Avenue, a long road made out of sandstone that goes all the way along. I don't know whether it's made out of sandstone in real life. Probably not. But so along here we have the river path and the bird hide. So you can just sit here and just look out at those birds. Then along the river path we have 2 ponds. This one here.
So
And
this
this
is
one
another
here.
place that'd be great to get some help, because we did get the ponds done, but the
Yeah.
bits in between.
Okay, so we've got the willow tunnel here, and then I'll show you the final few things. One of the last things we did was the mushroom circle with all the mushrooms that you can stand on. Fortunately, in Minecraft, you don't seem to be able to do that, but the mushroom circle. Then over here, the herb
Have they
garden.
regrown again?
Yeah, they've grown. It's really mad. I didn't know that mushrooms spread in Minecraft. It's pretty cool.
Because
There's
they've
loads of
grown
them.
so much the other day. They were
Yeah, it's
everywhere.
mad. So over here we have some excellent herbs like warped roots, oak sapling, and crimson roots. So that's what we grow in Skelton. Yeah, so there you are. This is the Skelton site. If anyone has the Java edition of Minecraft, you can join onto the world, play around on it, maybe change some things, add some things that you remember from when you came, suggest improvements, and just look around. There
Yeah,
you go.
definitely.
That's it.
Come and build things. There's definitely some bits that we would love some help with, or just build fun things that you'd like to see at Skelton Grange, or just fly around and shoot fireworks everywhere, because that's that's also brilliant.
Yeah.
Join and have some fun, and we'll come back and revisit and see what people have done a little bit later in the day. So
Yeah.
if anybody's around and they've got some Minecraft going on, we've got questions coming in, Django.
Oh, what's the
So
questions?
we've got. Can you see that on your screen now, or shall I read it out?
I have a question for Django. It's amazing and accurate. What did you do to get it right? So to get the sort of the outlines right, I used this this program which Tom showed me, and it was so I could I overlaid the map, and then because it was sort of overlaid, then I could just sort of draw on this special software. I could draw on what was happening. So I sort of got all the proportions right before I needed to come on. But then most of the things actually there, I either remembered it or Chris told me it.
And do you remember what the name of the program was? Was it?
It was World Builder, I think.
World Builder, and I believe, well, it's definitely free. So World Builder, I can just add. So World Builder. Yeah, you download it. It works very much like Paint, really, doesn't it?
Yeah, mostly.
Mostly, except you sort of make Minecraft blocks appear like magic.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
And I think when I was doing a bit of the roof, I used a photo of Skelton Grange that I found on Google. So all kinds of things. What other? Did we have? There was. I think there might have been another question as well. What else was there? Oh right, somebody's saying what Minecraft version it is. So we don't think this will work in Pocket, will it? They have to use.
No, unfortunately, there's only. I'm really sorry, but there's only one version of Minecraft it works in, because there's a group of versions of Minecraft. There's what's called Bedrock generally, and that includes Pocket Edition and Console Edition and Windows 10 Edition. And that's unfortunately not compatible. This only works for the Java edition of Minecraft, because it's much harder to get a server to work on something like Pocket Edition, just because it's not set up for so much customizability as the Java version of Minecraft. So potentially it might be possible, but we haven't done it yet, at least. Yeah.
Yeah, so thank you so much, Django, for spending time on this. It's been good getting it going. It's been great coming in every few days and sort of seeing what's changed. So that has been great. So I think now we're actually going to go from Minecraft Skelton to Skelton Grange's pond to have a look at some of the creatures there. But am I right in saying that you're going to be around for a little while?
I'll probably be
in
around
Minecraft
on the
world?
server for a little while, so if anyone wants to join, I will be probably just chilling on there. Maybe you could ask me some questions in chat if you want to know about how things are done. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And we'll come back to you later on. So see you later, Django.
See ya.
See you later, Django. Amazing job.
I'm so
Well done.
impressed, Django. That is absolutely incredible.
I think we're very dark right now. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm really, really impressed by all of that. And the map builder thing, that's like GIS, which is like Geographic Information Systems. It's like a program you use in geographic modeling. So it sounds really similar in terms of how the program works. So it's really interesting how it is a children's game, computer game, but it sort of incorporates things that you could utilize in the future. Because, being able to use GIS is quite a useful skill. But yeah, thank you so much for the effort put in, and I hope that people that have access to Minecraft are now getting involved. I think Toby Roberts, who works here at Skelton Grange, was showing quite a lot of enthusiasm in some of the comment sections. So I imagine he's now not paying any attention to anything else other than just playing Minecraft. But hopefully, while you're playing Minecraft, you might be able to listen to us talking about ponds a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So I was doing what you shouldn't do when you're at a pond, which is sit on the railing with your back to it. Don't do that. That would be dangerous.
I'm going to flip the camera around. You get a few seconds of my lovely mug. There we go.
Good sort of chin and nostril shot of Alex
Yeah.
there. So yeah, this is one of our ponds. This one is called the Deep.
It is the Deep.
They've all got names. I forget which one. But yeah, one of our older ponds. I don't know if this one.
It's a pond.
It has water in, and the ponds we have at Skelton Grange, they are ones that we have built for. We made them. See, they've got lining in. They're not naturally occurring ones, which is right here. But we have them as more wildlife ponds. So before you ask, no, there aren't any fish in it, and they're not any fish in it because that's a decision that you make if you want a wildlife pond. If you want lots of creatures to survive, if you want amphibians, so the frogs are eating your veg fat, to build your wildlife pond without fish in it.
Why? What do the fish do, Freya?
They eat everything.
Ah.
So if you want it, we've done a couple of live streams on this that are on the Skelton Grange videos Back to Nature lit playlist. We've done a couple of pond dips. So if you want more information about ponds, you've got.
I think the pond dips were the most popular.
There's at least an hour and a half, if not more, of Alex talking about ponds and the merits of wildlife ponds, and a little bit about how. There's one that we go quite a lot about how to make your own wildlife pond, what sort of things you consider, like slope back so wildlife can get down and drink and escape. But what we're going to do today is we're just going to have a look at some of the cool things that live in it. So let's zoom in on that.
This is very Blue Peter style. This is what I did earlier. You can see right now at this time of year, the pond water is extremely murky. There's lots of algae.
Which is natural. A lot of people are like, how can I keep my pond crystal clear? Right? You don't really want your pond to be crystal clear because that just means sterile. You don't want, like, if you put a load of bleach in it, you'd probably have clear water, but is that what you want? Because the things living in it, they're going to produce waste, there's going to be algae, there's going to be loads of tiny little microbes floating around in it. That's all part of the ecosystem, the habitat of the pond. Ooh, what that tiny little swimmy thing.
Here we go. So, this here is a little eft. It's a baby newt. And if you've watched any of the pond live streams, you'll be an expert in newts now, because it's something that Freya and I are really interested in. So we love talking about them.
I think the second one, there's at least 20 minutes of us just looking at the newt and telling you how big it is. Just a soliloquy to
So this one here is still very, very small. It's not freshly hatched. It's quite a bit bigger than that. I can't really get anything into. You can kind of see my finger on the side there. It's about as big as my middle knuckle on my little finger. And behind its head, you should be able to see lots and lots of frilly things sticking out. And that's its gills. If you've ever seen an adult newt, you might be a bit confused because they don't have their gills. They lose them when they reach full maturity. There we go. So this one here might get up to the size of maybe your index finger or your middle finger. How big would you say newts get? I'm trying to figure out scale wise.
With the F ones.
Mhm.
I'm not certain how to tell them apart, but it's probably a smooth newt. That's what most of our newts in Skelton Grange are. They get to about yay big.
Yeah.
Yay big, about 3 inches, I'd say, 3-4 inches. The males are a little bit thick. The male smooth newts have sort of a bit of a frill on them. They've got a frill. So the one we captured in video pondit number 2, that was a male one. So they're not very smooth. But yeah, they're a bit bigger, but still only like 4 or 5 inches. So they're not massive.
Should we have a look at some other little things that we've got? So the first thing that we saw crawling around, let me see if I can find another one. There we go. So this here is a freshwater hog louse. And if the name sounds familiar, it's because, yep, it's related to a woodlouse.
Else you could find out in Alex's live stream.
Yeah, the one I did. Freya was on holiday, so I did a live stream by myself, and I talked extensively about how cool these.
I watched it.
Oh, I did. Oh, thank you. But yeah, so they are like woodlice. Woodlice have gills too, and they're not insects. They've got 14 legs. They're more closely related to a crab than they are an ant or a fly.
Should we do a little pond dip? Should we do?
Yeah. Do you want to?
Yeah.
If you. So Freya's going to do a dip. We've got the tiny little nets. Freya is going to have to bend over a little bit to get in.
We've got these railings. One thing that is quite good to do is just kneel down, because you're definitely not going to get overexcited and fall in if you're knelt down behind the railing. And then you can come underneath. And what we do is just do lots of pond weed.
There's lots of pond, yeah.
So I'll do a tiny figure of 8, shape of an 8, just sort of gently looping it round in spiral, figure of 8 shape. And if you sort of brush against some pondweed or something, you're more likely to catch some critters. And then I should have done this slightly closer, but so these things, they can be out of the water for a little bit, but this is like putting you underwater. They can't stay out of the water for very long. So as quickly as you can, just bring them over to a tray which we filled up with pond water, gently turn it upside down, and then just gently shimmy everything out. And all of the things in there should just plop into there.
Yeah. Caught some snails.
And a water boat.
Oh, yeah. Right. So I get the reflection on the top of the water isn't really working with the camera.
So that's the water boatman that I was doing an impression of earlier. See, you can barely tell us apart.
There you go. It's got the 2 legs there sticking out to the side. And it uses those really strong legs like oars and pushes itself through the water. And again, we've talked about this extensively in our live streams, but they're like a diver. They'll trap a bubble of air between their outer wing casings, and then they can breathe through that bubble of air. The oxygen that's in the water can diffuse into the bubble, and the carbon dioxide in the bubble can diffuse out into the water. So they're awesome. There's so many interesting things in such a small little space of water.
Yeah, and so some things take air breathing, so they take the bubble of water down with them. But there's some things that, like we talked about, the little gills on the back of the newt, so they can breathe underwater. They don't take oxygen down with you. So you get things like turtles, where they hold their breath underwater, but amphibians, so that's things like the newts, the frogs, the toads, they can breathe underwater, but they can also breathe out of the water, which is why they're quite cool. And this is a baby one, so the newt, so an EFT, that's a baby newt. I think, are we going to do a little bit of a wildlife quiz later?
I mean, I don't have any questions prepared yet.
We'll do a little quick
we can do,
quiz
yeah.
later that might be based on some of the things that we say in this topic. So just make sure you're paying attention. So I'm sure you're all riveted. You can't look away because we're fascinated.
Ellie Robinson's just said pond creatures are so cool, and I think we'd have to agree.
Agree.
Yeah, 100%. They're awesome. They are so cool.
So yeah, the amphibians, the newts, the frogs, the toad, and salamanders as well. They live underwater some of the time, and mainly actually when they're breeding. So quite often people find a newt. So when that gets a bit bigger, not much bigger, so probably over winter, this one, it'll lose its gills, and the teenage newt will sort of climb out of the pond up the slope that we've got at the back that makes it easy for them to get out. And they'll then go and live somewhere else. They quite like gravelly areas. Quite often you'll find them under logs. We find them in the mini beast areas. And they spend most of their lives living outside the water. So people will find a newt or a frog and they'll try and rescue it and take it back to a pond. Chances are it doesn't want to be in the pond. If it's not in a pond, it probably knows where the pond is. It's made its way to where it is. It's having a great time. Don't take frogs back to ponds. Also, don't take frogs to your pond, because there's quite a lot of amphibians, because they've got the soft, wet skin, they like being damp, but it also makes them quite susceptible to sort of bacterial or fungal infections. That means that they can get quite poorly, and there's quite a lot of illnesses that spread quite a lot through and between amphibians. And if you take frogs out of a pond somewhere and then bring it back to your pond, then you're likely to spread those infections and spread them further than they would be anyway. And we don't want that. We don't want loads of poorly amphibians. If you want to get frogs and newts and things in your pond, what you have to do, you need to dig your pond. You need to not put fish in it. You need to make it so it all has water in during the breeding season. A pond doesn't need to have water in all of the time. I think, is it 9 months of the year?
It's around that, yeah.
It might even be lower.
I think I've said in the past, I think I've said 8.
I think it depends on your definition of a pond, but wetland ponds don't necessarily have to have water in all the time. But just as long as there's water through the breeding season, and like we were saying earlier about taking the pondweed out during winter, if it dries out when there's nothing trying to breed in it, it's not the end of the world. But anyway, I digress. Make the habitat of your pond, introduce some of this pondweed we've got, the sort of stuff underwater, and that helps to oxygenate it. So this is this stuff here. That stuff.
If they dry out over the season, would that make them a vernal pool or a
Some of them
pool?
are. So there's different definitions. It depends what sort of. So you get lots of different categorizations of types of habitat, and I think some definitions, that is a definition of them, and some definitions of ponds stretch to as little as 3 months with water in, I think. But then the general accepted, if you've got a fish pond, all the time. Otherwise, fish don't like it if it dries out, unless they're long fish, which are also cool. Yeah. But yeah, it does depend on the type of habitat classification you're looking at, what the actual technical definition is. For one of the pond dips where we were looking at it, I spent quite a lot of time reading it and realised actually there's just different categorization types. So, if you're doing flood alleviation management, so if you're trying to build an upland pond, so I'm part of a community woodland and we sort of build a pond, and we were talking about lining it. So actually, if it doesn't dry out when it's dry, then it can't take water when you need it to take water to fill up. So, but what we have is wildlife ponds where we want it to constantly have water for the wildlife here, so we line them. But if you're thinking more in terms of flood alleviation, then you'd think about one that can dry out, because that means that it can fill up again, and that stops the water then going into the valleys and causing floods.
Where you don't want the water.
Yeah, or just moving too quickly. Whereas if it's full all the time, then when more water goes in it, it may as well just be a bit of tarmac, because the water just leaves again, so it doesn't slow the flow of the water as you want it to. So yeah, just having them so they can dry out and then refill is a really important thing in flood alleviation. But we're next to a river. We're not in charge of flood alleviation here. We think about it a lot, and it's very important, and we sometimes worry about the bank. One of our ponds is about to fall in the river. But yeah, these are for wildlife. These are for permanent wetlands. We've recreated permanent wetland. And a lot of the time when you're creating a pond in your garden, or wherever you're creating a pond, you're probably looking for permanent wetland, a permanent wetland pond, which is what these are. So that means we line it with this liner. So I think,
if you're ever really worried that your pond in your garden, if you've made one, if it is getting low, you can just get the hose. Sorry. you can just get your hose out and top it up. Because it is good to make sure that, especially in the really, really hot summer months, to make sure that you are giving it a bit of a water, because it'll dry out within a couple of days. I mean, it's amazing how quickly they can drop.
Yeah. especially if it's like that one over there where it's got a
Yeah,
little
the
bit of
shallow
hole
one.
in.
Oh, but yeah.
And that's usually quite a good one. If you do think you've got a hole in your pond, 'cause it does happen. Like, especially these have been here for what? I think 2003 is when
A
they
long,
started them
long
out, so
time.
these are quite old ponds now. So holes happen in them. They do get damaged. It's tough fabric that you use, the sort of rubbery pond liner that you use, but it does get holes in. So a good way to do it is fill it up with a hose as much as you can. And if it always drops to the same level, you know that somewhere around that level is where the hole is. So you can basically just follow the water line round until you find the hole. And then you can just use you can get special hole fixing kits, I think. You can buy a pond liner fixing kit. Or you could it needs to be dry, and that works underwater, so that works when it's wet. So that's probably the best thing to do. Oh, I'm really worried about your phone there, Alex.
Getting very close to the water.
Dear IT department, I broke my phone. How did that happen, Alex? Nothing. I definitely didn't broadcast dropping it in a pond to the nation.
So, yeah, I mean, we can always cut back to the pond in a couple of the little live bits we're going to have between videos. There'll be, I mean, there's thousands of creatures in there that we can show you.
So when you sort of get the Daphnia, the waterways, you look at any of them.
Well, we'll save some because we are going to come back live.
We'll check that with Tom.
Tom? What's up next?
Up next is some music, but I thought you were pond dipping for a bit now, weren't you?
Oh, yeah. Okay, let's have a look at something else then. That's fine.
That's what Freya said just a moment ago, which is why I thought that. But
I'm trying to stall him now because I haven't yet said that back to him. Tom's going, no, please keep going till 12:40. And
that's fine. So we've got another 10 or so minutes, but we can fill that definitely. So the next thing that I think we should definitely have a look at.
In the pond tray, so that's where I'm at right now.
Let's have a look. Yeah, there it is. So
this is
here,
one of my favourite things because they're just so cool.
I'm gonna.
Get out. So if you're going to hold things in your hand, just do it for a short amount of time and be really gentle. So Alex sort of gently scoops his hand underneath that. And if you've got any little cuts or anything, and you're doing anything with ponds, just make sure you've got plasters on your finger, but waterproof plasters, because pond water, it's not the cleanest of things. And just make sure you wash your hands with soap and water really thoroughly, which hopefully people are doing all the time anyway. So it's just a reminder.
I think
hands with soap and water after
that is an advantage of regularly doing pond dips and things with school children, is that they're actually getting used to washing their hands a lot more.
Yeah.
So yeah, and not putting their hands near their face or their mouth.
Makes it easier to remember to wash your hands where you do a job where you get really mucky hands. All the time.
As soon as the music video goes on, I'm going in and I'm hand sanitizing my hands.
Yeah. So should we talk about the really cool thing?
We should. That's been on camera for like 5 minutes while we talk. So this here, what is it, Fred?
Hold it still. Will it come? Just leave it still and see if it's little. So this is a cased caddisfly. So it may look like a collection of rocks and sticks and bits of leaf and stuff you find in a pond, and that is because that is what it is. These caddisflies, so they're the larvae of something called a caddisfly, which are little flies. You may have seen them, but you may not have paid them much attention because they're not the most distinctive of things. But when they're underwater, the cased caddisfly, so you get uncased caddisfly that don't do this, a different species, but they collect bits of stuff and they create this little case. So hermit crabs, which go around and collect stuff and they move into it and they collect shells. Caddisfly do a very similar thing, but they make their own and they stick it together. Do they just use their saliva? Do they make?
I think they excrete like a sticky glue-like substance. Yeah.
Some sort of paste that they then they glue it together. And they'll use whatever small bits and bobs they can find. So I've found them before where they've used tiny snail shells. So they've collected like pond snail shells and stuck them. So that one's just got pebbles and sticks.
I'm having
And one really cool thing. I'm hoping that someone will be able to share a picture of this in the comments because it's really, really cool. There's like an artist that basically put them in a container with loads of jewels and things, and they make bits of gold, and they'll just use that. So they'll make these really sort of costume jewelry type cases that they'll pop in back in the water, and they look amazing. They're just all the bling
underneath.
Yeah, that gets.
They are amazing. Those ones that have got all the shiny stones, Freya.
Have you found a picture to put in the comments? Can anyone put a picture of them in the comments section on Facebook or YouTube? I mean, actually, if you're on Facebook, YouTube, everyone do it, because we can see all of the comments that people are sending on the program we're using. It's compiling them all, but I don't know if people can make sure it's shared on all the different platforms so everyone gets a chance to see those very cool things.
And
anyway, I'll stop.
It's silk, Freya. They make silk.
Do they make
Oh,
silk?
there we go.
Ah, cool. So silk that your clothes are made from, that is made by anthropons. So silkworms are the things that make the silk that we make clothes out of. And yeah, apparently caddisfly do. Does that mean we just start a silk farm? We don't condone the exploitation of caddisfly larvae, unless you're making them dress up in a load of bling.
So another type of larvae is these glassworms here, or phantom midge larvae. If you can see, my camera focuses. There's lots of sort of, I mean, it's in the center of the screen now. Hold on, where are they? They're all over. I mean, the water is full of them.
There's one that I'm pointing at with this stick.
Can you see any of them? They're all over.
Unfortunately, these ones, because the reason they're called glassworms or phantom midge larvae is because they're transparent and you can see all of their little tummies and stuff like through them. But they can be quite hard to see on camera, but they're very, very cool.
I think that's them there. And yeah, again, they'll reach maturity and then they'll turn into little midges and they'll leave the water.
And we'll like them a lot less. Yeah. But I guess that's something that's quite cool. So there's quite a lot of adaptations that we looked at in the past in one of our videos, but in our mimic and camouflage one, we went into it in a lot more detail. But it's something in ponds. There's quite obvious use of camouflage and things to make it hard to find. So the obvious one that the phantom midge larvae is using is it's transparent. You can see through it. The light goes through it, which makes it quite hard to see, and that makes it quite hard to hunt. So it's a way that it can escape from predators. I don't know what they eat, but I don't think they're predators, so they don't use it to sneak up on prey. Yeah. But yeah, it makes them hidden. And another thing that we've talked about with the newt and things, a lot of things, and if you think about a fish, picture a fish and the colour pattern of a fish, a lot of things that live in water, they have really light tummies. So their tummies will be sort of close to white in colour. And then their backs will quite often be quite a much darker colour. It's quite hard to see from above because we're only seeing the top side, and that's the darker side. But what that means is you're looking, because if you look into the actual pond, if you look into the actual pond, as you look into the deep dark depths, it's quite dark. There's no light down there, brown. And if you look up into the sky, there's quite a lot of light. So if you're at the bottom of the pond looking up, you're looking at the sky. So things that are hunting at the bottom of the pond look up, and things with a light tummy, you can't see it. Whereas if you're looking down into the pond at the dark bit, the dark back of an animal that lives in the water, so something like the newt or a fish, that dark colouring on their back means that they're harder to see. So it means they've sort of got dual camouflage. So it's basically like when someone wears high-vis jacket and camouflage trousers.
Well, it'd be like if someone was facing and looking at some trees, if their back was covered in camouflage, but behind them was like a bright yellow sign, and their front was in high vis. I mean, that's
and that's why people wear those outfits.
I mean, that's gonna be in fashion now. I tell you what,
is what you're saying.
Kanye West is going to have that lined up this spring.
So yeah, that's a bit of an explanation of why you get these coloration patterns. And camouflage when you look in the pond is very different. So you look at things like greenfly, they're bright green because they live in the trees, so they are camouflaged to their environment. So that's just a cool bit about camouflage. Because
I want to see if, without hurting it, can you just pass me a pot? Yeah. Because if we catch,
do you want me to try and do it?
If you get a water boatman, they show it quite well.
Oh, crikey! You had to. If you just catch the speediest thing that we've got here, Freya. You pop.
You get it? Oh, perfect.
Like a pro.
Look at that.
Like a pro, not quite a pro.
It's going to be very difficult to see because they swim around very, very fast. But if you look up at it. Nope, it's not wanting to focus at all. Never mind. But yeah, their backs are a really dark shade of brown.
Can I catch the F as well? Is that terrifying?
But then their undersides, if we can, yeah, social distance. Their undersides, hold on. Where's it gone? They're very light. You just have to take my word for it. Problems in live broadcasting. They do say never work with animals, don't they?
Why would you not want to work with this little guy? Look at his little. So
Oh,
you can see the
yeah.
nice pale tummy on this beautiful little leg.
Oh, that
here.
is, yeah. Wow.
So that's got the light tummy. And then if you move down, you can see the dark top, and it's really distinctive line of when you look up, it's really pale. So good. Let's balance it there so we can both go. Ooh, oh, look at it. Oh, look at you. Sorry, this happens on the live streams. We just get carried away. Can you see it? Can you see it well?
I mean,
If I
right now,
gently turn it around this way, will it stay?
as soon as you spin it, it's going to go around to the other side. Oh, no.
Do you want to come around this side?
It just likes the other side better.
Grass is
Doesn't
always
like Alex,
greener.
it just preferred me. Oh, it's got a spot of water on
It
there.
has. Hold on. There we go. Oh,
How's that? Is that a good shot?
I mean, you can kind of see the.
Super cute. They're like tiny little Pokemon. Has anyone ever seen an axolotl? So axolotls are these neotenized salamanders that you get in Mexico City and in Mexico River. Neotenized is when something reaches sexual maturity when it's still got the features of a juvenile. So that's things like pug dogs.
Wait,
They're kind of
we're not going to be able to link those.
so the axolotl is a neotenized salamander. So they reach sexual maturity. They reach adulthood when they've still got a lot of the features of juveniles. So they've still got the gills, and they can still they're so cool. They can regenerate body parts. So they have been used quite a lot in sort of research into cancer treatments and things because they have loads of really cool properties where they retain sort of those features, and they look loads like Pokemon. And yeah, they're just cool. I digress.
Ellie's asked us a
This
question.
is not an axolotl. I think this is probably a smooth newt. So
Yeah.
most of the newts we have at Skelton Grange. Do we have any palmate newts? Someone that knows more about the
Someone will tell
biodiversity
you.
of Skelton Grange.
Oh, someone's popping in. We have a Tom.
Hello, Tom's chin. Do you mean to be on
I don't know if Tom realises he's on right now.
So
Do we still have a Tom? Yeah, we do. He's here.
oh, we can't hear you though, Tom.
You're on mute this time.
You forgot to go off mute. You forgot to go off mute.
Finally,
Sorry.
somebody else did. Right.
So much
Sure.
professionalism.
We're always professional, all times. We've got something coming up that I know that you're quite excited to see. And do you have the outfit that goes with it kicking about?
We'll play the song and then we'll come
Yeah.
back. We'll go off camera for a minute. Yes, it's happening, Alex. So, should I do a bit of an introduction about the band?
If you would like to, that would be fantastic. I know that you know the people. You were even speaking to them just yesterday.
Yeah, so this band, they're really, really good. They're a Leeds-based band, so some of you might have encountered them before, and if you haven't, then you are in for a treat. This is Biscuit Head and the Biscuit Badgers. So they came and played the Hollybush Volunteer Party last year, or was it the Christmas Party? I can't remember. But they had Jane from the Learning Disability Project in tears with laughter. And I think she said, I want them to play at my funeral. I asked Dean, so Dean's the front man of the band, and he's actually my allotment neighbour, who, if you want to know loads about exotic plants, he is the man to go to. He is a fountain of botanical knowledge. So, yeah, the answer to can they play at my funeral is that no, they don't play funerals because they're not very fun gigs. But they do loads of really cool sort of nature, just brilliant songs. they're not all nature themed, but they're all hilarious and all worth a watch. But they've very kindly given us permission to play some of their songs today. So yeah, I guess over to Biscuit Head and the Biscuit Badgers.
Enjoy.
And we also have an answer to your question as well. There are no Palmate Newts.
There are no Palmate Newts.
But there are.
Biscuit Head Mix Badgers. Wait, why can't I hit audio?
Hold on, there's no audio.
No.
I'm going to vamp for a little bit now while Tom figures out how to get audio on the video.
Oh, we do.
There's no, unfortunately, for the one section that probably is the most critical to have audio.
I don't know, their videos were amazing as well. They've got, if you go on YouTube and have a look at Biscuit and the Biscuit Badgers, they've got loads of really great songs and great videos. I think the one, unfortunately, we couldn't justify it being part of this live stream is the classic line, I've got my finger up my nose. But we can't do that one at the moment. It's not very COVID secure.
It is not, no.
But yeah, definitely go and have a look on the YouTube channel and don't just listen to watch because they've got a huge amount of effort into just being hilarious. They've done a great one about soy milk. How do you milk a bean?
I think we're good. There's a few. I think. Yeah, I don't want to spoil it. Actually, I was going to say what other ones we're going to show, but I don't want to.
Yeah,
I don't want to ruin.
So if at any point the live stream stops working, we're just going to fill it with brilliant Biscuit Head and the Biscuit Badgers songs. At any minute now, this one's going to be this bit. We thought it was the live stream bit that was going to fail, but it seems to be the YouTube bit. So,
Tom, are you there?
What do we talk about? Everybody having a nice day? Anyone got any plans for the rest of the weekend?
Tom's here. No, Tom's not here.
I am here. Everything is not well still. It seems.
Oh no.
This is not quite what we had in mind yesterday when everything was queued up.
No.
So I am just finding it in a different place so that we can make it work in a different way. It's very exciting. Okay. But live always works. So
yeah, always, 100% of the time. They're behind one of them there. I think have we got
any questions in the comments? Has anyone got anything they want to know?
Oh, Anya's just asked me. I don't have any songs, Anya. I don't know what you're talking about.
Hold on, what was the question?
Anya said, "Sing us one of your songs, Alex."
Oh yeah,
that's what I'm known for around the office. Apparently, just bursting out into song. We're very. You can't see Caroline right now, but you'll see her in a bit. It's pretty amazing.
How are you getting on, Tom?
It's almost that I could hear it in my ears. I couldn't hear anything that just now. It's very exciting.
Just sort of blocked us out. He's just gone over there and he's listening to the song. Cool, yeah. So
well, it's coming now. So any second now.
Ooh.
So much anticipation. Yes! Is it working? Is it working?
When people talk of dinosaurs, they talk of teeth and claws, but the whole human race is sad we missed them. How many children here have dreamed in a bored hour of riding through the playground? playground on a diplodocus. You won't see a tyrannosaur on the way to the shops. Pretty much all of them have gone the way of Top of the Pops. So dinosaurs, dinosaurs, come back, we love you. Dinosaurs, dinosaurs, we all dream of you. Oh, dinosaurs, dinosaurs, someone still loves you. Dinosaurs, and it's on, and it's on. All that's left are birds, and they're beautiful, it's true. But I bet dinosaurs were better just between me and you. Oh, dinosaurs, dinosaurs, come back, we love you. Dinosaurs, dinosaurs, we all dream of you. Oh, dinosaurs, dinosaurs, someone still loves you. Dinosaurs, and it's on, and it's on. If we are ever all wiped out, I hope it's by dinosaurs. If we are ever all wiped out, I hope it's by dinosaurs. If we are ever all wiped out, I hope it's by dinosaurs. If we are ever all wiped out, I hope it's by dinosaurs. If we are ever all wiped out, if we are ever all wiped out, I hope it's by dinosaurs. If we are ever all wiped out, I hope it's by dinosaurs. If we are ever all wiped out, I hope it's by dinosaurs.
You're on mute again, guys. Mute. The costumes are amazing.
So we got quite into that song. Alex is loving life. Alex says, "Can I hide my face?"
I knew this. I definitely knew that this was happening today.
Totally.
It's fully filled in, and I definitely knew I'd have to wear this dinosaur.
I don't really understand how Alex has been working with me for this long. I realised
I knew that Freya was around today and this dinosaur song would all end up wearing dinosaur outfits. So, you know.
This isn't even all of the dinosaur outfits I have.
Wow.
So yeah, she told us it was mutants, but it's fine.
Anyway, so
we're going to move on to something really quite smart next, I think. Probably something that dinosaurs, particularly T-Rexes, struggle with. So they have methods of access and finesse and dexterity, but
it is tough.
it's hard being a dinosaur. But you guys might be able to do it.
Yeah.
Cool. So yeah.
Join in with the video, and hopefully we'll be able to look at some of the episodes you've made. If you drop them in the comments, take a picture and drop it in the comments, and be able to look at some of the wonderful episodes. And we're going to give it a go as well. So
yeah, with the petals and leaves we collected earlier.
you can laugh at us about how rubbish ours are compared to theirs.
So again, yeah, if you're like, oh no, I've not got all the stuff ready, and you want to look back at the video will still exist, I think, so you can go back to the instructional video. But it is just collecting leaves, rocks, and hammers.
It is. And what we should also do is introduce our lovely colleagues over at Hollybush, because a lot of the morning's been at Skelton, but we're gradually moving our way across to Hollybush the rest of the day. And we've got our lovely team who work in the learning disabilities project there, the Hollybush project. And it's such a cool group of people who do amazing stuff with gardening and crafts, and just honestly, they make the whole Hollybush atmosphere absolutely sing. And so some of the staff are going to show us one of the craft projects they do, which is Hapa Zome. They'll tell you more about what that actually is, and you'll get to meet people who take part in the project with us. So please enjoy.
It's exceptionally warm being a dinosaur.
Dinosaur. I'll let the normal people come back.
Are we ready, Tom?
Are we ready, Tom?
Yes, we are. And John Preston asks, are the Biscuit Heads doing the Attenborough song later? And I think the answer to that is shh, quiet.
Where's the suspense, John? Where's the suspense?
No,
yeah.
But if people are only going to say and watch because of David Attenborough, because we all love David Attenborough, then there's a very strong possibility that might happen.
Yeah, there were 3 songs, I think. Apart from that, I've got my finger up my nose song, which was also a contender. There are 3 songs, the Biscuit Head of the Biscuit.
You're going to join in with that, right?
Sorry?
With the stick your finger up your nose. Join in, right?
Yeah, no, it's in a COVID secure fashion. Make sure you wash your hands afterwards. Yeah. Yes. But yeah, so there will probably be one or two more Biscuit Head and Biscuit Badger songs snuck in later if we get the opportunity.
But enjoy Hapa Zome, everybody.
Yeah, enjoy.
Bye-bye.
Hi, we're from the Hollybush project. We work with adults with learning disabilities over the age of 18. Primarily gardening projects and do lots of planting, vegetable growing. We also do a fair amount of crafts, as you can see, made various things here. One of the things we were going to try and demo for you this afternoon, which is something that we do quite a lot with our group, is some Hapa Zome, which is, I think, Japanese for, what did you say, Jane? Leaf ink. Yeah, I think that means leaf ink in Japanese. We tend to call it plant pounding. So this is something that's a really good activity to do with vulnerable adults or children or anybody, because it's very easy, quite straightforward, and quite a lot of fun. Jane's going to do a demo, so hand over to Jane. These are some of the things that you would need to get going with Hapa Zome. First of all, some fabric. It's good to use cotton fabric because that takes the colour of the plants really well. And also it's good if you wash the fabric first, because that helps the ink to absorb from the plants. And also you need a board to work on, nice smooth surface, and it's quite a noisy activity, so a nice soft cloth helps to take some of the noise out of that. And a hammer as well to do pounding with. We've found that one of these small pin hammers works really well. You can get quite a lot of detail with it. Oh, you also, of course, need some flowers and leaves. Leaves with a good shape work really well. Different coloured leaves. These are heuchera leaves. They're really nice, and you can see they've got really nice veins on them. And different coloured flowers as well. We found that it's good to have not too fleshy a back on them, otherwise you end up with quite a soft, sort of mushy mess on your fabric. But that's nice as well. So have a play around, and you can use just individual petals. You don't need to use the whole flower. And what you need to do is to lay them on your cloth. And you can do it in 2 ways. You can either have 2 pieces of cloth, one on top of the other, or you can do a sort of mirror image by folding it over, when you just put your leaves and your petals on just one side, and that's what I'm going to do here now. So just lay them out and make a nice pattern, or just lay them out to see what works well. Have an experiment. Lots of different colours. Sometimes if you've got a really solid back to your flower, you can just take that off and just put individual petals on. Nettle leaves work really well. These are hops and some heuchera. Different sizes, different colours. You'll find that some of the plants work really well and others less well. This is some goldenrod, which I haven't tried before. We'll see how that works, because I know that you can use that as a dye plant anyway. So see if you can get them nice and flat and get the shapes nice and distinct, and then just fold over your fabric. And you're ready to start hammering. Just remember, if you're doing this with children or with vulnerable adults or people like me whose aim's not very good, just be very careful because you are hammering. So off we go.
Right, can I cue these?
And as you hammer, you'll see the shape of the leaf or the flower starting to come out, and that's why a nice small hammer works really well, because you can get
yes.
Shape.
No, it's going fine. But yeah, queuing the videos is much more difficult than it should be.
Don't be tempted to peel back the fabric to see how you're doing, because you'll find it's not very easy to get it matched up again. So just keep hammering, it'll be fine. So when you're happy that you've got all your shapes and all your flowers nice and flat, and you can see the veins and everything on them, it's time to peel back the cotton and see what it looks like. And as you can see, different plants, some work better than others. I think this heuchera leaf was a little bit old, the dye's not come off very well. And the goldenrod, it's not made a very distinct shape, but it's a nice colour. The hops work really well, and the nettles, the marigolds, not too good. It's a tobacco plant.
It's funny how some of the things you think that will work really well don't.
Yes.
And the ones that you think would be pretty insubstantial look really lovely, don't they?
Sometimes you need to let it dry a bit and then have another scrape at it. Campions work quite well. So one that we did earlier on, you can see the heuchera has worked really well on that one. And these are some of the things that we've made with the Hapa Zome sessions that we've had before. We celebrated our 40th anniversary by having a session here in the classroom with lots of people, and we made this lovely bunting. And funnily enough, we just noticed today that some of the colours have faded over time, because it's been in our roundhouse for over a year, but they still look really lovely. That's because it's had the light on it. Some of these things that we've had tucked away in a cupboard haven't faded at all. This was made 2 or 3 years ago, and the colours are still really strong on it. This is a notebook cover that I made. And you see the blue from my borage flowers lasted really, really well. And these are some of the things that the group made with the Hapa Zome sessions that they've done. They've made pictures. This cosmos leaves work really well, a lovely ferny picture. We made these lovely Christmas trees from nettle leaves and cards. So there's lots of things you can make.
For children, if you don't have a hammer and think you can't do it at home, you can do it with a rock or a pebble as well. So you can really just do it anywhere.
Yeah.
Just do it while you're out and about.
Just go out and see what you can find in the garden or round about and enjoy.
Hello, everyone. So, yeah, hopefully it's inspired you to go out and do some of your own interesting nature artwork.
It's really good fun. It's one of those, it's the activity I think that we do that just everybody loves it. It's sort of, if you can do it, if you can have 2-year-olds just hitting something with a hammer up to sort of 8-year-olds and just everyone loving it. Yeah, give it a go. You can make some really beautiful patterns as well. You can make sort of whole intricate pictures. You can make a painting almost out of it and make patterns, turn leaves, make leaves into make shapes of other things, or you can just make really cool different shapes. We're going to hopefully be at Hollybush later. We can show you some of the bunting we've made, and yeah, you can just do loads of stuff. You can get canvas bags and use it on them. It's just great. It's just great. So
Now,
have we heard back from Django?
I think if Django is there, radio
Django
silence.
Have we got Tom there? Tom is possibly. If we just sort of do some. Oh, we've got Tom.
You're muted. Not so easy, is it, Tom?
I'm really good at muting my other people, but there we go. So Django is, I think, just joining the studio now. I can see some other exciting guests are also arriving backstage. Let me find what happened to Minecraft. Oh, here. Oh, there we go. Back in the world.
Hello.
Not.
Can you hear
Oh,
me
we
now?
can hear you
Good.
now. Oh no, wait. Yeah. So what's been going on in Minecraft, Django?
So I've had one of my friends on the server. We've been playing around a bit, and we did the mini beast area. We added some little tall grass, some places where mini beasts could live, and some logs. So this is near the outdoor classroom. Someone else has joined. So we seem to have some people joining, which is pretty good. But apart from that, it's not too different.
I'm at the outdoor classroom now, Django. So if I'm put on as well. Here you go. So this is it in real life, and then we switch back to Minecraft, and it's exactly the same. It's awesome. It's really good.
So yeah.
Where are you off to next, Django?
I think I'm going to go. I was thinking maybe working on some more trees around the meadow area.
Was that a fire?
Ooh. A fire?
Yeah.
Where?
Is that a fire?
Oh, is this a fire?
Yes.
I think
I was getting concerned that there was a fire in the middle of the meadow.
Yeah, that wasn't very great. I think my friend may have accidentally used the flint and steel, but luckily I've turned off fire tech, so fire can't spread even if you set something on fire, which is really good, I guess. So I'm gonna probably work on the trees here if I just grab some oak and some birch, then maybe have a tiny bit of spruce. But yeah,
That's definitely an area that has more trees in real life.
yeah. So generally,
that-
what I do when I'm building these forests is I just place down a bunch of trees, and then get some bone meal here, and then I can just click on the trees a couple of times, and then it automatically grows you a tree. So yeah, I hope people can come on the server, do some things, and we may look back later.
Maybe so. Have you got like a favorite bit, Django?
I think the building's just really nice. I like these sort of upstairs areas. So the upstairs areas, I think those are done quite well. And also I really like this cupboard, because this cupboard, it was sort of supposed to have chairs in, so I sort of made it full of chairs, and I think it looks pretty cool with all these fake chairs in.
And you can go behind it like you can in real life, but
Oh yeah,
nobody normally is allowed to.
yeah, it's pretty good. It's very realistic.
And there are some people.
Hi.
Hello, other person.
So yeah.
Yeah, so
come on.
Come and join us if you are around. I think a couple of people have now joined to build some things in Minecraft Skelton. Maybe we've not heard back from Toby yet. He seemed very excited about building things in Minecraft Skelton. And
does he have Minecraft?
Well, he was asking about it in the comments, so I was really hoping that we'd just start seeing a Toby appearing in Minecraft and updates from him, but we've not heard anything at all since, which is.
I wonder if this is the Toby.
Chase him up.
Shall I ask him?
It could be quite a good tool for all of his site planning he has to do.
Shall I ask him whether he
build it in Minecraft?
Shall I ask him whether he's the Toby?
It'd make his planning much easier because everything's in exact meters.
Yeah.
Just think how easy that'd make everything.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing can be bigger or smaller than exactly 1 meter at all times.
Yeah, it's pretty great.
Though, real life having kind of ponds that had outlines that were perfectly square, possibly not very natural. And for people at home, I can currently see Lucy Wheeler's facial response to me suggesting that there ever is a pond at Skelton Grange that is perfectly square, and she didn't seem particularly impressed by the idea.
Look, it's a pond. It's got lots of things growing in it.
Yeah.
Actually, the real pond is looking more grown than that at the minute. It's more sort of grown over with weeds and whatnot this time of year.
So if I get maybe a bit more kelp, that could make it look a bit better.
Oh, right. So Toby's come back. He says he can't get the free trial to work on his computer. So
oh no, that's because you I don't think you can get a free trial for Java, only for Windows 10. So ask him whether it's Windows 10 or Java, because if it's for Java, a free trial for Java, then he probably can. If he can get it working with the free trial of Java, he can go on. But if he's getting a free trial of Bedrock or Windows 10 edition, I think it's called, unfortunately, it won't work.
So there we go, Toby. Get the Java edition and have a go. And we've also got a few people commenting about whether there's any ladybirds in the classroom, and Amy Wright says, well, she's a little surprised that there's any kelp in the pond. But I think there isn't pondweed in Minecraft.
The option is a kelp or seagrass, and so not a great choice in there, or coral. I think coral fits the least.
I think
As-
we've mostly been going for like visual appearance rather than name.
Yeah,
I'm pretty
I think
sure
this
the
is the
roof is really
ladybird.
made of whatever I made the roof out of, because it had a very strange name.
Diorite. Look, it's called diorite, polished diorite slab. Yeah. So we can look back later, maybe
Maybe
see
so.
what's happened.
Let's see what we have. So, my question to the lovely people at Skelton Grange is whether Caroline and Lucy are looking.
Who's on the telly? Can we be heard?
Django's now in the pond, which we have just run out of very quickly to get back on camera.
Yeah.
Because we're about to.
Here we are.
The sun is very shiny at the moment. I don't know if anyone's had a look out of their window to admire quite what a lovely day it is. So I'm just putting my shoes back on, ready for. Me and Alex are gonna have a race. Because we are going for this afternoon, we're going to head over to Hollybush Conservation Centre, which is so we've been at Skelton Grange this morning, which is our South Leeds office.
Mm-hmm.
But this afternoon we're sort of moving more into some of our other work that's slightly more themed around the Hollybush side of things. So that's our Kirkstall office, which is where me and Alex actually are normally based. And so we're going to head there. I'm going to cycle.
And I'm going to drive.
I think you're probably going to win today, because Saturdays is when a lot of people are using the canal path. It's a lovely cycle ride from Hollybush to Skelton, or Skelton to Hollybush.
It's really nice, yeah.
You go along the Leeds-Liverpool Canal from Kirkstall all the way, and that literally, you can access the canal from our garden. And then
it's definitely beautiful on the canal, that is for sure. Good walk.
Yeah, then you've got the navigation, so the River Air navigation that comes from the Royal Armouries down to Skelton Grange. So you can do pretty much the whole cycle ride.
Django's having a swim in the canal right now, I think.
I think that's the river. So
he's in the river.
So literally, you're right by these. We're on the national cycleways, 2 national cycle greenways at both centres. So we've got really amazing cycle ride access to both. But I do think that on a Saturday, you're probably going to win in your car. I think if it was rush hour, I reckon I'm pretty confident I would win that race. And even at any time in the midweek. But I think because it's a Saturday, a lovely day, a lot of people are going to be walking on the canal. And obviously, pedestrians take priority on the canal. So I'll have to slow down a lot to give them space.
Whereas on the road, pedestrians still take priority on the road as well. So, and there's lots and lots of stops towards Kirkstall.
You do get less pedestrians on the road, though. But yeah, we're gonna see. I think we'll redo this race another time. But I think today the car's probably gonna win. But I'm gonna give it my best shot.
So we're gonna disappear for a little bit. When you see us again, we'll be over in Kirkstall.
Yeah, so we'll hand you over to the capable hands of Tom and Caroline and Django with his amazing. It's just amazing, Django. I'm blown away by how good that is. I'm amazed. Well done, and thank you so much for doing it.
Right. See you in a bit, guys.
I'm just going to push
See you later. Have a good trip over there. So thanks, Django. We might come back to the world a bit later on. And let's see if we can find a Caroline and a Lucy about.
Okay. I'll just
see you later.
See ya.
Hello, Caroline and Lucy.
Hi. How are you doing? Been totally blown away by Django's Minecraft.
It's just absolutely incredible, isn't it? Makes me want to get Minecraft, which is not a sentence I've ever said before in my life.
You should definitely get
It's been cool. I'm a little concerned about Alex and Freya now racing off to Hollybush. Yeah. They're both in really competitive spirits, and I just suspect that, you know, someone's going to be deeply unhappy at losing. So unless there's a sort of, you know, a tie.
It will play out in installments over the next few weeks, I think. At least no one's trying to canoe it, because they would definitely lose on the evidence of this week.
I have to say, and Freya's on. Freya's thinking
Hi,
Freya. Head start on
I'm
Alex.
wondering if I need to wait for Alex to set off, or if I'm allowed to just go now, because
I think you have to get your mind
Oh, I've already done that. I think it's going out right. See you later.
Bye. Oh, I'm terrified.
What could possibly go wrong?
Oh, hey, very nice to see you both. It might be quite peaceful for a little while, actually. Now those two have gone off for a while.
No dancing dinosaurs for a little bit.
Less dinosaur action.
One of the dinosaurs is still here.
You don't know who the dinosaurs were.
Of course, no. Highly cryptic. Although the comments suggest you may have been wrong.
Their identity has to remain secret. I have to say, this is very nice, because I am sat here with two of the people that I've known in TCV
This is possibly actually
almost anybody
the three
else. So
people
this is quite cool
that we have known the longest, isn't it? Because since Skelton, as we know it, started in 1992, and Caroline and I have both been around from 1992, and Tom has been around since 1993. We were working out when I reckon you were 7 when you first started at Skelton, coming to Wildlife Club.
Slightly terrifying, and does make they both Lucy, shortly followed by Caroline, two of the people I've probably known longest in my life outside of
your family,
my direct family. Yeah,
that is actually
point out that whilst Tom was 7, Lucy and I might have been about 12 or something. But I don't think we're going to get away with that.
Yeah, my memory is that you started coming to Wildlife Club, and I have a feeling that your very first Wildlife Club ever was a sleepover, which is a bit of a baptism of fire, because back in the 90s we used to do sleepovers in the old porter cabin on the other side and then go out in the dark, because one of our reasons for doing that was that children who grow up in cities get so little experience of playing out in wild space in the dark, because a lot of city green spaces aren't places you necessarily want your small children to hang out in the night. So we used to do sleepovers in the summer, and as it got darker, we'd paint everybody's faces and put on camouflagey clothing and go out in the dark and hide in the meadow and just practice being alone outside in the dark and look for owls and look at the sky. That was never that good, because you can't really see stars because there's too much light. But
I have no memory of hiding in the grass. But bats, I know it's bat detecting. I do remember.
We did bat detecting. We also used
bat detector.
We used to do small mammal trapping, so we'd go around in the evening. And since I'd filled in a reference for Caroline to get a shrew license, which is a very important thing in life, we were legally allowed to go around small mammal trapping. So we used to leave little traps full of all sorts of tasty goodies with little bread tags on the bushes, so we'd know where to find them in the morning, and then go around in the morning to see what we'd caught.
This explains why there are pictures in Skelton Grange's walls with people holding up plastic bags with small animals in.
Paul looking proud with a vole in a bag. Yeah.
I think it's quite interesting, really, how what we've done. A lot of people sort of do question, like, does doing environmental education with children have a long term effect? You know, do people sort of, you know, why do we bother teaching children environmental education and outdoor play and so on? But I've lost count now of the number of children and young people that we have worked with, including Tom, who have come back. So, for instance, Alex, who you've just been sort of seeing leaping about, he came with his primary school to TCV when he was little. And so many of our volunteer officers have done that. We've got teachers who now come back who visited as children and have gone on to qualify and bring their school classes. So
Yeah.
I would say we've got quite a lot of certainly understanding that it has a long-term impact on people.
It does have a major impact. And it also, I think, one of the things that makes me realise what an impact it has is how long people stay in touch with us for after they've left. Because in a lot of things that you do in life, you go for 6 months to somewhere and then you kind of never see those people again. Whereas we still have people in touch with us who volunteered in every year we've ever been open. And when we did the 25th anniversary celebration, we had so many people come back who'd been at Skelton in the 90s, in the early 2000s, more recently. But it had continued to have an impact in people's lives and mean something to them, and they'd stayed in touch. Tom,
this last year or so, we've been really lucky, actually. I'm glad this all happened before all this lockdown and sort of limitations that we're on. But last year we celebrated Hollybush's 40th anniversary. And the year before that, we celebrated Skelton Grange's 25th anniversary. And, you know, there were people that came back from all eras of the conservation, volunteering and education and so on. And I don't know, maybe it's a good time to sort of ask Tom, you know, what is it that makes you keep coming back? You know, we have, as far as I know, we've not got any blackmail evidence against you. But, you know, there must be something that keeps you coming back to TCV all these years and staying engaged. And because you've done a number of different roles with us, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, I started off, like Lucy said, it's debatable, I think, 7 or 8.
Small.
Small. So, I mean, that was probably quite formative. I mean, I do have really good memories of coming to Skelton Grange and getting to go and run round in fields and explore mini beasts and go pond dipping and things with other kids who were also interested in going pond dipping and all that stuff. And that was really, really brilliant as a young person. So I mean,
but then you came back again, didn't you? You didn't sort of abandon us then, because you went off to university and became an IT genius. Well, you probably already were an IT genius, just they gave you a technical bit of document that sort of certified you an IT genius. But you came back as a volunteer officer during your year in industry, effectively, from university.
Yeah, it was a slightly tenuous link, to be honest.
I was so impressed that you managed to wing it. On an IT course, you managed to get a year at Skelton as your placement. I'm still in awe of that.
Well, it said IT in the job description, and that was good enough, apparently. So I may or may not have emphasised that aspect, but I guess what I really wanted was the getting to work with young people aspect. So that was my way of kind of shoehorning into my degree a year out that was a year industry, which was really useful anyway, and also getting to kind of see, did I want to go down the kind of teaching route maybe, or maybe outdoor ed route. And I mean, going forward quite a number of years now, I never did go the teaching route, and maybe I wouldn't, I don't know, maybe I wouldn't be fantastic as a classroom teacher, but you know, I did end up going for 7 years as an environmental educator in various countries, and to some extent that's probably off the back of coming and having a year of frolicking round in the woods at Skelton Grange all those years ago.
And you do work in education now. I mean, it's in an IT-based role, but it's very much facilitating education. But the nice bit for us at TCV is that Tom remains one of our sessional members of staff. And so, you know, and we do find good reasons actually to keep Tom doing bushcraft and campfires and working with children and young people and so on. And Tom is also part of our community group. I don't know if people watching are aware, but TCV has a network of community groups. And it's for all those amazing groups of people who look after their local green space or have a commitment to volunteering and engaging people in the environment, but do it very much in their local space. And we've got community groups at both our lead sites as well. So we've got the Friends of Hollybush and we've got the Friends of Skelton Grange, who both do, I can't thank them all enough actually, the amount of work they do in engaging local people and enabling them to access the TCV sites, sometimes by helping with infrastructure or supporting us to make changes to the site. So for instance, Friends of Skelton were instrumental in helping us to get funding for new access ramps and things to the building and a lovely new kind of front entrance. And Hollybush, Friends of Hollybush at the moment do loads of fundraising and so on, and for instance have just helped us out with laying some paving and so on, which means that the site at Hollybush is fully accessible to a lot of our participants and visitors. So those groups are amazing, but people like Tom and colleagues, continue to help us and do some really cool stuff, which we're very grateful for.
We've actually got quite a lot of people who volunteered at Skelton in the past watching with us at the moment, I know, because they keep popping up in the comments. So it would be great if any of you want to put anything in the comments about why you came to Skelton or Hollybush or what you got out of being at them, because then we'll get a much wider perspective than just us. Ours goes back a long way, but there are only three of us here.
Yeah, what would be really nice to see is, because we've got sort of people of all ages and so on. So we've got a couple of bits of video footage. So Eliza, who's one of the young people who has taken part in activities at Skelton from quite a young age, and is now a teenager and really interested in kind of environmental campaigning and so on. So she's got a little bit to say about what we do. And we've also got footage, which we'll show later on actually, of one of our volunteers at Hollybush who won a national award for her work. And we've also got this was quite entertaining, we decided to have a great TCV bake-off, which involves many of our staff and volunteers past, just having fun and sort of taking part in things. So I don't know what's the best one to show first, Tom.
Well, given you were just talking about it, the Eliza is definitely someone we can hear from.
Should we have a listen to what Eliza has to say, because it's really cool.
And I was just thinking as well, because another sort of odd part of my past was being on the steering committee.
Yeah.
Definitely something that made a lasting impression. As I mean, it was. I mean, as a 10, I think was I 10? I must have been about 10. At that
Probably.
point.
You look about 10.
On the photograph
You do. You're very young on it.
But having that experience and having who were very, very important sounding people at the time.
It was me and Lucy.
But also senior executives from we had an executive from National Grid, we had an executive from Yorkshire Water, we had staff from Leeds City Council, and right from the beginning we wanted to make sure that we had a youth and a child voice, so we always had two young people on steering group as well. And I think that, you know, in the 90s particularly, that was quite a kind of innovative thing to be attempting to do. And I used to feel for you sometimes when the meetings got quite procedural, but I do remember you and the other people who were involved with steering group getting the opportunity to speak in the video that we made when we were trying to raise the funding to get the new building, because we did a video to show to potential funders and other people we might be able to get to support the project about what we were hoping to do as the porta cabin that we used to be in began to kind of compost itself and collapse around us. And I can remember a very young version of Tom on that. In fact, one day we have to retrieve that off VHS, don't we?
I think I have a copy still somewhere.
Yes, I do.
But as a 10-year-old, having these really well, they definitely sounded like really important people. I mean, round essentially a board table with an agenda, and then our opinions were taken as valuable opinions, and that's certainly sort of my first experience, and I suspect for the others as well who are involved, their first experience of sort of being accepted into sort of the adult world of that, and there were serious discussions about like budgets and building design.
No, absolutely.
And then we were included in that, and I mean that's certainly. I mean, I've no idea how on earth, otherwise, as a 10-year-old, I would have ever had that kind of experience.
No. It's a powerful thing, and I think that, you know, remembering to try and give that actual valid voice to young people when you're designing things that are meant to be involving young people is a thing that's taken the adult world a long time to get to, because it's really difficult to do in a way that is valid and actually not tokenistic, and also not completely terrifying, because there are aspects of adult meetings that even the adults hate, let alone the young people. So it's quite a difficult thing to do.
Let's hear from Eliza, because it's really lovely listening to sort of what she has to say about sort of her experience, and that would be nice to hear.
She's sort of been inspired to go on to do other things as well, so let's hear from her.
Cool, thank you.
Go, Eliza.
Oh, wait. Or not.
Very
exciting still. I'm really enjoying not having everything queued up. It's making things really
exciting, Tom. I remember you said this would be exciting.
Very exciting, yeah, very.
There's a lovely comment from Jenny in the comments saying that she initially came to Skelton. Oh, have we got Eliza?
No,
no. She flashed past.
Yeah. Sorry. Now you've distracted me looking at the comments, Lucy. You carry on.
I will be completely silent, Tom, to enable you to cue Eliza.
Oh no! Carry on for the people.
I'll carry on. I was just saying, Jenny said that she came to Skelton initially to get more practical conservation experience to help her get a job, but came away with a real passion for outdoor learning, which I know to be true, because now that I follow Jenny on various Instagram accounts and everything, she brings joy into my life every day, sharing stuff about nature in her new job up in Scotland. Go, Eliza.
Hi, I'm Eliza. I'm 13 and I've been going to Skelton for as long as I can remember. I started out going to bushcraft, where we learnt den making, fire making, cooking and other things. We also played games. But another thing they taught us was about the environment, and it inspired me to go on to attend climate strikes and also be a part of my school's eco committee. When I was first talking to people about going on strikes, a boy in my class told me that 20 people from Leeds weren't going to make a difference. That strike was the second largest in the country and had over 4 times the expected turnout. The people at Skelton have been really friendly, and they encourage you to be an independent person, but also want you to be included in everything. I went on an overnight camping trip with them, and I was supposed to go with a friend, but she dropped out. But overall, everyone was really friendly.
Oh,
that's so lovely. And I remember Eliza.
Love Eliza. That was just such, I remember Eliza coming to bushcraft when she was quite little to start with, and she's always been really.
I think she came to bushcraft technically when she was too young to be a bushcraft, because
I think so.
She came to visit Fergal. Yes.
She's always been an incredibly sorted young woman, actually, and I think will do amazing things. So now I'm wondering if we are able to go and look at our bake-off next, Tom, because that's Yeah, it's brilliant. We had this idea. We've got lots of pretty talented people who have come through TCV, and they're obviously all very talented at conservation and practical projects and vegetable growing and leading people, and go on to do all these amazing jobs working for our local authority as rangers and educating children and young people and setting up their own businesses in things like developing stuff in school grounds and so on. But some of them, one of them in particular, has gone on to be a chef, and she runs her own vegan bakery, making some incredible cakes and so on. And, you know, disappointing, we've often had to try these out and things, which has been quite hard on us. But yeah, we decided we might challenge some of our team to a bake-off, because we do a little bit of baking at Skelton from time to time. Usually things like we've got our amazing sort of dragon-fired pizza oven, and we've got a lot of campfire cooking that goes on in bushcraft. And so what we thought is we might set a challenge to people, like, could we use one ingredient from the site, which I think we chose apples. This might all be revealed shortly.
We did choose apples, and it should be revealed at the start, hopefully.
Okay.
I think
I leave it to be introduced?
I think
let it speak for
another
itself.
key though thing about Ellie is she's also currently the chair of the Friends of Skelton Grange.
She is.
So
she's a very talented woman.
She's connected in many different ways, and yeah, I think she was quite keen for the public to know that she is actually a professional baker in her as her day job. So
I'd have kept quiet about it.
A bit of a ringer, maybe.
Yeah, Ellie's a much nicer and more honest person than I am. I'd have kept it quiet and just looked good on the video, but you know, we'll see how it all pans out anyway. So yeah, so we've got 3 chefs, 1 ingredient, 3 different types of oven, and I'd say a Paul Hollywood imposter.
Yeah, and for those who I don't think we actually introduced who's there, because we may or may not have forgotten to film those bits because we were having too much fun. But it's being presented by Colin from Skelton, and
yeah, aka Paul Hollywood,
who you've also met earlier today.
Cool. Enjoy. Be inspired.
So the challenge today was to get some apples from around the Skelton Grange site.
Yeah, it's a great time of year for harvesting fruit from our orchards, and we just thought it would be an ideal opportunity for the chefs to start using some local produce and to get them trying some different techniques.
So the 3 cooking methods we've chosen today, each one is quite different, isn't it? So the oven is used in traditional, what you've got at home, but the other 2, Ralph and Chris, a cob oven and a Dutch oven.
Yeah, no, I know they've got quite a bit of experience in cooking on both of those platforms, but I still feel like it could be a bit of a challenge for them today to keep up with Ellie with her baking expertise as well. Okay, good morning, bakers, and welcome to Skelton Grange. Today, we have set you a challenge, and we are going to be asking you to use some produce from Skelton Grange, apples, to create your own signature dish for the judges. Now, we have set some conditions for this challenge. We have indeed, yes, based upon the skills of the chefs that we are working with. Chris, you'll be working in the woods.
All right.
So on an open fire in the woods. Ralph, you shall be using the copper oven.
The dragon oven.
And Ellie, today you'll be using an electric oven.
Thanks, guys.
3, 2, 1, bake!
Yay!
Okay, Ellie, so you're harvesting the apples for the bake then?
Yes, and these are some Allington pippins that originated from South Lincolnshire in 1896, sorry, and they store super well. So we're just going to pick a few of these. That's a bit bruised, that one.
Okay, Chris, what are you going to be making for us today?
I'm going to be making upside down apple cake. So I've already sliced my apples and I've put them into the top, and I'm just about to make the caramel, which I'll pour on top, and then I'll put the mixture over it and then into the Dutch ovens.
So could you tell us a little bit about the equipment you're using, Chris?
Sure. So this is just a billy can for making the caramel, and I'll just place that on the fire. But then for doing the actual baking, I'm going to use these really heavy cast iron pans, which are called Dutch ovens. And I will put my baking trays, the loaf tins, into the Dutch ovens and then cover them with embers and keep turning them round so that they're hot. And actually inside the Dutch oven, it's just like a normal oven. So you can bake bread in it, you can make crumbles, you can do anything that you could do in a normal oven. But you just have to be a bit careful to make sure that your temperature's right.
There is a heck of a lot of golden syrup going in those cakes. I'm quite happy. That's a practice twirl you've got there, Chris.
Yes, indeed.
Hi, right, Ralph, we've been wondering what you were going to be baking us, and we thought we'd get it from the dragon's mouth.
Okay, I think I'm going to have a crack at tart tatin. It's been a while since I made one, but it's always quite good fun when you do the big reveal and you flip it over. So that's the idea.
Sounds amazing. Fingers crossed it doesn't go all soggy.
Yeah, hopefully not. Well, I've pre-made some rough puff pastry last night, and hopefully it will give a bit of a rise, and it should have a nice shiny glaze on top. Only I'm going to flip it over, so you probably won't see it anyway. So,
are you confident in your flipping technique, Ralph?
Yeah, we'll see. That's the exciting bit, but yeah, we'll see.
So, Ellie, the traditional electric oven. What have you got planned?
Hi there. So I'm going to be making some apple turnovers or ham pies. I also picked some what were they called? Ribston Pippin apples, which originated in Yorkshire near Knaresborough in 1707. Apparently, they've got the highest vitamin C for apples. Fun fact for United. And they've got a really rich and aromatic flavour. So we'll see what they taste like.
Very nice. Bit of a healthy choice there. Yeah.
Oh, there's plenty of sugar going in there as well, so you know, keep it nice and sweet.
Excellent.
Right, I better get cooking these apples and rolling this pastry. All right, see you soon.
See you soon. Good luck.
See you, Ellie.
Oh, this is fun.
This could be a disaster.
Does the top of them work?
I think, yeah, top of them works.
Okay. So we've no fan, but that's fine. We've just got to work with what we've got.
So we're having a slight issue with Ellie's bake. The electric oven isn't really an oven at the moment, more of a storage chamber. We have had some technical difficulties, wouldn't you say, Alex?
I would. See, this isn't an issue you come with a cob oven or a Dutch oven. It's just a fire.
It's very true. And there we were thinking that Ellie would have the relatively traditional option.
Yeah. Thanks for the extra challenge. Just have to use maybe the grill. We'll see. We'll see how this goes.
We don't have to bake all of them.
So, Chris, what stage are you at now?
Great. So I've made the caramel and put it on the apples at the bottom, and then I've just made the mixture. It's a normal kind of sponge mixture, but I grated some apple into it, which will make it a bit more moist. And I'm just about to put it into the Dutch oven. So there's one. Ka-cha. I haven't a clue how hot that is. Obviously the best bit, licking out the bowl. Mm.
I've got my sugar and I've got some star anise, and buy this from the Chinese supermarket. They call it cassia bark, but it's just another kind of cinnamon. So that's going to go in as I caramelize the sugar. So you could put some Calvados or some rum in this. Once the sugar's melted, you put the butter in, and then you can add some kind of liqueur, but I didn't want to bring that onto a site like this.
And, so is that at home then, Ralph?
Yeah. So the oven is way up now. It's like 270. So that's way higher than I want it. So hopefully now, though, I won't feed it any more wood, and we can let the flames die back. There'll be less smoke, so we don't have a super smoky flavoured tart tatin.
So how's it looking?
So the sugar's just turning.
We're making good progress, Ellie?
Yeah, I think so. Just rolling out my pastry. I've got my apple filling all ready to go in. So there's apples in there. We've got some sugar, light and dark muscovado, bit of cinnamon.
Lovely. Now, Alex has told me that he's not the biggest fan of cinnamon, so I'm looking forward to
Not
him
a huge
tasting
fan,
it.
but I think to be honest, not being a massive fan of sugar and cinnamon myself, I think today's challenge is particularly to my taste. But it's going to be interesting to see who can rise from the ashes, I guess.
I think it's more who can.
Oh,
I think it's more maybe who can change your taste buds or open your eyes to
That's
new
it.
flavours, maybe.
Yeah. I'm hoping one of you today can open my eyes to the beautiful world of sugar.
And not to worry, Alex, if we can't convince you that cake is to your tastes, I'm always here to clear up after you.
So this should give our kind of caramel bottom to the or top to the tart tatin.
So you look a little bit worried there, Ralph.
Yeah, I am a little bit. The caramel's not really coming together very well, so I'm not sure how to kind of rectify this. So I'll just continue to stir it and hope for the best. I need some super long tools to. So hot.
Yeah, I'm a little worried for Ralph at the moment because the caramel is a pretty key part of his tart tatin, and if that just doesn't come together, then it might be difficult for him to really bring that dish into one piece. So it's not looking very much like caramel at the moment, Ralph. It's looking very buttery.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and break up the sugar as much as possible, and then hopefully it will come together in the baking process. But at least if I break it up, you'll get little bits of sugar rather than just one big lump and a load of butter. So
Butter and sugar could be worse.
So whilst you were down with Ralph, I came to look at what Chris is getting on with, and unfortunately, he seems to have put a little bit too much charcoal on top of his pot.
So he has utterly incinerated the top of his cake.
I mean, hopefully he can salvage it, but yeah, it's not looking pretty.
Well, time will tell.
We've heard you've come up across a bit of a hiccup. How's the damage?
Well, I noticed a bit of of steam coming out of one of the Dutch ovens, so I thought I'd give them a check after 20 minutes. And I'll show you what I got. So, where's my glove? So, this one here, I'm afraid, it's gone a little bit like this.
Oh dear.
Yeah. But this is why.
That's a little more al dente than I'm used to with my cakes.
Well, this is why I made two. It's not the end of the world because it's an upside down cake. So hopefully it will be okay on the bottom still. And I can just cut that off. So I think I might be able to save that. This one here,
Oh,
not so bad.
Wow,
Not
that's
so
looking
bad.
really good, Chris.
Much
It's really
better.
nice.
But not cooked through at all yet. So I've taken the coals off the top because the top's been baked, and I'm just moving them away from the fire now to try and really reduce the heat. Because normally when I cook this at home, I do it in an oven on gas Mark III for about an hour, and so this is clearly way too hot. So I've just tried to scale it back to try and get the heat to penetrate into the middle of the cake. Wish me luck.
Good luck, Chris.
Good luck, Chris. Yeah.
So have we brought it back then, Ralph?
Maybe. It's not going to be a complete disaster, I don't think.
It's not as bad as it was, but it's still quite oily, Ralph.
Yeah. So that'll just seep out the sides. Will be fine. So the apples are going in. Main thing is not to panic.
Keep calm under pressure. I'd agree as well.
Put this in the middle.
Fancy. This is the exciting moment, isn't it? Are you happy with that?
I think could be okay.
Should be.
I think Ralph's done pretty well there. It did look like there was going to be an absolute catastrophe with that caramel.
Again, I mean, I've got to say, top points for presentation. It looks like it's going to turn out beautiful.
Running smoothly in here, Ellie. We've had some reports from other areas that are not going so well, so we just want to make sure you're doing a bit better.
I think things are going okay. I'm just not sure about this oven, so we'll see about that. Looking all right so far. Fingers crossed.
Right, Chris, I can see your Dutch ovens aren't in the fire anymore.
So if we just take this out, carry it with this. Pop it on here. I'll just check it's going to come out okay. And the thing I want to know is, has it burnt on the bottom as well? Oh, feels a bit crunchy. Okay.
Is that a good sign, Chris?
Not always a good sign. Oh. Okay, so I just take off the paper. Let's see what we've got. Oh dear.
Yeah.
Looks like that one.
Is that not what you were hoping for there, Chris?
That's not the look I was going for. No. Okay, so maybe I'll see if I can do a little bit of tidying up on that one to see if I can make that any better. It might be that I've found a new way of making charcoal. Oh. Only a little bit of charring on this one.
Yeah.
Oh no, quite a lot. I just hope the flavour's still good. That's the main thing.
So Ellie, how's it getting on? Have you finished up?
Yep, so the pastries are out of the oven now. There's a slight unevenness of baking, but we'll see how they taste.
Here comes all that butter.
Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, that's, yeah.
Right, Ellie, could you plate up for us, please?
Here we go.
Thank you very much. Well, Ali, these look fantastic.
They do. They look amazing. Yeah.
Yeah. Lots of good detail on it. You can see the crusting of the sugar over the top as well.
Mm-hmm.
Very exciting.
Yeah, I'm excited to dig in. Nice, lovely, crisp pastry there. Yeah. Nice crunch to that pastry there.
Well baked through.
Wow, that's pretty good. What do you think, Colin?
That's really nice. Good balance of spices. Not too sweet. I think I'm going to need some more.
Just try and fit all of that in your mouth. We'll have to see if anyone else can beat it, because it's looking like up front this might be a winner. I mean, it's an interesting choice for a presentation there, Chris. Let's see.
Which bit do we eat?
Let's cut up and see what the inside's like.
Well, I think, Alex, we can say that he's definitely achieved a good crust. I think I'll start with this bit here. Yeah, that's edible, I think.
I mean, despite the wonderful presentation, the inside is actually really nice. It's really moist, and it's got that really nice apple flavour coming through the sponge, which I wasn't expecting.
I think, Chris, you've definitely got a talent for flavours.
I don't think I'll be having any more.
Ralph, can you bring yours to the table?
I mean, it's beautiful. It's what we expected while we were seeing you making it. The presentation is on point. It's really nice.
I must say, Ralph, you have outdone yourself with this presentation.
It's definitely cooked on the bottom. Oh well, it's on the top rather. Let's see. It does seem to be
a little undercooked in places, but probably to do with the cob oven.
Don't know if the apples were cooked. It's one of the issues that you came across, Ralph, was that the pastry on the top had crisped up because it was a bit too warm in there, wasn't it? But it's a very sweet pastry, very sweet. You can taste the icing sugar that you put in there.
Good toffee, very crunchy. Very nice.
It might not have been intended. I do actually prefer the apples with a little bit of crunch to them still. It's quite nice.
Yep, some good flavours in the pastry as well. Like Alex said, very sweet. Right, here we go, Alex. It's the big moment. We better make our decision. We've had some really, really good entrants here, and I think we've got a bit of a tough one on our hands.
Ellie's dish. I mean, wow, amazing. Like I said before, I don't really have that much of a sweet tooth, but I found myself eating all of what I'd taken from Ellie's. So that was a pleasant surprise.
Yeah, Ellie's dish was beautiful. Yeah, very well created. Delicious. Perhaps a little less sweet than I would expect.
So, Chris's dish. I mean, it's such a shame. The inside of the cake was amazing. It's just such a shame that he came across the hiccup of the Dutch oven not really working out for him. Maybe if he'd had a different cooking technique, it would have come out a bit better. But yeah, unfortunately, I think we're gonna have to say goodbye to Chris today.
Yeah, I'm really disappointed for him. I know Chris is a talented chef. It must be upsetting for him to see something which he's so good at making fail so spectacularly, unfortunately.
So, the final dish we had today, the tarte tatin. I mean, the main issue was for me was the pooling of the oil, because it didn't quite create the sugary sauce I think he hoped, but it was just a little too sweet for my tooth, like I said before.
Yeah, well, surprise, surprise for me, the sweetness is what really made this dish for me. It was full of flavour, the spices were excellent, and the presentation, my goodness, he really put the boat out there, didn't he? It is a shame, as you say, that the caramel didn't quite come together for him. He did salvage it quite well, but still, yeah, it had its flaws, didn't it?
Okay, so you all presented us with some really nice, interesting dishes today, but there was a clear winner in my eyes. We had to discuss it quite a bit, but the winner that we've decided today was Ellie.
What? Oh my god! I really thought it'd be wrong.
Brilliant.
Thank you. Well, I've had a really good day. I didn't expect to be the winner, just because I'm up against some really good competition. I'm not sure how fair it was with the ovens. But yeah, I think everyone had a fun day, and it's just been nice being back at Skelton. So go enjoy some apple picking and enjoy making some stuff yourself. Cheers, bye. Fun day, and it's been nice being back at Skelton. So go enjoy some apple picking and enjoy making some stuff yourself. Cheers, bye.
Ellie, you there?
Hi there.
Hi.
Hello. You all right?
Yeah, not so bad. Are you?
I'm just about wiped all the tears away, actually. I don't think I've laughed that much in a very long time. It was superb.
It's a good show. Like, it's been really good watching all the rest of it, just because I didn't see the rest of it. So yeah, it's been so good.
It's all come together. No, I'm just going to say that was really good fun, and it looks like you had a lot of fun making it as well.
Yeah, it was absolutely brilliant. And everyone loves Bake Off, so we had to have our own, didn't we? Really.
We did. So Ellie, do you want to tell us a little bit about how you were involved with Skelton? Because you joined us quite a while ago, probably at a similar time to Ralph, if I remember rightly, that you were both on a scheme that we ran some years ago.
Yeah, I think I started a bit after Ralph, so I think I started around the summer 2010. And I bobbed in just to, I think it was a Friday Green Team actually, just to volunteer and just see what was going on before applying for the volunteering programme. And then, yeah, I loved it so much. But yeah, wrote my application, I think, that night. And then, yeah, I was accepted. And so I spent 6 months on the programme, but then ended up being at Skelton for 1.5 years volunteering. And that was teaching kids like the science curriculum outdoors, which was really fun. And then doing conservation work on site, doing surveys. Like I even did specialised in some newt surveying, and we even did some hedgehog tracking, which was like really cool. I met some really lovely people, some who are some of my best friends now. And yeah, they just learned so many transferable skills, and it was just so great. And I couldn't help stay away, so I really wanted to carry on. So that's why I'm part of the Friends of group, and I love it. We meet 5 times a year, and it's really nice to be able to help and contribute to the work that still goes on at Skelton. So.
Well, We do. We appreciate you massively, actually. You and Tom and the other members of the Friends of Skelton group just contribute so much to what we do. And I have to say, for me, and this is the selfish bit, it means that, we actually get to sit down and have a catch up every now and again. And, because otherwise, you become like family, everybody really doing this. We have an amazing team of people doing stuff that's just really good fun, really challenging, but gives a lot back. But you need a team to do that because it can be quite hard sometimes. And and so when people move on in their careers and so on, you sometimes feel a little bit bereft when they go. But I'm really lucky because I get to see you two quite a lot still. That's really good.
Even if it's now in this weird virtual world, but yeah,
keeps us going.
Yeah, it was so nice. Like that's one thing. Just because we've had so many meetings online recently, it was just so nice being back at the site. And yeah, hopefully people can start doing more of that again soon.
And if anyone would like to donate to replace our oven, I don't think Ellie broke it, but
I know, I turned it on and then Colin was like, "Oh yeah, I totally forgot that I'd broken." I'm like, "Cheers, Colin."
He didn't. He just wanted to make the filming exciting.
Oh no! I have the footage of him remembering and Ellie opening the door of the oven when she first found it was broken, and she got this like massive lump of dust out of it.
We definitely need outtakes.
It doesn't work, does it? No.
No, we'll have outtakes. I think for this actually, that'll be marvelous.
It has made me really want. Sorry,
we won't be putting those online though.
It has made me really want a pizza though from the cob oven. Like Ralph must have made what 1,000, 2,000, millions
at least. But no, that'll definitely be fired up again soon. So, and having people back. When you think about the open days that we've had in autumns for the last few years, because I don't know why, but it has always been sunny. And we've always had a few hundred people at them. And it's lovely because we get people from all over the city come and visit and come and see this quite sort of special place in South Leeds. And it's always the cob oven pizza queues that are immense. And, so we definitely have to get that back up and running. But one of the things you were saying, Ellie, that you had really enjoyed was Green Team, and that's how you started out at Skelton. And we've got a little video actually of Green Team coming up shortly, but I just wondered if you wanted to say anything about Green Team itself, and some of the people who come and what it's like and what their role is, what they do.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long time since I've been to a Green Team, but we just do lots of stuff on the site. We do lots of site maintenance, helping sort of control the biodiversity and sort of the animal habitats and plant habitats that are at Skelton. And it's really nice because just it's always different because of all the seasons. So sometimes we're doing hedge laying, sometimes we're just picking fruit and making jam. There's loads of stuff that happens, and yeah, it's just really good.
It's great. Are we able to go and have a look now, Tom, at them and what they've been up to?
Sorry, Caroline?
At Skelton's Green Team, I think we've got some footage of them at work managing the site.
Oh right, okay, yeah. I can get that. I thought we were going to go to Hollybush, but
we can do it in whichever order. Depends what's easiest for you set up, because obviously this is live and really flexible, and we've just learned to go with the flow. And I've challenged my really organised nature that likes to have everything sort of exactly at the right time. But no, I'm quite chilled about where we go.
Well, I think unless we go to Hollybush soon, I don't think Freya can hold that pose forever. Or
okay, we better rescue Freya, and then we'll come back to
for a bit.
So maybe we'll Freya, and then maybe we'll come back to the Green Team.
Yeah,
or maybe Freya can introduce Green Team.
Maybe. Let's see what they're going to do.
Oh, thanks, Ellie. Really nice to see you.
Yeah, and you take care.
Bye.
See you later. Bye.
One of the worst bits about lockdown is we've not been able to eat any of your cake.
Oh, I have. Didn't stop me.
Oh,
we're on.
wow. And I think, don't worry, Tom, I could maintain this level of smugness for a long time.
Yeah.
So, who won the race, Alex?
Freya won.
So, yeah, it's not just because it's a much better, and who was grumpier? Not just because I won. Like, who was in a much better mood after that?
Yeah, traffic was terrible.
Yeah, the traffic.
The traffic is awful.
Even on a Saturday, the
Yeah.
cycle. So, for those of you who weren't here, whenever it was we set off, we've just set off from Skelton Grange, where we're presenting the first half of the live stream, and we have travelled to Hollybush Conservation Centre in Kirkstall, which is where the other half of our work is based. And I was on my bicycle, and I came along a beautiful scenic ride along the navigation of River Aire and then onto the Leeds Canal. I said hello to lots of people. I saw a kingfisher. I had a lovely, lovely ride. There was a bit of a headwind that slowed me down. And how about you, Alex? How was your drive in your car?
It was nice and air conditioned.
Was it?
But it was long. Lots of traffic. I was stuck in a traffic jam for about 20 minutes.
So yeah, even when it's not rush hour and there's lots of people out enjoying the canal on a lovely day, I am the champion.
Yeah,
and I did remember on my cycle ride here, because it's not like I'm on a swanky road bike either. I'm on Muddy Fox, which is my beat up old mountain bike. And I remembered on my cycle ride here, my 30th birthday last week. And I remembered that I got Muddy Fox for my 10th birthday, which means actually mine and Muddy Fox's 20th anniversary. So I just wanted to take time to sing the praises of my noble steeds here.
That bike is almost old.
Yes.
And it's still got you here in pretty good time.
So don't feel like you need a fancy bike either. You can do it on your. Actually, she wasn't new when I got her 20 years ago either. So yeah, thank you, Muddy Fox. So yeah, after that moment of smugness, because bikes are great. I'm also quite warm and a little bit. I barely even tried. I wasn't sure what happened. I saw anyone I knew to like, hello, no, I'm breathing. But yeah, so we've just done that. I won.
I mean, we're not bringing up what's going on. We're not talking about it. But because of what is going on at the moment, there are a lot of campaigns to encourage people to walk more and use bikes. And I think that's
bicycles.
Yeah, I mean, it's good for you, good for the environment. Plus, it's nice to see.
And I feel great.
Yeah, yeah, I'm a bit moody now. Traffic.
Yeah, so he's grumpy for being in traffic. I'm happy for having had a lovely cycle ride. He's grumpy because he lost, but I'm happy because I won. But we'll do what we're actually here to do, which is we are here to introduce Green Team, who are a group at Skelton Grange, who are one of the long-running activities that we've got helping look after nature, and they put a huge amount of work into looking after the Skelton Grange site. Started with Toby as the leader, and now Colin Green in the last few years has taken over running that group. And they're a lovely group of people that have done so much for the conservation volunteers and for Skelton Grange. So we're going to pass over to a lovely video about them and all of the work they do. So I'll stop being smug, get out my smug pose.
My name's Toby Roberts. I'm the team leader here at Skelton Grange. I work for the Conservation Volunteers, or TCV, and I look after the management of the site here. And so today I'm out with some members of our Green Team, our Friday volunteer group, and some volunteer officers, and we're doing a few jobs around the site. People behind me, we've been pulling out Himalayan balsam, which is an invasive species, and now we're doing some work to maintain our willow coppice. So it's an area where the willow grows really easily, and it grows in this multi-stemmed form and is flexible. And we use it a lot in craft projects or to make structures like a willow tunnel. So what we're doing is making sure the willow coppice is healthy by clearing some of the vegetation around it. So we're at Skelton Grange Environment Centre, which is in South Leeds. We're an environmental education centre. About 10 metres that way is the River Aire. So we're right on the banks of the River Aire. We're about 2 miles downstream from Leeds city centre. So if you were in town in Leeds and you followed the canal path downstream, you come right past Skelton Grange. And most people do so without even knowing we're here. We run an environmental education centre here, so we work a lot with schools and other groups of mostly young people, getting them interested and engaged in the natural environment. So they'll come with a school to learn about mini beasts, or to learn about to have a survival adventure, to learn about the Stone Age, a whole range of things linked to the curriculum. Or we work a lot with volunteers, and the volunteers maintain the site. Got a 10-acre site. We maintain that for the benefit of wildlife, but also to have a really good experience for the visitors who come.
At first, I was coming in while I was unemployed, and it was a really, really nice way to be able to spend my day doing things other than job searching. It's really nice being outside, talking to everyone, because everyone's so friendly here. It's lovely. And getting to do the really hard work around the site, getting to learn to use all of the interesting tools. Been really enjoying using the pole saw, which I think Colin has decided that's just the thing that I use now, and that I really like destroying trees. Now I've come back after all of the isolation, I actually get to see how it's all grown and got greenery on it. So that's another rewarding thing. Now that I'm working, I come here 1 day a week, and it's really nice to have this sort of change of pace from work as well.
The people who are volunteering today are doing it for a few reasons. Some of them might be doing it because they're really interested in learning more about nature. Some of it might be doing it because they want to learn skills to get a job. But some people just are doing it because they want to create something which other people will use. So the site here is used by schools by about 7,000 children a year, certainly most years. This year might be a little bit different because of coronavirus. But yeah, it means that we've got a space here where lots and lots of people will come and be inspired by and engage with. And also, it'll be a really valuable habitat for wildlife. And having a healthy, vibrant habitat for wildlife in your local area has got to be good for everyone. I guess I came here originally as a volunteer. So I was working in a call centre in Leeds, and I didn't want to work in a call centre indefinitely. So I was looking to do something practical and something outdoors and something with an environmental link. And that was in 2003. So 17 years later, I'm still here. And it's because we get to work outside, get to work with lots of interesting people. Working with volunteers means you're always meeting new people, always meeting people who are motivated and interested. And so, yeah, I guess that's the main part of it for me. But working out in nature is really important to me as well. So it's this connection of people and the environment all in one place.
Oh.
That's the best background.
The object of the exercise today around these willows to expose these. There's newly planted willow in here with tree guards, and they need to be the weeds, of course, over the lockdown period have been covered over with weeds. So we need to cut the weeds back and let the small willow grow and be exposed to the sunlight. That's basically what we're up to today. I'm pulling out a few balsam that needs to be pulled out. And generally general maintenance. I love coming to Skelton. It's been a lifesaver, really. As being on the dole and looking for a job, it's given me a lot of confidence. Yes, it's just kept me busy and positive. I come from a background not too dissimilar to this, way back, So, and I'm 58 years old. I'm not a youngster anymore. So I've got a lot of experience in this field. But of course, there's been large gaps. So I feel I can offer that my experience, and it's kept me back in touch because I've been doing other things and life has gone by, and yeah, it's brought me back in touch with where I started out, really.
For some people, it's social contact, a way of making friends, being engaged, meeting similar people. Some people, it's learning new skills. So we do a range of stuff through the year. Every week's a bit different, so you're always learning something new. That might be just because you're interested, or it might be because you want to get a job. Doing something physical, being physically active and engaged. Not everyone wants to do sport or go running, whereas actually this is a physical thing, that you're just working on gardening tasks and doing something that maybe doesn't feel like you're setting out to do a physical thing. Normally we have a group that runs every Monday here at Skelton Grange and a group that runs every Friday. We are starting to run those groups again, but we're having to be a bit careful about numbers. And at the moment we're getting our systems working well with our regular volunteers. Hopefully soon those groups will open up again on a more public setting. We recruit some people who are volunteering on like a training placement, volunteer more than 1 day a week, and we'll put them through a full training program. We're actually just opening one of those for people who might be interested in our outdoor learning, anyone who wants to work with children in the outdoors. So the best way to find more about it is to have a look at our website, www.tcv.org.uk, and look for Skelton Grange on there, or look for TCV Skelton Grange on Facebook, and all the information should be there.
Wow, wonderful! It's so nice to hear people's point of views and like why they come and join, things like that. It's always makes my day when someone tells me how much they get out of TCV. I think you're muted again. No, yeah, you were me. Yep. Anyway, go on. What were you saying?
Oh, Freya's not connected anymore, so I don't know what's happening anymore. Where are you now, Alex? Are you outside Hollybush somewhere?
I'm in Hollybush. Yeah. So if there's any Hollybush volunteers or viewers on chat, some of you might know that during lockdown, it's a bit of a silver lining, really. We've managed to get a lot of work done in the centre. It's still a work in progress. Have you shown Cole's video yet?
No.
No. So Cole will go into a bit more detail about what happened with the sort of revamp of the building and all of those areas. But really quick, I'll show. The car park is now not going to be a muddy mess.
Yeah.
It's properly tarmacked, which is really quite nice.
It's looking so different to the last time I was at Hollybush.
I know.
It's not quite there yet, but it's definitely well on its way. And there's going to be changing it so the car park is no longer. It'll be a blue badge car park to give much more priority to the people that need the access to the site. This has all been leveled out. I think Cole's going to go into more detail, but it's exciting.
Oh, quickly, shall we? If there's anybody here that does woodwork or is part of the practical team, I'll take you to something that you're really going to be quite happy with. Oh, I don't know. I feel like. Well, let Cole do that. Yeah, you're right. Do we know what's up next, Tom?
I think we're going on a bit of a wildlife walk next.
Oh, right. Are we going with Anne?
Yeah, she's going to take us on a wildlife walk, and
so that's something that we've been able to keep going even during lockdown, because the government has been advising people do go on walks even if socially distanced. So as part of the Time to Shine and the Green Gyms, we've been going on sort of social distance walks with up to 6 people, and
doing litter picks and things.
litter picks and things like that. And it's something that personally I really value, because it's nice to talk to people that you haven't seen in a long time.
We're missing our volunteers.
Yeah.
And if we go and have a bit of a look around the site later, you'll see
Mhm.
how much hasn't happened because they're not there. Like, it really shows the incredible amount of work that they do. Oh, and I found this piece of archaeology.
I don't know what phrase.
Archaeology? What?
It's very exciting.
What's happening?
It's a bit sad. All of
Oh.
Hollybush is just like a time capsule. And this, they got me a bit emotional. It's a tea list of how people have their tea made, which was in the Roundhouse kitchen.
Oh.
And I went in there earlier to plug my laptop in, and it was just like, oh, I miss the volunteers. I want them to be able to come back.
Days gone by of communal tea and biscuit drinking.
Yeah.
Oh.
So if anyone wants to know how Tina likes her tea, coffee with milk.
I'm sure that doesn't breach GDPR, knowing how someone likes their tea. But yeah.
Very important details. Right. Well, let's find out about wildlife walks then.
Yeah, let's head over to
a
Anne.
good way to get out and what's better than being out in green spaces with other people, especially in this strange lockdown time we live in.
Yeah.
During the plague.
Yeah.
Tom, I believe it's muted again.
Well, that's excellent, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, is this all from when you dropped your hard drive earlier? Is that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Blame every time it's
It was meant to be. I press a button and it appears like magic.
I know. Hey, there we go.
I'm a project
That's
officer
got sound,
based
doesn't it?
at Hollybush. This is the wildlife walk. Normally, I work for a project called Time to Shine, which is aimed at supporting people over 50. It can be people with social isolation or mental health issues, but it's just generally people over 50. Pre-COVID, we had a regular Monday walk session in various places across Leeds. Now that we're allowed to walk, which is one of the first things we managed to get going, we're doing these pop-up walks all across. So we're aiming it where people live, so they don't have to get a bus if they don't want to. So we've got a mixture. Actually, I think we've got mainly walkers here, but we have gardeners as well, people that normally come to gardening groups. So it's just a way of contacting people. And we just walk. So normally it's a wildlife walk. So my background's in ecology, but a lot of the time we're just walking with it around us. So we're just enjoying chatting, being together, sharing stuff, talking about food mainly. That's our main topic of conversation. It's all about the food. And it's usually about the cake, but we can't share cake at the moment. We're trying to work on a COVID secure way of sharing cake.
I just made them. I don't put them in ice cubes. They just freeze them back through the fridge and then got them lemonade.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Well, it's kind of about a wildlife walk. So that's the thing that we share, but it ends up being whatever people want it to be about. So it's a peer support, so people bring things that they talk about and that things, particularly at the moment. So there's lots of tough stuff going on, lots of bereavement, lots of worries about health. So anxieties. So it's a space where people can talk about it, but you're more relaxed because you're walking in a wild area. There's also a genuine interest. So as we walk along, we spot. It's much harder at the moment because it's harder to crowd around something and social distance at the same time. So there's a lot less of that. But I've been doing a newsletter, our Walkers Weekly, every week. So that has lots of wildlife stuff in it, and people spot things, send me photographs, and I put that in as well. But it's a variety of stuff. It's mainly plants because they tend to stay still. Fungus at the moment, berries, sometimes birds, signs of wildlife. So there's the site where we're at the moment. Often I point out where the badgers are. We've seen where the small mammals have been. It depends. Each site has got its own sort of a special thing. Here at Kirkstall, you've got ponds, you've got great scrub, you've got sort of potential for birds. So we were at Middleton Park last week, and that's got some ancient woodland. So each site brings something slightly different.
Yeah, yeah. Dogwood, isn't it? It's also the veins on the leaf. They go to the tip of the leaf, which is a distinguishing feature.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah.
Dogwood.
It's like a big pebble beach, and there's a weir.
Yeah.
And it's quite a popular area with
Yeah.
families.
It was during the summer, wasn't it?
You can see it better in winter when all the leaves are gone.
So this nature reserve. You can see there's a little post with number 16 on it.
Yeah.
They've got like a walking thing going around.
Yeah, I don't know if they still have a thing that's
got
connected to it.
It looks like maybe a carrion crow model on it. It's supposed to be able to find them all. And they are around. Wildlife aspect.
It's about connecting with people. So even during lockdown, when you're allowed to go for a walk, people have said it's not the same when you're on your own. And when you go out with other people, you can share the experience, you can share the pleasures of being outside, you can talk about the wildlife or the things you see. So there's a great renewed interest in the outside world, and people love to know about it. They like to know what they're looking at. So people talk and share and say, oh, I know what that is, and oh, do you know what that is? And so it's important, and it's combating the social isolation, particularly for people that have been living on their own. Just getting out about and feeling a little bit normal again, really.
Between the railway line and the river, you get these little strips of land, which are called streaky basin, and they're not easy to bridge all the different bits of infrastructure in the river, and then so you get these long, thin strips of land that have not really been developed so much, but they make wonderful wildlife corridors. So it's brilliant. Walking leisure routes.
Right back here.
Oh yeah, in a bit further.
The ideal time is October for apples. We got some for community centre last year for toffee apples for kids.
Oh.
You know, and they loved it. We had about 5 bags full.
Yeah,
They went mad when we walked.
Yeah.
I mean, these trees get really heavy because they're not fully grown yet. They'll be perfect, you know, in about another month. Just watch out for brambles. Yeah, they're too small yet. But there are some smaller varieties, but there are some larger ones. You can see they get larger as they go up.
Run through food and drink, and we always talk about when we're going to stop for tea and cake, and we all make it normally without COVID. We'd all make each other a drink. We were passing the cake and the biscuits around. We can't do that, but we still have the same bonds because we've got the memories of when we used to be able to eat and drink together.
I think it's the belief that this is actually something of real benefit, and I get a benefit out of it. The work can be pretty stressful at the moment, but coming here and seeing regular people, seeing how everybody's doing, and sometimes it's really lovely just to stand back and let people get on with it, So I don't try and interfere. I don't force people to look at a tree if they're too busy having a conversation about something really useful for them. It's about knowing that this is actually really useful for people and that people enjoy coming, and new people come along and then they discover new networks and they get to chat and have conversations. The walk is aimed, because we're funded by Time to Shine, so it's anyone who lives in Leeds who's over 50 that wants to come on a walk. So that's our basic criteria, and from my point of view that's quite easy to do, because other projects sometimes you're limited by geography in Leeds or postcode, but anyone in Leeds who's over 50 that wants to come along, they sign up, become a TCV volunteer, and they can come. Within that, obviously we want to make it open to people that would maybe feel a bit more isolated, that maybe have fewer social connections, because this is a really good way of getting out and about. It's a really kind of relaxed way, and maybe again a little less intense than going along to a group where you're sat down, because you're walking and we've had a lot of people that the first few walks, they've not said much at all. They've just, you know, followed on. And then as the weeks go by, you get more comfortable. So.
To me, I think that's where a little mouse lives. Yeah, little field mouse.
We've had some people that have become very confident and then have gone on to do, we've had people do walk leader training and go on to leading their own walks. And from my point of view, that progression is really valuable because the funding will be running out quite soon. So it would be great if more people could do walk leader training and then lead their own walks, or else they organise it amongst themselves. So I've seen some individuals get a lot more confident with that. Experience in wildlife stuff, certainly, people getting knowledgeable about what they're seeing and then passing that knowledge on to friends. And once you have that knowledge, that's a real confidence boost as well, because it's something very valuable when you have knowledge that other people don't, that you can share. And socially stuff. So we've had people, you know, with learning disabilities come along who become a lot more independent because they're in a peer group. They're not in a learning disability group. They've not got staff as such supervising. They're there with their peers, just going for a walk and having a laugh.
We're stopping here, did you say, for a brew? We can stop here for a brew, or we can we all spread out on that one? Oh, we can perch on
Just
the side.
contacting Hollybush. Now we've got more staff in. We've got more people to pick up the emails. It's me and Gareth that are part of the Time to Shine project, which is specifically the walks at the moment. I know there's other activities going on for people that are under 50. We are also running walks, new walks, pop-ups for new people, because we're aware that there's people that have been out and they're interested in walking and want to do this, want to get sort of involved. So we're making space for new people, because obviously we are limited in numbers at the moment in order to maintain our social distancing. But we're making provision for that. So from towards the end of September, we'll be putting additional walks on to cater for new numbers and new people.
Ignore the fact I'm shoveling baked beans into my face. He's just sneaking in lunch. Hello. So, thank you very much. It's so lovely to see all the wildlife walkers, because and Anne as well, because we've been working through lockdown, but we've been working remotely. So Alex has had to put up with a lot of me because we've been working in the same place a lot of time. I keep doing things like making him dress up as dinosaur. Ooh, nearly fell off the bench. But yeah, it's so nice to see the walkers and see our volunteers and see what they've been getting up to. And yeah, it's such an important time to be making sure that people are looking after themselves and doing things like getting out on the wildlife walks. And Anne is super knowledgeable. So hello, Anne. I miss you, Anne. Anne Walkers. But one of our volunteers who has actually been working quite hard on one of our more fledged groups, so a site we used to look after more, has been
one of our Green Gym groups.
Green Gym. So this is I nominated Lisa for an award last year, which she won, and she is one of this is just an example of one of our volunteers, and does the huge amount of work that they do, and the huge amount of just the amazing journey that people go through with TCV. And yeah, so we're just putting in the video that was made for the award ceremony that we went to down in London last year with Lisa. But yeah, it's a story of which a lot of our volunteers, I think, have their own stories, and it's just a nice representation of it. So Lisa, we appreciate everything you do. And actually, yeah, she's been so impressive during lockdown, hasn't she? Like,
she's, yeah, the site she's been working on with
single-handedly, pretty much with a yeah.
It's made my job a lot easier going back after sort of the strict lockdown rules that we weren't allowed to go to certain sites. But yeah, going back and then not having to do as much work as I thought I'd have to do, it's amazing. Yeah, really good work, Lisa. Yeah.
One of the amazing stories of what our volunteers have been up to during lockdown, and just sort of taking on responsibility and taking steps forward. And so we'll hand you over to Lisa's video so she can tell you a little bit about her journey and her time at TCV at Hollybush. So over to Lisa. Thanks for everything you do.
When I was growing up, I used to only go outside when it was raining. it wasn't safe for me to go out when everyone else was out. I used to get beaten up and tormented. So it was always safer for me to go out in the rain, and I could do things that other people did and took for granted. When it was raining, no one else was out, so that made me happy. I could be safe and happy. Things are so much different to then, because now I feel like I have freedom. I feel that I can be me and not who other people expect of me to be. Strangely for me, it's like everything's going to be okay because of the sound of the rain. I have been here in TCV for over 2 years, and in that time I have been given the opportunity to learn skills. I have been given the opportunity to teach others the skills that I now have, and the confidence to know that I am somebody. People come to me and ask for my advice, and it builds up my confidence so much.
I chose this award and to nominate Lisa because she so deserves recognition for how far she's come. She's gone from attending one of the groups at Hollybush to helping in the woodwork. She's attended our short courses. She's building different structures for different green gyms around Leeds to help in different communities. She's organising her own litter picks, community litter picks outside TCV, and yeah, everyone should know about it.
I now walk 2 to 3 miles a day, and there's nothing better I love than going on a walk and looking around at the different plants and thinking, I know what that plant is. Before TCV, I was actually told by my doctor that I was overweight because I felt bad about being overweight. I was eating more and not doing any exercise whatsoever and putting on more weight and more weight. But once I became part of TCV, I was eating less and started losing weight. And through that, I was starting to feel better about myself. And because I was getting better physically, it was helping me get better mentally. And I didn't feel trapped anymore.
Ah, love our volunteers.
Wonderful. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Lisa. You've got, could definitely have the much better words for describing everything that we do. That's a beautiful video. Words. Thanks, Alex.
Well, I mean, I guess we also started off as volunteers or volunteer officers.
We did,
and,
yeah.
I mean, I don't know about you personally, like, I wouldn't be, I mean, not only would I not physically be where I am now, I wouldn't mentally be where I am now if it hadn't been for TCV. Like, it gives you huge confidence boost, and yeah, it helps you develop your knowledge of green spaces and people skills as well. I would not have done this live
stream. Have we got people skills?
Well, I mean, I'm now talking to however many people I'm talking to, and I would not be doing this if it hadn't been for TCV.
Yeah, so TCV does a huge amount to help everyone they work with and to help the green spaces around Leeds. And I mean, the task team go out and work on schools and nature areas all over the city. Yeah. There's so many bits of Leeds. So many people know the name of Hollybush, know the name of Skelton. It's touched so many people's lives.
We've got somebody saying something.
And it's so lovely just hearing the stories about how it's helped. What's
Joy has said, so calming to see the walks and hear what people say about the benefits. It is, isn't it? I think, it's its own sort of in its own sort of section of video of like that sort of soothing. Instead of listening to raindrops, listening to like people just having nice things to say. I think people saying positive things it's soul food, definitely.
It is. So I did, in the subject of rain in that last video, Alex was like, you look so different though. It's like, that is because I'd been running a group that morning, and when Lisa's talking about the rain, it had been raining a lot. So before the video, I've been sort of in the toilet with a paper towel trying to dry my hair. the outdoors are so relaxing.
Well, on a day like this.
On a day like this, it definitely is. And even the rain, like Lisa talked about, like, just sort of embrace it. It's just always nice to be outdoors. And they say even if you don't like the outdoors, even if you think you don't like the outdoors, your brain, the chemicals in your brain still react to it. So like your sort of serotonin, oxytocin, whichever ones it is, I can't remember which one it is of those sort of happy chemicals in your brain. Your body has a physical reaction to being outdoors and in green space, and just spending 5 minutes in a green space, even if you hate nature, still improves the levels of those chemicals in your brain and still will give you a sense of well-being, even if you think trees are rubbish.
Yeah, so if you've had a rubbish day or you're just in a bad mood, go be in a bad mood outside.
Yeah, go and shout at the weather.
It'll still do you some good, definitely. Yeah.
Right, so on the subject of cool things in the outdoors, are we moving on to the story now? Or are we moving on to is it the story now?
We are going to go and visit Skelton Grange's beehives.
Here's the bees next. Okay, sorry.
Are we going back over to Caroline now?
So we're going to head over to Caroline to have a look at. So we've got some hives at Skelton Grange and we've got some hives at Hollybush. But Caroline is our resident beekeeper, so she's trained us in beekeeping. So we will be going and having a closer look at the beehives. And yeah, we'd also another one. We've done a video on bees where we talk quite a lot about the coolness of bees and just how great
generally cool. Like you could spend a whole day just staring at bees buzzing around the hives quite easily.
And when you start looking at them, and then you start learning about the complexity of how they communicate and like
the bee dances.
Their social structure.
I'm sure Caroline is going to talk about the bug market.
Just bees. Over to Caroline. I'll find out what she says, and I'll talk more about bees afterwards because I can't stop myself.
No, carry on talking.
Well, just don't let me get started on worms.
I don't want to grossly advertise our previous live streams that we've done, but please check them out because they're amazing. Everyone I know, even I'm not saying the parts I wasn't really in the bee one, but watching it back, there's so many things I didn't know and didn't know that I didn't know either. Like they're really, really, really cool.
So what
if you want to do well
out of doing the live streams, because then you've gone back and learned more about the things you've live streamed about.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It was so good every Wednesday morning. Sorry, I interrupted you.
You could go back and do another live stream. Now you've learned more about your live stream topics.
We probably could.
Yeah.
That's why we did multiple pond dips, because we were like, we've learned this cool thing about this thing. And
every Wednesday morning, we've just got to go and do a video talking about nature and talking about the outside world, which I think both of us are.
That just sounds amazing. Like, what better excuse is there to go and do a pond dip? Like,
I know.
And then we just get to spend the morning before. Sorry. Yeah, we get to spend the morning beforehand just reading loads of cool nature facts and just sort of learning loads of cool stuff. And also remembering, when you just find pockets of memories where you're like, oh, I do know that. And just remembering all of the pieces of information that are hiding in your brain.
I felt pretty guilty that was my job, to be honest. It was,
never feel guilty. It's your job. Share it with the world.
And every week.
But that's what.
Yeah.
If we get the main thing we get out today is just to encourage people to go out and just explore. Just go try and find somewhere that's local that you've never been to before. Go and walk until you find somewhere that's within social distancing rules.
Yeah.
But try and find a new green space. Just take it in.
And get in contact with Skelton Grange, get in contact with Hollybush, because although we're starting groups up again, and obviously we're still regulated to groups of 6, including the group leader, we are starting running activities, but we can't have everyone back at once. But if you do get in contact, we will try and find a group that, if you've not been involved before, that you can join us with. It won't be quite the same as what we normally do for a little while, but there's stuff going on. There's things you can do.
We're currently in the process of expanding groups. We're taking it slow and steady just to be on the safe side. But we are now starting to expand things. So hopefully soon touch wood, fingers crossed. Hopefully you can come and join in.
And if you've got a bit of green space near you that needs a litter pick where it's easy to socially distance while doing that litter pick, do get in contact, because we are organising litter picks all the time at the moment. So if there's an area that you want TCV to come and do a litter pick, tell us and we might be able to come and help.
Yeah.
Because it's what we're here to do.
It's what we do.
Green Gym.
And there's loads of contact information on Skelton Grange and Hollybush's websites, which is part of the larger TCV website. For those at home who might not have been involved before, and yeah,
Or
I
if you're
really,
watching
Alex, your idea about like this month, go out and find a green space you haven't.
Yeah, there's bound to be somewhere.
There will be.
Like, there'll be some, even if it's just like a 3 meter squared patch of grass with some flowers in. Go look at it. Go see what's in there, and get out an ID app and try and ID some new creatures or some new plants. Because, you know, even if you don't think that it sounds fun, trust me, it unlocks that part of your brain, that inquisitive part, and it's just, makes you feel really good. Makes you feel really good. It helps with your sleep as well. If you walk for 10 miles, you'll definitely sleep well that night.
Yeah, I think I might sleep well after bombing it down here along the canal path on my bicycle. I don't know how far it is.
Canal paths to. Should we go to the beehives?
We should.
Should we go over to Caroline's beehives?
Cool. Right, let's go.
Hiya, I'm Caroline and I look after the bees at Skelton Grange with the help of my daughter Em and with a lot of support and guidance from local beekeeper Keith. I'll introduce you to him very shortly once we've got our bee suits on. We introduced the hives to the nature area at Skelton about 3 years ago. I've been really inspired by the Swarmer art project that we hosted here after meeting Lainey Birkhead, a local printmaker and beekeeper. She and an amazing group of artists created an exhibition on bees and other pollinators here. Now, whilst I was already well aware of the importance of bees to our ecosystem and food production, being surrounded by artwork that had been inspired by their beauty and work ethic and cooperative society, I became really fascinated by honeybees and wanted a greater degree of involvement with them. Right, well, welcome to our apiary where we keep the bees. So I've got a little sign there just letting us know what you can expect. There we go. And come on through. Now, we've got our bees in an area that we keep quite rich with lots of different kinds of vegetation. And coming up to the hives where we've got Keith and Emily. I'll introduce you first. So this is Keith.
I do.
And Keith, you've been keeping bees for how long?
Around 50 years.
Wow. So yeah, Keith kind of knows what he's doing. And we've got Emily.
Who doesn't?
No,
I know a
you've
little
got
bit.
youth and enthusiasm on your side as well.
Yeah,
So
I've been doing it probably about 50 days and stuff for years.
cool. Why do you like it?
It's just quite calming and soothing, and it's nice to see the whole process from start to finish.
Cool. Well, I shall just take you down and introduce you to some of the bees as well while we're here. So here you are, you can see where they come in and out of the hive. There we go. Right, I'm just going to lift you up here. So what we do is we inspect each hive on a regular basis. So if you waft a little bit of smoke across the top of the bees, that calms them. Do you know why it calms them, or just that we've worked out that it does?
It makes them gorge honey. Because it's like the having a fire anyway. They tend to gorge honey. Like they would in a swamp.
Ah, right.
But they put the heads in the cells, so when you look at them, it's not perfect, but you can't see what you want.
So, well, let's have
We'll take this off, this box, and we'll have a look at what we've got in the waste stores. That's wrong.
They're well stuck together, these ones. There's a substance in there called propolis, which works like setting concrete, I think, in terms of sticking bits of the hive together. So let's have a look. There we go. That one's coming off easily now. These can be really quite heavy once they've got a load of honey in them. There we go. There we are. So each of these boxes is what's called a super. So lower down here, you've got brood boxes, which is where the queen bee hangs out, and there's something that's called a queen excluder that goes across that. It's like a mesh. The queen's bigger than all the other bees, and so she can't climb through, but all the others can move in and out of the different layers of the hives. So the brood box is at the bottom, where we keep the queen, and she keeps all the little larval, she lays all the eggs and you get the larval bees. And then each of these boxes higher up are called supers. Now, inside the supers are many frames. And what Keith and Emily are doing is checking these frames for honey. And this is beautiful, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
So
we don't take these frames off until the fall. The cappings the bees use to seal the honey inside.
Brilliant. And does that keep it sort of well preserved, or
yes,
yeah? I mean, honey can last quite a long time. Is it? I think I heard that they found some in the pyramids in Egypt that was thousands of years old. Now, bees make their honey because they don't hibernate over winter, but they stay together as a colony, keeping warm in a cluster. And that needs a lot of energy, so in turn they need plenty of stored food. Bees take nectar from flowers and mix it with enzymes in their mouths, and then they store it in the wax honeycomb that they've made. And when the water content is low enough, you can see that they start to cap that, which can be seen here with all the lighter areas on the honeycomb. Now, the relationship between a beekeeper and a colony of bees works because bees can produce much more honey than they need for winter, as long as they have storage space to do so. So there are lots of different kinds of beehive, but essentially a beekeeper will make sure that the bees have enough space to store excess honey, which can then be collected. In return, the beekeeper regularly checks the bees to make sure that they're healthy and they can be protected against disease and predators such as mice and wasps. The beekeeper can also provide the bees with extra sugar if the winter and spring weather puts them at risk. Now, honey is stored in these frames that we're showing you here, which is stored in the supers, which are the top boxes in the beehive. Now, supers can keep on being added as they get full, so the bees have more and more storage space for honey. Now, if we're going to remove these supers, what we do is the beekeeper will put a one-way system in. So over a couple of days, bees can go out of the box to be collected, but not go back in again. This leaves it empty of bees for the beekeeper to take it away for extraction. Now, this is a beautiful comb here. You can see where all the wax has been drawn out. The bees do that. They make the wax and they pull that out, and then they cover it and cap it over to store the honey. Now, here we're looking at the frames that are down in the brood box. Now, the brood box, if you remember, is the bottom layer in the hive, and this is where the queen lays her eggs and where she will ensure that loads and loads of eggs are laid, and then those are looked after by nursery bees, which in turn will support the eggs to hatch and then the larvae to develop, and they feed those. So what we're doing here is we're always trying to see if we can spot the queen bee, which is the ideal, but otherwise we also look for eggs and we look for larvae, which is a sign that the queen is laying. Now, it takes someone usually like Emily, who's got very good eyesight, to be able to spot the queen. And so this is what we're doing here, is we're trying to see if she's in there. No luck yet. There's plenty of eggs though. So keep lifting out the next frame to see what we can see. Now the brood colony tends to be in the middle, and you can see all the bits that are capped in brown. Those are all sealed brood, so that means an egg is hatched, and you can see the little white larvae in there. See if we can get the camera a bit closer or move the frame. Yep, can you see those white grubs? So those are the larvae of the bee, and those are growing in there. You can see a little one there trying to hatch out. So that's just waving its legs there and trying to hatch. Quite cute, really. Ah, now we've spotted the queen. So she's lighter brown and she's got a longer body. You can see she's got a longer, pointier body. So there's only one queen in the hive, so she's pretty special to spot. So you tend to get one queen and maybe about 1,000 drones, which are the male bees. And then you get about 50,000 worker bees in the height of the summer. So you can see why it's quite busy around there. So we've got 4 hives. So we're looking at close on 200,000 bees. Now, as you can see, Keith wandering back off at the end of our honey bee checking, you can see that we've left an area that is full of flowering plants in the area. So we're surrounded by brambles, by all sorts of wildflowers further afield in Skelton. We've got fruit trees, and that's looked after by our superb green team and the volunteers who come and help us out here. And that means that there's plenty of forage for the bees, and that's really important. And those are the kind of things that you can do. You can either come and help us as a volunteer, or in your own gardens, you can make sure that you're not using pesticides and that you are planting enough flowering plants. They're quite often labelled as bee-friendly or pollinator-friendly plants, and the more of those you can put in, the better. Hope you've enjoyed watching the film. I'll leave you with a few bees just to finish off with.
Are we back in the room?
We're all back. Oh, thank you for watching that. Hope you enjoyed it.
Question is, did we talk about the waggle dance?
The waggle dance. We'll very briefly cover the waggle dance, and then Freya can demonstrate it.
Can I talk about what?
Yeah, essentially, bees communicate where the best pollen and nectar is to the other bees, and they do that through the art form of dance and mime. They're very cool, very cultured. Yeah, and they sort of basically they release certain pheromones in the hive to attract attention of sort of letting the bees know that they're about to demonstrate this, and then they move around in little patterns that shows a combination of the compass direction to head in and a number of steps kind of indicating the distance that they've got to fly. So they're pretty cool creatures.
It's absolutely amazing. Yeah, because like they don't just do the compass direction. They do the compass direction. They do it compared to vertical, And so vertical being north, I think it is, and then but they translate it for the time of day. So the direction that it was, but compared to the sun, is the direction it is compared to vertical, and they translate it to that. But then as the sun moves over time, they change the angle of how far the sun will have moved within the time that they made that journey. So they can tell the time and the direction. The intensity of the waggle tells you the quality of the
You can tell, bees
so
are
good.
going
They're
to
just
rule
so
the
good.
world, actually. They're the ones that are going to lead on. But talking of other really cool people, though, I think we've got some words from some of our Green Gym participants. So just show your T-shirt again, Freya. Green Gym, Green Gym, Green Gym. And are we going to go to Green Gym, Tom?
I think, have we not got?
No. I thought we were, but I thought it might have been chopping around. Tom, what's the next one?
Well, I was just going to say, if people want to know more about bees and beekeeping in Leeds, what should they do, Caroline?
Oh, right. If you go to, depending whereabouts you're looking at this from, there's the British Beekeeping Association website, and that will let you know all your local beekeeping groups. So there's a Leeds Beekeepers Association, there's a Wakefield one, there's a Bradford one, there's a Harrogate and Ripon one. Our local one is leedsbeekeepers.org.uk, and at the moment, obviously, they're not doing a lot of face-to-face training, but there's a lot of helpful information online, and certainly they'll be able to point you in the direction of finding out more about bees. We're just heading into the quieter season for them at the moment. They're just winding down for the winter. You can do so much for bees, and that includes not using chemicals, planting loads of flower and sort of pollen-rich plants. Garden centres have plants that are usually marked as pollinator friendly. So just by not using chemicals, planting bee-friendly plants, and look after them. We need them.
And we definitely need them.
No, all pollinators, including bees, are struggling a bit at the moment, largely because of things like use of chemicals. So the more organic you can either act out yourself or encourage or purchase, the better. But genuinely, we need to do this because there's been a lot of studies showing that if bees aren't able to pollinate, then our fruit and veg doesn't grow. And then all the things that we eat that are fruit and veg or that eat on fruit and veg ain't going to grow either. And it's in self-interest as well as just cute factor. And so look after them.
Look after the bees. Okay.
Look after the bees. So where's next, Tom? Are we going to Green Gym, or are we going to the lovely practical conservation team at Hollybush, who are also pretty busy bees?
Was there a particular part of Green Gym you were hoping to go to?
There's
whichever one's lined up, Tom. So they're both. We've got two pieces. They're both cool. That one will do very nicely.
And to be clear, Green Gym is not what Alex and Chris.
Here probably about a year.
Okay.
Yeah. So not quite from start, but I think it's been going about 2 years. So lots of planting, potting on, lots of pruning. So just general gardening, what everybody else has been doing.
Is it something you've always done, gardening, or is it kind of new to you?
I've done gardening in the past before as a job. I hurt my back, so I had to stop doing that. So after my back, it's still nice to do a bit of gardening and get a bit of fresh air and what have you, meet new people. So that's why I come. Everybody's really nice. Get a bit of exercise. So that's what I like about it.
What's your name?
I'm Joe.
Nice to meet you, Joe. What sort of things do you do, and what do you like doing here?
Just like doing the planting and working with these guys, and helps with the like mental health and stuff and that.
And
other things.
what do you enjoy most about it? What do you like about it?
Just do like the outdoors and the fresh air and just working and doing stuff like that and meeting new people and that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And when you started coming, what did you want out of it? What did you want did you want to like meet new people or kind of get better at sort of gardening or
Well, just and sort of like, end up, you can make a job or living out of it and stuff like that eventually, and it can see where it leads to.
From my point of view, basically, I would never not leave the house unless I had to. Now I've learnt skills about gardening. I've done woodworking, crafts. I've got so much of a personality now.
What's your name?
Lisa.
And what are we doing here today? Or what are you doing actually right now?
Actually planting some bulbs. And please don't ask me what they are because I don't know.
You'll see when they turn up, right?
Yeah, actually, I think that's the best thing. When you plant something and you're like, when it starts to flower and you're like, oh, that's what it is. That's so beautiful. I like that.
And how long have you been involved with this and with TCV overall?
With TCV, I've been 3 years because I started off with another group. It wasn't a gardening group or anything like that. It was just a mental health group, and that was finishing so that other people chose things like horse riding and things like that, which I got jealous of. And it says, oh, well, why don't you try some gardening? And I'm like, yeah, all right, whatever. And I only started going for 1 hour a week. But I went there and I'm like, oh, this is rubbish. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. Because I was too shy. And now 3 years later, I'm running 6 groups and also doing a little pick. They do gentle things. So you're not doing back-breaking work, which people assume it is. They accommodate how much you can do. And, well, they accommodate you, basically, to your needs and skills. So you can do as little as much as you're able to do.
And then you can develop over time as you grow in confidence or you learn more skills. Yeah.
Actually, it's best not to think about what you're learning, because one day you will look at what you've done and you'll look at how much you know, and one day you'll realize, actually, I know a lot more than I thought I did. So those skills will come in time. You just need to not force it and not be like, well, I need to learn this, this, and this. Just go there, enjoy your time, and the skills will come.
And what's your favourite bit about it, or what do you like doing best? In your work.
Basically, being in a position where I can share my skills with other people. The fact that I can just sit there and think, wow, I do know things. I can actually do things. I have skills now. And it was like, they've helped me bring myself out of myself. Because I know I've got my hood up today, but it's just because it's cold. But I used to have my hood up. I wouldn't look anyone in the eye, wouldn't talk to anyone unless I absolutely had to. In fact, at the end of the day, you're supposed to let them know that you're going so they can, they know you've gone. But I kept racing off and they kept pulling me back, going, no, you have to let someone know. But I was so eager to get out of there. And now it's so different. When new volunteers come along, I'm like, how are you coping with this? Would you like any help? And it's so different to how I used to be. And that's all thanks to here.
Hey.
Hello.
There we go. So again, it's so nice to hear.
It is nice to hear. So that was one of our groups. That was the Lovell Park group, I think, that spoke. It got recorded for that video, which is one of our satellite groups. So I run with my colleague Anne, who was in the wildlife walk video. We run the Green Gym on site at Hollybush. There's also one on a Monday on site at Skelton Grange, but then we run various ones that are out and about in the community. So that one's Lovell Park, which is a hub down by Lovell Park, and you'll be surprised to hear there's ones up in Wortley, there's ones up in Oakwood, there's ones in Chapeltown. There's ones in Beeston. Yeah, so the green gyms are all over the place. And you might, if you were here from the start and you saw Alex and Chris's video where they were sort of doing all the lunges and stuff, and now you're like, green gyms look awful.
Yeah.
That's not what we do.
It's not a green gym.
We normally have activities that run from sort of quite simple, if you just want to sit and plant some seeds, and they build up to, especially with the larger group we've got here, to really some really quite practical hands-on tasks. Like the green gym here do a huge amount of the looking after of the site at Hollybush, similar to Green Team at Skelton. So yeah, it ranges from the sort of softer, gentle, taking care of yourself and nature, up to doing some digging, moving some stuff around, doing the more sort of physical, practical side of things. So whatever your skill level, ability, people are like, oh, I've never done gardening before, so I can't join. You come to learn. So if you can come with thinking you know nothing, and you probably do, people that say they know nothing usually tend to know a lot.
A lot of my volunteers know a lot more than I do.
People always go, oh, I don't know anything, and then they just sort of have so much knowledge that, like we were saying earlier, when you just the things that are just in your brain that you forget are there, and you lose your confidence, and you forget that. And anyone can garden. I think the main thing you learn in gardening is that things die in gardening. People always go, oh, I'm not green fingered, but that's because they've killed a couple of plants. And I think that's what you realise when you do a lot of gardening, is that a lot of plants do die, and you just like that's what happens. Yeah. And that's part of gardening, and just learning to build up confidence and take those risks is part of what's great about Green Gym.
It's what Green Gym's about. It's come down and, you're allowed to make mistakes. It doesn't, we're not going to get mad at you if a plant doesn't survive. A pack of seeds costs what, 40p? But it's what you get out of the day which is more important to us. And also a lot of our sites now, we're getting in the process of sort of handing more ownership to our volunteers and our volunteer officers, and it's sort of getting their perspective on what they want the plots or the gardens to look like in the future. So
it's so nice watching groups go from sort of coming being like, I don't know anything, to then taking ownership of the site, taking response, and then they start making decisions and being like, we want this to happen, and you're like, oh well, it's not my garden, is it? Over to you.
I think one of our really good success story for that is the BAME group over lockdown.
Yeah, the BAME hub up on Chapeltown Road the community centre up there. They had a little garden. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, so over lockdown, unfortunately, TCV staff like Freya and I, we have been able to do the groups, but in their spare time, they've been going and they've been looking after the garden, and they've fledged now, and they're now a completely self-sustaining group. We're still offering advice and help, and we've got vans so we can get things to them. But they're taking it all into their own hands now, which is amazing. Really nice. It's exactly what we want. It's people that they didn't know each other, and then after about a year and a half, almost 2 years, now they're a really close group of friends, and they're making decisions together, which is beautiful. Absolutely wonderful.
I've got groups where people from the groups have met in groups, and they've been going out for walks together, and through lockdown and sort of formed social groups, and
it's the community spirit. I think that's
it's really nice. It's very rewarding. As Alex was saying earlier about the live streams, it's lovely to have a job which you could look at and just be like, oh, it's great, isn't it? But on that note, I think are we doing the task team video now?
We're going to go to Gareth doing some green woodworking.
Are we sticking with the order we've got on the sheet now, or has there been a bit of a jiggle?
There's been some jiggling going on.
Like the bees?
Like the waggle dance of the bees?
Like the wiggling. Yeah, there's been a lot of wiggling.
Okay, so we're going to go over to Gareth, who is part of the Time to Shine project along with Anne. So that's the over 50s group through Leeds Older People's Forum. And he does, they work on a project called The Great Outdoors. And as part of that, he's been learning how to do green woodwork in his time here and teaching it to other people. And he's going to show us a little bit about that. So over to Gareth.
Yeah, let's go have a look.
Hello, I'm Gareth. I'm a project officer down at TCV Hollybush in Kirkstall, Leeds. Going to tell you a little bit about what we've been getting up to. So part of my project is called Whittling Wednesday, and that's doing some whittling on a Wednesday, funnily enough. And that generally entails sitting around a campfire, having a brew, and then doing some whittling. So I'll show you a few projects. Where we start. So got a fork to start off with there, pretty straightforward. And then we go all the way up to a pig. So this has got lots of different parts to it. Used as a tenon joint stuck in there. And
So
then
did you whittle that and carve that so that it would go and be the pig's leg?
pretty much, yeah. I didn't personally, but this fine gentleman over here is Donovan, my glamorous assistant.
Hi, I'm Donovan.
What do you do
Gareth's-
here?
I assist Gareth. Technical advice, all sorts of things.
And as you can see, Donovan's working on a whittling project, so this will be the result. So as you can see, it's a lovely little mushroom there, quite seasonal for this time of year. And that came from this, which is a piece of green hazel. So as you can see, the green there. So the difference between the green wood and the seasoned wood is the colour and the tightness of the grain. So it's a lot easier to work the green wood than it is seasoned wood. And then as the green wood shrinks, it binds together. So when you're doing projects like this, it'll stick together and hold its shape. So you don't have to use any glue or anything like that. So it's quite a traditional way of green woodworking.
So this is what Donovan's doing over here?
Absolutely.
Yep, starting the mushroom. Done a stop cut so that when I cut down, you let it click and it stops the knife running down the rest of the thing there.
Brilliant. So my question for you both is, if you want to do some whittling yourself, or you want to get involved in whittling, what do you need, or how do you learn more about it? Where do you start?
Well, what you need is the tools for the job. So you can get yourself one of these, which is a sloyd, a Scandinavian name for a wood carving knife, or you've got another one, similar sort of thing, but this is what you generally call a bushcraft knife. So that'd be good for like making pegs and that kind of things. You can buy books, you can find videos online. If you're over 50 and in Leeds and like to get involved in the Whittling Wednesdays, you can contact us. I started off doing whittling with a Swiss Army knife, which bought a book online, standard Swiss Army knife. Basically, you can get a book like that. It shows you lots of different projects to get started with. As I say, you can look on YouTube. The main thing is, though, to always work safely. So Donovan's using some quite advanced techniques, but basically always keep in mind that you're using the knife away from yourself. You're not putting any part of your body in front of it, and then you should be pretty much safe.
Could you just show that again? They're using the knife away from yourself.
So, for example, coming off the end of there, there's no part of my body in front of that. You can use your thumb there for some control. Take off a nice bit of bark there.
So, and how likely is it that you're going to cut yourself when you're doing this?
Well, that's the question.
Is it dangerous?
Anything's dangerous, but at TCV we're always very safety conscious, and we're always putting that at the top of our priorities, is making sure that people are safe, and hopefully we give instruction and people can follow that through and actually take it up as quite a nice hobby. As I said, you can do all sorts of different projects. Along with the pig, this is a rabbit I did, or allegedly a rabbit. So again, different components and then just pinned together. And you can sort of take it up different steps. So that's some pyrography. If you know what leaf that is, answers on a postcard. And we actually do some green woodworking courses down at Hollybush in the autumn and the winter. And that sometimes involves spoon carving, which people are always quite interested in getting into. So this is a spoon I've made out of beech there. So you can see it's got some nice grain and colouring in there. You could use that to eat with, but it might be worth putting some oil on there once it's got seasoned. Another project which we did on the green woodworking is making a pegboard. So that's using a length of hazel split down the middle with the bark taken off and then some pegs put in with a tenon joint like with the pig. And then you could attach that to your shed and put your tools in. Quite a good use. And last year, just gone, we actually did some three-legged milking stools. So as you can see, nice robust project, taking it up a level. So we tend to advertise those on Facebook through events and on the TCV website. You can search for Hollybush, and hopefully we'll be able to deliver some of those courses this year or early next year.
Right, let's have a look back at what Donovan's doing, how he's getting on. So,
just finishing stem now.
How long have you been whittling?
I've been doing whittling and that since I was about 6.
How did you get started doing it?
My granddad's brother was forester, and I used to just like spending time with him and things that he did, carving and things. Sort of fascinating. At the time I left school, you couldn't do that sort of job because it had all been finished.
One top tip for people whittling, what would it be?
Don't take off too much. Just take off a little bit at a time. Take off 3 slices instead of one big thick slice. Just a little bit, some control.
Right, well, that's our time up. Let's say goodbye.
Bye everyone, thanks for watching.
Bye.
Okay, so that was Gareth.
Yep. Sorry, we just had about 30 seconds or 3 seconds.
We were just told on our private staff chat to do something fun. So Freya threw a sequin, very tight thing at me.
So we did a very hasty costume change then. We were meant to be doing a nature quiz, but we don't really have time to do the nature quiz. So we brought the costumes for the nature quiz. But
this is not my costume. Before.
That's his jacket.
It's definitely not my jacket. It's
I have a lot
Saturday
of fancy dress. Yeah, so have we been given other than do something awesome live, which obviously everything we've done so far has been awesome.
I think the next video is going to be the practical team. So it's going to be called from the practical team who they go out and they've at the moment they've been doing a bit of work on site, building a big bird's nest, which is going to be actually the Whittling Wednesdays are going to use the bird's nest to go under.
Yeah, so it's a new roundhouse that, not like the one we've got over here, which is the one that some of you may have had your tea breaks in, but they're building a sort of more outdoor classroom where, for anyone that knows the Hollybush site where the parachute tent used to be, that's turning into a more substantial structure that hopefully will be a little bit drier and a little bit more comfortable. So that's going to be an exciting bit of the work, getting the site ready for when people come back. So yeah, the task team have been sort of working on that, and they're doing quite a lot of work on site, building structures, but they usually go out to schools and things, and well, they're going to tell us. They're going to tell us.
Yeah.
We should.
I think. Hold on. Let me keep vamping for it. I'm going to quickly check the chat. So
sorry, we've got a little messenger thing going between people in the video where.
Yeah, talk about the practical team. So, I mean, I've done. No, actually, we both did. We both did the
level 2 and the diploma with them. So
what is the qualification that you can do as part of the practical team?
Yeah, so it's something that replaces the sort of the level 2 MVQs is the sort of type of, but it's called just a City and Guilds level 2 qualification, and it's run by someone great called Rachel, who comes and you go out with the task team, you go and do different practical activities, you learn different skills, and you just get some formal qualification just to recognise that you have done that. And we did it alongside, I did the first batch of the most recent ones they've been doing while we were BOs at Skelton, and then we loitered so long around Hollybush that they gave us jobs.
Yeah, but I mean, it's part of volunteering with TCV is the fact that you do build up the skills, and it's a lot of the things you'll learn are recognised by other environmental organisations. So it's great if you're stuck in a rut job wise and you want to change the career you're in, and you're really interested in the practical conservation or conservation in general. Do some volunteering and you'll learn so much.
Yeah, and most of the volunteering we do is on weekdays, but we do the short courses, which they are on a weekday, but they'll be sort of a 5-week course where you can come in the mornings. And I know some people that they are doing jobs that they're like, they just use their annual leave to just come and spend 5 half days just coming and doing a short course. That we've got the gardening course, there's the willow weaving courses, there's the woodwork course, there's other courses, the natural craft course. What courses do we do?
Yeah, Hazel's just said, great to see you brought your whole wardrobe with you.
Oh, mate, this isn't my whole wardrobe. You are thoroughly underestimating how much fancy dress I have. I washed all of my sequiny clothes last week, and my housemate just went into the bathroom where it was all hanging up there. What happened? Sequin geddon in my house. Yes. I don't know who knows me is surprised to hear that I have a lot of shiny clothes. But yeah, so there's a lot of short courses that you can get involved in. There's also Skelton Grange. Then, so the ones we do at Hollybush are free if you're in receipt of any kind of benefit. Or on low income. Low income is fairly high, isn't it? It's about 15,000. I think it's more. I can't remember what the cap is, but if you think, oh, I'm not low income, do check what the cap is, because you may well be able to come on the course for free. They do weekend day courses at Skelton. They don't have they aren't free, but you can pay on to one of the courses. They do stained glass, they do the willow weaving on there, they do, what else do they do?
They do a wire course where you can make a wire chicken, and it looks amazing. Yeah, there's loads of things to do. I mean, so
or you can come and volunteer and get to spend time with us on one of our green gyms.
But I think it's a point to make. Even if you're not interested in particularly sort of bettering the green spaces around you, if that's not something that particularly interests you, everyone is interested in bettering themselves. It's part of human nature. You want to make yourself a better person. So,
well, you know what else we have? A cafe. So even if you just want a cup of tea, which definitely feels like better
yourself with a cup of tea and a slice of cake.
The cafe is shut at the moment. Pat, who is still on furlough, and the cafe is actually going to be getting refurbished as part of the works that we're having done. So the cafe isn't open at the moment, but hopefully at some point soon, the cafe will be reopening, and you can go for a walk along the canal and pop in through the canal gate. You can get straight into the Hollybush garden and come and have a cup of tea. All these volunteers we've been singing the praises of will probably be sort of pottering around, saying hello, working hard around you.
And I can't speak for all the TCV staff, but I'm pretty sure if you come for a cup of tea and you see me or Freya on site, if you've got any questions about what we do, just let us know, and we'll either signpost you to the right person to talk to, or we'll talk about a specific leaflet about a course or something like that. Because again, like we're here for you guys. That's what we're about.
So we might not be able to necessarily guarantee we'll give you a chat, because we do actually do.
But yeah, we're probably
we do our stuff other than this. Like, this isn't what we do.
We'll try
all the
our
time.
best.
Shall we not? This is just you, isn't it? You're just on tap.
Yeah, we just sort of hang around the
This is my
courtyard.
job. We just sit in here. Usually there's not even a live stream. We're just sat here
chatting, doing the occasional costume change. It's a pretty fair summary, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, this sequin jumper is very tight. I can't feel my arms.
Well, if you want to get out of it, I think we can probably join the practical team in a moment.
Yeah, let's hand over to Cole to tell you a little bit about what they do.
Hello, welcome to our bit. So my name is Cole. I'm from the practical team here at Hollybush, and in our section now we're going to have a look around the site to see what has changed over the last few months, and we're going to meet some of our volunteers who are here, and they're going to tell you a little bit about the kinds of things that we do. So enjoy. Okay, so let's go for a little walk and see what's happening at Hollybush. So lots of changes since we were open. Gleaming new car park. Dirty old van still. Lots of nice new accessible paving and flooring and this stuff. Ooh, look at this. Looking very smart. Through here into the new compound. People hard at work. Hi, Tom. Some of our newly returned volunteers doing some work. Hi, Charlie. Hello. How's it going? Cool. Hi, Ben. Yeah. Hi, Nige. All right. Excellent. What you all doing? Cool. So who can? Oh, so I can. Oh, okay. I might let the contractors do it, just for, you know, for obvious reasons. Oh, hi again, Charlie.
Hi again.
What have you been up to?
Throwing barbed wire into a bin.
I was meaning more, you know, over the summer, that kind of thing, but hey ho, more later. Okay, we're on. So I'm here with two of our volunteers. Do you want to introduce yourselves?
Hi there, I'm Ben. I'm a volunteer officer here at Hollybush.
I'm Charlie, and I'm the same.
Very good. So what do you do here? What do you get up to down at Hollybush?
Well, you know a little bit more than me because you've been doing it a little bit longer this year, but we kind of maintain this site and we go out with Carl and the other people that get paid to work here. We do jobs for them. There's quite a variety in what we do, really. Today we've been bringing down a tree and a wire fence that was in with. Sometimes we're kind of a polytunnel, or we're making a dipping area for a pond or a footpath. There's a good variety in there.
Yeah.
You'd add to it.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're the practical team, so we tend to go out on site to do various things that earn money for the rest of TCV to function properly. We're usually around schools, public rights of way, anywhere that's, you know, a publicly used green space. We'll go in, do whatever work needs doing, probably for a bit cheaper than a contractor.
What do you mean proper contractor, Charlie? Took me days to learn what I do. Days.
Yeah, we have a good time doing it.
Nice. Excellent. So Ben, what brought you down to Hollybush in the first place? Why are you here? Why are you volunteering with us?
Oh, well, I like conservation. It's quite interesting. I like being out in green areas. I come out to green environmental management, and this is a great way for me to get experience doing exactly that. Managing areas, learning skills they don't teach you in a classroom or a lecture hall, like how you saw, use a screwdriver and maintain it, little things like that. They don't go over. More practical things, and you get to meet like-minded people, which is really nice as well, and spend a bit of time doing some exercise and so.
Sounds lovely. I should do it myself.
You might like it, Cole.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know if you got the aptitude for it.
No, that's a fair point. What kinds of stuff have you got up to? What kind of projects? I mean, I know because I set them up. Tell the people. Tell the nice people.
I suppose the ones that I find quite fun are like the construction tasks. So that's like repairing bridges or putting up new bridges, building paths through parks, benches, raised beds in schools, all that kind of stuff.
Nice. How about you, Ben?
Yeah, I like all that stuff as well. Something quite nice about a project where you can look back and see what you've done. You can see some new stairs that weren't there before. I also quite enjoy when we strip out invasive species. I don't know why, there's some pictures of and balsam, for example, even though I like this stuff. In a sense.
Controversial.
Controversial. Yeah, you know, pollinators like it. So conservation isn't always straightforward.
Nice. Bit more depth than I was expecting, I'll be honest. Cool. So what are your highlights? What do you enjoy most? Obviously, you know, don't just say me, but apart from working with me, what's the best bit?
They give you free biscuits and tea, so you know.
Yeah.
Definitely mention that for the video.
Nice.
I don't know. I suppose I quite like meeting all the volunteers. Everybody's really nice. Get a good, you know, group of people, lots of people that you wouldn't usually run into.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Some of the highlights seeing your own personal growth. When I remember when I first, I used to come back in 2014.
Yeah.
And I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I was 20 years old or something. 19. I was very unsure and unconfident, but by the end of those 3 months when I was doing it, I was telling new people what to do, people older than me. I was already how to use a saw, little things like that. It was surprising how quickly you get used to this, how quickly you get good at doing what you're doing and trying new things out. Yeah.
Nice.
And most of what you learn, you don't forget. I look Nigel's here. You want to join in? He's shy.
We'll get him tomorrow, don't worry.
Forget what I said about building confidence.
Nice one. Thanks, guys. That'll do. Okay, walk number 2. Let's see what's happening in the garden. So, as you can imagine, it all got pretty wild during the few months when we weren't here, which is pretty cool, actually. It just makes it a bit harder to find anything. So there used to be a pond around here somewhere. There it is. Hi, pond. I think nature's been loving it down here. So the beds that we built just before we had to close down, still to be finished. So that's a job on the list that we need to do quite soon. Let's check out the bees, more bees. Hi, bees. Still busy buzzing. Let's go this way. So some of the work we've got to do still, repairing some of the structures around the place, some of the bits of fencing, trying to tame a little bit of the wilderness so when you can all come back in, you're not going to bang your heads on all these branches. What's that green roof doing up there? It's green. It's a roof. Very wild down this bottom end, but it's pretty nice anyway. Hopefully you can hear the birdies singing away. Hi, you two.
Hiya.
So we found some more volunteers we've got here on site today, doing some interesting looking work, hopefully. Do you want to introduce yourselves?
Yeah, I'm Danny.
Hi, Danny.
I'm Nigel, and I'm a volunteer.
Oh, hi. You're in the right place. So do you want to tell us what you do here? What do you get up to when you're down at Hollybush?
Danny?
So yeah, I sometimes lead practical sessions. Yeah, and I've done all the training with TCV, training me up to first aid, all the management type courses. Yeah.
Excellent. What about you, Nige?
Basically the same as Danny.
That's convenient.
Yeah.
Grand. What brought you down to Hollybush in the first place?
So I started out doing the level 2 diploma that they held in March 2019. And from there I just continued to be a volunteer, and then I became a volunteer officer in January this year.
And what's that?
A volunteer officer?
Yeah.
You basically, it gives it, you're a volunteer, obviously, but TCV put a lot of trust in you to become part of the team, basically, so you can lead volunteer groups on yourself and trusted. You get your DBS checks, so you can go do primary school jobs.
Like a training position. Cool. How about you, Nige? What brought you down here back in the day?
I was looking for a change in career, and I was advised to come down here because I wanted to learn a bit about gardening. So originally I came to Hollybush to do a gardening course, and then when I was here I saw some leaflets for a surveying course for like wildflower and tree ID and bird watching, which I thought was really good. I had quite an interest in that, and from that it led me to coming out with a practical team midweeks, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then from that I became a VO.
Cool.
And I've been here 2 years.
Has it been 2 years?
It's been
It has, hasn't it?
It doesn't seem like 2 years.
Doesn't. Seems a lot longer.
It does, yeah.
Nice. So what kinds of stuff have you done? What kind of projects you've been involved with, Danny?
Well, done the hedge laying, which was part of the course, a 4-week course that TCV hold. But I was able to instruct people on how to do that because of previous training with Nige himself. We do quite a lot of footpaths.
One or two.
Drainage systems, as in like French drains. We did one at Castle Hill. We installed bridges, footpath bridges, and this current project that we're doing now as well.
And what is this current project we're doing now? To put you on the spot.
We call it the bird's nest, but it's just basically like a roundhouse structure that's going to be having some parachute up top, like a roof. We've got these woven willow structures down
Yeah.
there.
Hazel, but I'll let you off.
It's just going to be shelter for when the project's happening.
Cool. That sounds nice. Excellent. And what kinds of stuff have you done, Nige?
Similar.
As soon as I asked the question, I knew the answer.
Yeah, we do a lot of, I mean, stuff that Danny said, yeah, the
Yeah.
bridges and the footpaths. We do, pardon?
You do your whitling as well.
I do whitling.
Doesn't like to talk about it on camera though.
But we've also done a lot of work in schools, outdoor areas, developing outdoor classrooms. We put climbing frames, seesaws, you name it, we put them in there. And can't think of anything else to do, really.
Planting a lot of trees as well.
Oh, yeah, tree planting.
Thanks, guys. Grant, and what's your favourite thing about coming out with us? What did you get out of it?
Definitely like the working environment and being able to speak to people that you don't normally speak to on a daily basis, like other volunteers, getting to know their story a bit, and then just being part of a really nice team and a nice atmosphere.
Oh, that's nice. How about you, Nige? Top that.
What can I say?
It's a bit emotional. Now you're crying. Anything to add?
No.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
But I would recommend it. Anybody watching that.
Ah, thanks,
likes
Nige.
to volunteer.
Good.
It's a very nice
Yeah.
environment. We do get out a lot, and it's really good fun. And you learn things as well.
Perfect. Nice. I didn't even coach you to say all that. That's lovely.
No.
What are you doing now? Don't know if I asked you that bit. What's this? What are you actually doing?
I'm chiseling these ring beams,
Yep.
which are going to circle the timbers that are already in place.
Nice. I'm going to use some skills. Get it all in the shot. Look at this.
So each timber,
Yeah.
we hand chisel it to fit the timber before and the timber beyond it.
Yeah.
And the idea is that when we get to there, there will be a total ring, and at the end of the overhangs, we're going to put hooks, and the parachute roof is going to overshoot the circumference slightly so that the rain drops outside, and the top's going to be hoisted upwards to form a tank line.
Lovely.
And then, if it's bad weather, the outdoor groups can come and sit here, and they don't have to go in the barn.
Perfect. Nicely explained. It sounds like you know what you're doing. At least someone does. Grand. Well, I'm going to leave you to it as I wend my way back up.
Well, thanks for that.
That's the thing. Oh, it's a pleasure. What else has happened? So behind this polytunnel, we've got some new paving, which is going to make it much easier for folks to get around and get around safely, I guess, which is the main thing. So that's what a lot of the work we've been doing has been about, is making the place more accessible. So behind the other tunnel, we'll have some more paving there, so folks can work there as well without hopefully falling over. There we go, back to the sunshine. Okay, so that's a little bit about what we do on the practical team here at Hollybush. Hopefully that's inspired you to come and join in with us or do something interesting, fun and positive outside in the environment where you live. Grand, so that's all from us. And yeah, here's the next bit. Bye.
So welcome back. Yeah. Oh, this is a good bit about working at Hollybush, is you can go at the polytunnel and just get snacks for everyone that's missing the harvest. I'm going to have some tomatoes to bulk out my lunch. So that was the practical team with Cole, yeah, they're normally out and about more at schools and things. I don't think there's a primary school in Leeds that doesn't have a nature area that they've done something to. And Tom has just pointed out to us that we've had some donations coming in. So thank you very, very much to people that have sent some donations through. I think there is some information batting about the place that Tom might be able to put some more about how you can donate if you're listening to what we're saying and being like, that does sound delightful. How can I help? If you can't help with your time and you feel what like you want to.
There's a link on the bottom of the screen right now. Just down there.
Look,
yeah,
that way,
just
that
down
way.
there. Yeah. That way.
That's weird. It's going the opposite way. Yeah, but we're easily confused. So yeah, thank you so much to everyone that has donated, and if you're like, oh, I could do that, do follow that link at the bottom of the screen, as Tom has niftily placed there and just informed us of. And yeah, so
it's been there for hours.
So we're now we are possibly going to run a tiny bit over 4 o'clock, because you may notice it is now 4 o'clock and we've not stopped talking. So we'll move on quickly now and just go over to the lovely, not this Tom, the other Tom, the woodwork Tom, who quite a lot of you, if you've ever done a woodwork course at Hollybush, will have met. And he also works on the Time to Shine project with Wood Squad as well. So he's going to show us how to make a wooden planter. I keep ducking down so you're not just seeing my chin.
Really interesting guy. Really knows what he's talking about.
So over to Tom. Woodwork Tom, not computer Tom.
Yeah, definitely woodwork Tom. I'm not going to teach how to make a planter.
I quite like to see that tutorial. We can't hear him.
In traditional video fashion for today,
should we do audio description?
It's also muted.
Well, I'm not in a suitable place to run this tutorial, but I mean, you two are. I mean, can you not just find some wood and start making a planter?
Oh, I think we can crack one up in the 5 minutes.
Hold on. Here's what I made earlier.
Wait, get to work.
There we go.
I did it.
What? Oh,
easy. Can I go back to eating my tomato now?
This is far too Blue Peter. I was expecting like woodworking.
Made all with sticky glue and double-sided sticky tape.
Definitely, that's what we need.
Cool.
Right, let's try this again.
Here we go. Fingers crossed. Touch wood.
Yay! Hi.
The correct way of sawing. There's so many people that can't cut top ends. So, traditionally in the workshop, we use it's a cross-cut saw. It's got bigger teeth than this one, so it'll cut faster. Next, we've got the tenon saw, which has got very, very minute teeth. It just means you get a cleaner cut. But I would not normally use this on the pallet wood that we've been using for the planter. So the main thing is we've got 3 different materials here, which we commonly use in the workshop. So we've got pine, which is traditionally a soft wood. Then we've got some redwood, which is a very, very hard wood. And then we've got plywood, which we use for draw bottoms and things. Basically, it's a man-manufactured wood where the grain is running against itself and just makes it stronger. So when we're sawing, make sure we've got a nice flat surface. Our trusty clamps. Just get a pencil. So when I'm using pallet wood, I would never use the end, because that's traditionally where you're going to get your fixings. So we've got a square. This is called the foot of the square. That means it needs to be flat down on the wood when you're using it. Angle your pencil into it as well. So the correct way of sawing, most people saw like that. The correct way is to stick this finger out. That means this runs with this bone here, and it's all straight instead of like that. Start off with your nail. You're not going to cut through your nail. And then we have a nice clean edge. Always pick your bits up That's how you do it. So that was the softwood. That just flew straight through. I'm going to try with the hardwood. Put that square there. A good pointer for the angle is we've got a ridge here. Now, if you keep that horizontal, that is your cutting angle for timber. To be quite honest, that went through nice and easy. But this is a pretty new saw. So we've got, as I say, a nice square edge. Cutting plywood is different. Because it's laid both ways, you can just put our line across before. Clamp this down. Now, the hardest thing with cutting plywood is splintering the back. So we're not using the method with this. You want to be a lot more horizontal. Are there any splintering? Bit of sandpaper will take that off. So the next thing, I'm going to show you a bit more in depth with the countersink. So as you see, this countersink runs up with different size holes. Each one of those is different for each screw. So that's quite a big head. So we'll probably go down to that one. So we get a bit of timber. Obviously, you would be marking your holes where you need them to be. I don't really need to do that. So you can see it's honed in. So that head is bigger than that. So we now know we need to go further in with the countersink. Our screw head fits in there. So always send your screws in a bit as well, because if this is going to be outside, eventually the wood will get wet and will go over your head to conceal it a bit. Plus you don't want it hanging out, it's just bad practice. So if we put some of the other screws. The other thing to know about screws is it always tells you the thickness of the shank, and it'll always tell you the length. So that's 4.5 millimeters. Can you see that? Oh, sorry, my finger's in the way. Yeah. So that's the thickness, and that's the length. So we know those will fit into there. Now, if we've got these smaller screws, which we used on some of the planter, that's well too big for that one. So that would actually sit through your wood. So if I can show you with this. I haven't gone as far in, but our head will fit in there. So it just means when this is screwed into there, it will go below the wood. So when you come to give it a final sand, you're not hitting your screws either. So I hope that's been helpful. I don't want that sticking out hurting anyone. So as I say, I hope that's been helpful. There's obviously lots more saws you can use, but we generally just use the two saws. Just makes it less complicated. So if you're happy with that, good stuff. Get building. Okay.
We're not on mute, but guess who is?
What?
So.
Has he noticed?
There we go.
Yay!
So we've heard about about tool use, and got some really good tips about using the correct tools for the job. So now let's go and learn how to make a planter, which should be really, really good. So let's go there in just a moment.
Should be, will be.
Just a moment. Oh, that's something that we do. We'll do tool talks and stuff. So if you turn up to a session, you don't know what you're doing, what Tom just went through, we'll go through at the start of sessions as well.
Yeah.
So turn up.
We don't just give people power tools and be like, off you go.
Let's go over to Tom. Where unfortunately it seems like we're having technical difficulties again.
I do kind of want to do a voiceover.
Are we just gonna like narrate what happens and see if we can?
I think we could give it a go. Like,
I don't think we can. I don't think it'd do Tom any justice.
Oh yeah, we won't be able to do it justice. But we might have fun.
I can hear, so I mean, I could just relay what he says. That would work, right? I mean, it would be a little bit strange.
From one Tom to another.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Perfect.
Passing the Tom torch.
Yeah.
Right, let's try this one more time.
Some of the techniques that you can actually make them better than some of the things you find in the shop.
Alex, can you hear this?
So as you see, we've got pallets here.
Yes.
Affirmative.
The skip the other day, so it's all good. But obviously, we've only got so much time, so I'm going to show you. So we've got, this is a piece as it comes off the pallet. As you see, it's rough, it's got sharp edges, and this is one I did earlier, so you can see the quality of what you can actually achieve. So what we always do first, if you haven't got a vise, you can clamp it down or hold it into your thing. As you can see, I've got gloves on as well, so I always put gloves on, especially when we're working with like pallet wood, so you can get spells and things like that. Normally I would be wearing a mask if I'm doing any planing or sanding. I obviously wouldn't hear that well. So I'm going to use the block plane. I'm going to take these nasty edges off. But when you're using a plane, you never want to be straight. You want to be on an angle, so it actually shears the wood as we're doing it. Working out with a really nice edged piece there. Normally we'd go all the way around doing it all. For the sake of it, I'm just showing you the technique. As I say, on an angle, so it's shearing it. So we have a nice edge on that. So we're going to sand it now. So get it in a vise if you can, if not, clamp it down. Or you can, because they're relatively small pieces, you can sand away. I always use a sanding block, and this is 80 grain. And contrary to what a lot of people will tell you, with rough wood, go against the grain. So you can and that will take a lot more of the rough off. Once you've got it to a good sort of standard, you can go back with the grain. And as you see, that's a minute or so, and we can get to this. Now what I did, I prepared some wood earlier, and I've put some of them together. So when we get to this, we cut them to the sizes we want. I use teak oil, which is a relatively cheap oil, and it protects your wood as well, and it gives it this beautiful colour as well. You can paint this on, or you can rub it on with a cloth. That's up to you. Just a little tip: if you're ever making wood for inside, you don't have to use the more expensive oils. You could use olive oil, cooking oil. it does exactly the same thing. So as you see, we've screwed these together. What I normally do, because we like to economise on using materials, I use 2 holes, 1 hole. And this is how we use it. This is called a combination countersink. And it's got different heads for different size screws. So I'm going to just show you this. So get somewhere nice and safe. Put your countersink on. So we've got 2 holes there. We've got a drill hole and we've got the hole for the head of the actual screw. To hold this together, I've used a very simple way of doing this. Just put a piece and that holds your 3 pieces together. What you can do, if you want it a bit more bulky or strong, you can put a square piece in each corner. But for something as small as this, I'm not that bothered. So the screws I'm using, 40mm. So they're approximately going half and half. So we've got our cordless drill. The other reason for drilling a hole in this as well, because it's hardwood, it might split. So we make a hole and rust it. I'm holding this together. What we can do, because we've got a bit of a gap there, we can use a clamp. Get that on there. We've lost our gap. There we have our planter. Now what we're going to do, just notice we've got a gap there as well. Sometimes you just have to take that off. Our gap again. So there we have the plant, but we need a bottom now. Got 2 pieces for the bottom. And I just need to centralise the ones on the bottom. I have purposely left a slight gap, which I'll show you when we put it away. centralising that. Two holes there. So you can see we've got some drainage gaps there. That will stop water sitting in the bottom, not in the other way. So what I always recommend is got some feet, just chamfer the edges. So they will go on like that. And because this will be satin, the latest part of it, just put a bulb of glue on. Try to use the stuff that's water resistant. Bring them slightly in as well. And as I don't want the screws coming through, I'm using some slightly smaller ones. Just make sure you're nice and square. And if you're not really good at keeping square, use a square. Just get it nice and square. Nearly forgot my glue. Tape again so they look exactly the same. Square again. Yep. And make sure. So there we have it. Doing this at home, you could also use a preserver as well, and it's easier to do it when it's all together. It's just we didn't have the time to do that, so all three apart from the screws. Hope you've enjoyed. Thank you very much.
And we're back. Hello. We've just been doing some backstage conference calling. Thank you very much, Tom. And as with a lot of these videos where we've been showing you how to do something, these will be uploaded as individual videos, I think, on the YouTube. So you can the YouTube, the Facebook and the YouTube. So if you want to go back,
you're sounding very down with the kids at the moment.
Oh yes. Oh,
hey, we're doing
yes.
a live stream. This is as hip and young as
yeah,
you can get.
This
and
is
we played Minecraft. We did a Minecraft live stream today.
Yeah,
Come on.
this is TCV at its most technological. I think we should be very impressed with ourselves.
Wait. Does this mean we're going to get you into Minecraft? Are you going to come into Skelton Minecraft?
I don't. I'll see. I might do. I'll have to download it.
I kind of do want to
Come
go and have a look around because we only looked at it on the tiny phone screen because we were filming at the same time and we were so yeah, I do. So for anyone that missed it earlier, Django, who is Chris Enser, who runs the education days at Skelton Grange, his son Django has made an entire Minecraft world of Skelton Grange, and it's absolutely incredible. So he was showing us around a little bit and giving us a tour, and we were trying to run around and film the bits of Skelton Grange that he was talking about while he was showing it. It was so accurate. It was absolutely incredible. So we're very, very impressed. But yeah, so what else have we've had the Hapa Zome from the LDP. We've had a nice tour of site from Cole from Tuscan. We've had woodwork from Tom. Yeah, Garrett showing us, and Donovan, not to forget Donovan. Yeah.
And we went on a walk again.
We went on a walk with Anne, the wildlife walk. We've heard from a load of our volunteers talking about what they get from volunteering at Hollybush. And we've had loads of our volunteers and our staff and our friends of us commenting and watching in the comments. So thank you very much, everyone who's joined us today. What else have we had? We had Tula and Chris. So Tula, who's Chris's little girl, they showed us how to make an amazing bracelet. So they did this amazing sort of throwing sticks tied to bits of string, and you throw them around in a pattern, and it makes a bracelet. And it was really cool, wasn't it? It was really, really cool.
We also had the Great Skelton Bake Off, so the Great
TCV
Bake Off, which I forgot I did.
We missed that bit because we were doing we were having a race. Me and Alex raced from Skelton, so Alex drove here in a car and got stuck in traffic, and I had a lovely, lovely cycle ride. I cycled as quickly as I could. I won't pretend that I was all out.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But so we had a race where I won. I beat Alex in a car going from Skelton Grange to Hollybush. What else have we done, Tom?
We just Hapa Zome. I know you say
that.
We had some stories in the Hobbit house.
We had some stories. We've had to cut some of the stories out because we've had to. We were overrunning a little bit because we've had a couple of technical issues. But they will be going up. They'll go on YouTube. The YouTubes. They'll go on the Facebooks. They'll go in all the.
There's another 3 stories. So that's brilliant.
Yeah. Oh, wow, right.
Yeah.
So some beautiful stories written, inspired by the TCV site in Leeds. So yeah, it's been so many people have contributed, and so many people have contributed watching and contributed to the making of the video and to the project and making it feel worthwhile to put something like this on. So good eggs, good work. But requested by John Preston earlier in the comments. We've got Biscuit Head and the Biscuit Badgers who played.
It's still being requested now.
Is it being requested again?
We are making dreams come true.
Yeah, so we had Biscuit Head and the Biscuit, but let's just quickly check the comments and see if there's anything else we should be. So yeah, lots of people saying well done, everybody. Well done, well done. So sorry.
Well done to us. It's been a nice, easy day for us.
Yeah, having a great time.
You sat there and put up with us all day.
So yeah, we have had Biscuit Head and the Biscuit Badgers played us a song. We had one of their songs earlier, the Dinosaurs one. We still are not allowed. What?
There are so many more of them on YouTube. So
they're so good. I think they've done 3 albums now, and there was a close. So we did the one about dinosaurs earlier, which is great, and they've also done another one which I wanted to do, but I think it's the one that's been cut, which is the British Succulent and Cactus Society song, which Hazel, who is watching, you should definitely watch that one. You'll love it. And that's a song that I think has been adopted by the British Association for Cactus and Succulents as their sort of theme tune. It's a thing. But the one that we have decided to do as the last one from Biscuit Head and the Biscuit Badgers, we are going to listen to their song David Attenborough, which seems he's one of our vice presidents of the charity, isn't he? He has a role in TCV, I think. Yeah, he does. He still does. So yeah, if you've not heard of David Attenborough, have a Google. He's quite good. I'm told he's pretty great. And here is a song that has been dedicated to him by Biscuit Head and the Biscuit Badgers, who are a really good Leeds band who you should look up. Oh yeah, and the other song that we weren't allowed to play was I've Got My Finger Up My Nose, which I've sort of been singing along to myself in all of the breaks.
I'm pretty sure we were allowed to play it. It's just...
Oh, can we still?
I mean, I don't see why we can't, but I mean...
So yeah, do look them up on YouTube. They've got loads of absolutely amazing songs, and they're very, very, very funny. And they've very, very kindly given us permission to play some of their songs today. And here's one of them.
I'll put the link in the comments.
Oh, brilliant! Thank you.
Right, let's watch this. Let's go. Eventually. Just let it think for a minute. I mean, just imagine that there's some really cool animations playing, and we've got the Biscuit Badgers on screen, which may or may not happen. No, it is going to happen. Here we go. Or not. It will happen.
From Andes to the Alps to Himalayas, from Congo to Mongolia and Wales, he shows hyenas, wombats, lemurs, beetles, bandicoots and beavers, pangolins and parrots, snails and whales. He always wears the same clothes. His programs everybody knows. They are the best. They are the best. David Attenborough, we'll love him to the end. David Attenborough, he's the animal's friend. He strides across a glacier and dives under the sea. He toils through the rainforest to show it all to you and me. David Attenborough, David Attenborough, David Attenborough, David Attenborough, David Attenborough. From mighty elephant to tiny ant, and also in the kingdom of the plants, he shows us all his expertise, often up a massive tree or standing on majestic mountain peaks. His voice is calm and reassuring, never ever condescending to us at home. We love him so. David Attenborough, he's standing by a bear. David Attenborough, he's pointing at a spider's lair. He shows the Venus flytrap clothes and tells us about the aardvark's nose, the Madagascar Bay of Bab. He told me of land hermit crabs. David Attenborough, David Attenborough, David Attenborough, David Attenborough, David Attenborough. From trilobite to termite to penguin, from octopus to platypus to terrapin, he shows the frog, triceratops, the sea urchin, the mighty ox, the pterodactyl and the dolphin. His love of natural history is obvious for all to see. He ought to know. He's our hero. David Attenborough on a volcano's rim. David Attenborough watching swordfish swim, comparing different mantis shrimp or interacting with a chimp, feeding meat to a great white shark, his brothers in Jurassic Park. David Attenborough, David Attenborough, David Attenborough, David Attenborough, king of the nature program. David Attenborough, we'll love him to the end. David Attenborough.
Ah, it's so good. It's so good. I remember the other one that is really good and appropriate. They've also done one called Land Hermit Crab. So Land Hermit Crab and the British Cactus and Succulent Society, and all of their other.
The soy milk one is excellent too. In fact, it's the whole repertoire.
Soy milk, seaweed under the sofa.
One of our staff members has definitely requested that that she can use their soundtracks for her funeral.
Yeah, yeah. I did ask Dean the allotment the other day about I referenced someone saying they wanted them to play at a funeral, and he said we don't play your funerals because they're no fun, which I think is reasonable. What's the fun?
I think we.
I mean, I don't think they're ever the funniest gig to play. I'm just going to quickly open the comments and see if there's any other things we need to. Any questions we should be answering? More biscuit, lots of things about Biscuit Head of the Biscuit Badgers.
Yeah.
Cool. Let's go back to us. I've got one thing. So I'm
looking forward to coming back.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Well, thank you, all of you. Tom for all the technical wizardry, Freya and Alex for being the best presenters since Anthem Deck, and and just everyone who contributed to all the video. We had loads of people putting stuff together.
Chris Packham.
Definitely big thanks to everybody who has put together things for this, because there are a whole host of people who haven't been able to be in here today, potentially some of them, but they've all put a lot of work into to make this happen.
Yeah.
So it's definitely been a huge team effort.
It's been ace. So
And Hazel, who works for Hollybush, has apparently had us on her telly all day. So, hello Hazel, hello other Tom.
I just wondered for Hazel, was it not just like being at work? But
she sent us a screenshot of a picture of us on her telly.
Oh. We've had so many lovely comments from people though saying how much they've missed being at Hollybush and Skelton over the last few months, and and I say this time and time again, you guys do an incredible job, and you should be really proud of yourselves for what you do.
Yeah, so, and do get in contact if you're wanting to get involved, or if you wanted to know what's starting up again, because even if you won't be able to join a group immediately, because we are having to sort of get things rolling slowly, but do get us on get on our radar, and we will try and find a way for you to get involved, even if it's not how you might have previously. Things are starting up, and there is things to do.
And
So
both Skelton and Hollybush both have mailing lists, don't they? So we can keep you updated.
We do.
With when things do start up, you'll get that information. So if you get in touch, give the people at Skelton and Hollybush your details, and we can definitely keep sort of that conversation going, so we can get people involved as soon as possible.
Which we really want to do. We want to get you all back. We're just making sure we can do it safely.
Yeah, totally. It's been so nice to see videos of all the volunteers and hear from everyone. We miss you. So we should probably end, shouldn't we?
We probably should all go home while it's sunny and enjoy the evening, and give yourselves a steadier journey home, Freya and Alex, than your race. And
there's going to be so much traffic on my way home now as well.
Oh, and Tom, you deserve an absolute Heroes Award for doing. I know how hard you've worked on this and the hours you've been putting in, and what time some of those hours have been.
Yeah, don't look at what time the things got updated, because
No, I think I saw them coming in live, so I think between us. No, seriously, it's been fabulous, and love to see you.
I think I went to sleep as Alex was getting up.
I'm doing quite well rested.
I'm jealous.
We can tell, Freya.
I've had 2 weeks holiday. I'm caught up on so much sleep.
Seriously, everyone, take care, farewell, keep safe, and see you all soon.
See you all soon.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.